Nobody wakes up in the morning thinking, I'm going to go to A&E today. Nobody knows. Nobody knows who it's going to be.
Pediatric trauma call, 15 minutes.
Code red, Helipad response.
You're having a heart attack.
We want to be in and out of scan in the next 10 minutes.
I can't feel any pulse.
A&E reception, can I help you? Yeah, 24 hours, 7 days a week. I love that question. What's your opening hours?
St George's, London, one of the busiest and most advanced A&E departments in the world.
Beautiful. It's as if we've done it before.
We are there when awful things happen to pick up the pieces.
We have a 2-year-old who's kicked like a horse.
We see the unpredictableness of what happens in life, and we're suddenly having to explain why it's gone wrong.
I can't feel my left leg.
You'll be okay.
A place where life
A&E selfie! Down below. Too slow.
love
Such a big boy.
So proud of you.
and loss
I'm still here.
unfold every single day.
So we don't shake hands at this hospital, we fist bump. Can I have a fist bump?
All the patients you're about to see were treated in just one 24-hour period.
Hello, darling.
You genuinely do see the best of people in this job. You'll see strangers rushing to the aid of someone they've never met. You just see things that make you realise just how important the people in your life are and the people around you are.
So what bloods do you want? Is someone getting one?
Fold B and D against A. Oh, no. Where's A?
Teamwork, the relationship, the friendship, it glues us together and we work much better as a team. Julie, can you run the gas? And whilst Julie runs the gas, can you talk to cardiology? Just let them know you had a VF.
Adrian is in charge of resus today. He moved to London from Malta 16 years ago.
All characters or personalities can work in this environment.
Yeah, that's right. Go that first.
It's like that.
Yeah, no.
Oh my God, I did it. Well, I've got to make 7.
Want me to help you? It's like if you try to cook a soup with just one ingredient, there's no taste, but if you're having a lot of ingredients in, it just works.
So you just sit there, Luce.
Blood's coming out, that's good. You happy with the tube and oxygenation? Okay.
Turn it upside down.
By relying on someone else, you become stronger.
Done. Right, now we've got datum. Where's the pen?
A&E resus. 91-year-old male, yeah. Chest and sternal. Apply area. Okay, thank you. Hi, so he's got a left sternal and chest injury. Yeah. I'd like to activate the Helipad. Yeah. Thank you.
A man is being airlifted to A&E after being involved in a serious road traffic collision.
Adult male trauma, 15 minutes.
So trauma's coming here. We've got a 91 male, so we have 10 minutes. Already knowing that it's a ham skull and coming by a helicopter, it means that there's a high risk and high risk of serious injuries. Left-sided chest sternal injury. Okay. Let's see if CT are happy to take. time, it's always working against you. Going straight to city.
The driver is 91 years old and had to be cut from the wreckage of his car.
Age is incredibly important. For example, in someone who's more than 80 years old, the fatality rate is very high. Even someone who's stable and awake, he could even die in front of you within a few minutes. Okay, we're here. He's not on a scoop. Hi, sir. Hi, I'm Dr. Spiteri. We're going to transfer you onto the CT table. We're going to do a scan of your body, okay?
One slide. Ready, steady,
Okay.
So this is Cyril. He's a 91-year-old male, a driver of a car that was T-boned on the driver's side. We've extricated with help, with an anterior chest injury with an obvious flail. He's got a history of COPD and a CA prostate.
Friends or family?
Family are aware and en route.
Okay.
I was here and I had a phone call. And she said, it's very bad. They've got the fire brigade cutting him out. But I was shaking, really shaking.
Cut. Cut everything.
You're going to have to cut your trousers off, sir, OK? I'm sorry.
So I didn't go over to the accident. My daughter said, you better stay here, Mum. So that's what we did.
So are we happy to go?
So you keep really still for me. You're just going to go in and out. Right.
At our age, you can expect things. Things can happen. Life isn't for always.
Oh God, I think they're going to stitch me. Oh God, I don't like needles. It's an awkward place. Yeah, it's right underneath my bum cheek. The kids were jumping on the table the other day. I just sort of leant on it a little bit, going through. Then, for some reason, I don't know why, I just put my whole weight on it. I was on the floor and I thought, shit. But we've been trying to get rid of that table for ages, because not long before that, Lenny bashed his head on it.
Right, so you're gonna be a brave boy when they're gonna just literally put something there and suck it out.
How? With what?
It's a special sucking machine. Yeah? Because you don't want a big needle to be put to sleep, do you?
5-year-old Roman has a pencil lead stuck in his ear. He's been brought into A&E by his mum, 25-year-old Annie.
I'm a zombie, babes. I'm sexy and I know it. I wouldn't body. I wouldn't body. I'm sexy and I know it.
It's just me and him that live together. The only way I can describe it is hectic.
Be quiet, Roman, yeah?
Should I give you a Chinese spoon? Okay, it's time for a Chinese spoon.
I wouldn't really say he's shy. He tends to... What's the word? warm to people very quickly. Very hyperactive though. After about 5 minutes, you'd probably say, "Okay, Roman, give me a bit of space."
You've wedged it in.
I'm in the drum.
No, you have not wedged it in the drum because you can still hear. If you wedged it in the... Pardon?
What?
Pardon?
I'm deaf now because that lid's stuck in my ear.
But you're not deaf because you can hear what I'm saying. Can you hear what I'm saying?
No.
Well, you just answered me, so you can. Can you hear me? But you can hear me because you just nodded your head.
What?
Pardon.
What?
Pardon?
What?
It's pardon.
What? What?
People just find him funny. Even teachers. He's very charming. He's very affectionate.
I don't talk to rude boys that say what.
Pardon?
Oh, so you did hear me then?
His teacher said to me last year, "He's so annoying, but if he wasn't in my class, I'd be heartbroken."
It's been over an hour since Cyril was airlifted to St George's after being cut from the wreckage of his car. Doctors suspect he's suffered multiple internal injuries and are performing a full body CT scan.
It was my birthday on the Friday, and we do have fish from this friend of his. He gives us fish every fortnight. So he went over to his friend's. Then as he was driving out to come home, that's when the accident happened, at the top of the road.
What is this? No, but what is all that? These, 1, 2, there's another one there.
There's something in the neck.
Hold very still.
Where did you and Cyril meet?
In a sweet shop. We lived in a little village called Riska. We had a park and a picture house called the Palace. And I was about 15-year-old, just left school. I just liked him when I saw him. And that was it. He wasn't tall, but he was big, very strong looking. They used to call him Lord Fauntleroy because he always was dressed in a suit.
Do you remember your first kiss?
Yes. That's what I think I fell for him. We were up at the top of the station talking, and then he kissed me goodnight, and that was it.
Did you know he was the one?
Yes. I think I did.
Fine, we're done.
Yeah.
Roman, why don't you look around there and see if there's any grown-up toys for you? Because that's for a big baby, that is.
Roman.
Oh, no, that's Yay! Hey.
Oh, yeah. I'm Ashley, I'm one of the emergency docs.
Say hello.
What's happened to your ear?
From what I can gather, he put a pencil in his ear and a bit of lead snapped off and it's stuck in there. But he didn't tell me for a couple of hours until afterwards. Oh, yeah.
That is the hole. Do you mind if I shine a light into your ear so I can have a look at it?
Yeah, I'm just going to get my other shoe.
It's not going to hurt.
You're not going to be scared, are you?
I'm definitely not scared. I'm definitely not scared. You scared? No. That's so stupid.
Hold your head nice and still for me, though, just for a second. It will tickle a little bit.
Right, don't move. You can't laugh. Don't move. Don't laugh.
A couple of people had recently come up to me saying that they thought he had ADHD.
Do you want me to hold that light?
That's OK.
I was a bit like, why are you trying to label my child with ADHD? There's nothing wrong with him. A teacher's also come up to me and said, he'll appear like he's not listening, but he takes everything in, and straight away, just like that, Roman will turn around and give the answer.
No, there's no way of getting to that.
Shit. Have you pushed it in further?
No, it's not gone any further, but we just can't get there.
Do you need to get the ear doctor?
We will get the ear doctor, OK?
You're not deaf, though, are you? You can still hear me, yeah?
What?
It's not something that can be diagnosed overnight. It's something that requires a lot of time.
I'm going to get a lid.
Yeah, OK.
Scooby's it.
Right, before you hurt yourselves with those, though.
Yes.
I got a lid out Scooby's it.
Let me have a look again.
I, as a parent, need to try and help Roman be the best that he can be as he grows up.
You're a silly Nana, you are.
Resus 5.
Cyril is being moved to resus. Initial scans have ruled out any internal bleeding, but show possible fractures to his chest and spine.
Actually, this is probably more of a focused view, definite view, kind of.
Adrian must wait for the full scan report before he can determine the extent of Cyril's injuries.
Put the CT down, we're taking the bloods, he's immobilized. If there's no issues with the chest, we may go down to oxygen, yeah? You tend to see a lot of elderly patients, and because their body is not strong, even though they otherwise look well, they can deteriorate suddenly, and at times the outcome is not good.
Sorry, thank you. My granddad's in the corner. Yeah, lovely. Thank you very much.
Grandson Gary was at the scene of the accident and followed the helicopter to St George's.
Granddad.
Hello, son.
What have you been doing, eh?
Hello there. I'm Dr. Spitero, one of the AD consultants. Yeah.
Okay.
Just to let you know, I mean, he's had a CT scan. Do you know what happened to him?
Yeah, I was there.
Okay,
yeah.
you were there.
Yeah.
So basically, we don't have the full report yet, so we're still waiting for the report.
Gary followed Cyril in every way. Everybody said, Gary is Cyril, really. He thought a lot of his grandfather.
I've taken everything that was in it out, Grandad, apart from blankets and stuff. I've got everything that was in there.
Did you find anything?
There were some beans. I found some beans.
Did you find anything?
I found some beans. Did you find anything?
Did you find anything?
Did you find anything?
Did you find anything?
Did you find anything? There's a 6 minutes. Oh, it was such a bad impact. Everything went everywhere, Grandad.
They loved the country. And this is why I'm glad that we came up here. Down where we came from, it was a different way of living. He was only 14, I think, when he started down the mines. He worked in the mines, then he used to come home black. And he had to bath in the kitchen. He hated it. And as soon as he had his dinner, we go out walking and go up the mountain for a walk.
I said the car's right after a minute. Yeah, it is, Grandad, yeah. I don't think I'd bother again. Well, you know, it's up to you, isn't it? You gotta see how you feel. I miss it, of course. I'd like to get to places that I normally go, like... Well, you like your freedom still, don't you? Your independence. Yeah. Well, you know. Right, Grandad, give me 5 minutes. I'm going to go and ring Nanny and that, all right? All right, sir. All right? I'll be straight back. Not a worry, yes. Yeah. All right, mate. I'll be straight back. Just sit tight for a bit. All right.
He learned to drive when we came up to Surrey. We were out in the country and you needed a car. But the first time we was going out, I had to go with him to read some of the signs for him.
I've been with Grandad. You know, they've took him straight in, give him a CT scan.
I didn't know he couldn't read or write till I got married. But I had letters from him, and I think he had his friends writing them.
But I think the psychological side might be a bit more deep. But now he's thinking, you know, he's losing his independence and all that. It's that side of it, I think, that he's thinking about.
He found a way of doing things. And that's why I loved him.
It didn't actually hurt at all. It's only because I went like that, and I was like, blood? I can't stand blood. But they do say what's meant to be is meant to be, so there was obviously a reason that happened, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, you sat on a glass table.
So you just said to that man you wanted to be a doctor when you grow up. I thought you wanted to be a dentist.
I want to be a doctor.
Oh, you want to be a doctor now? Does it change every week?
Yeah, I want to be a doctor forever.
You don't want to be...
Teacher?
A teacher? You don't want to be like Mr. Pickett? No? Being a young mum was definitely never part of my plans. I always wanted to join the police, so I went to college. But 2 months into my college course, I found out I was pregnant. So I had to make the decision to leave.
I want that one. And you say, but you don't like them.
You don't like to wear them.
I want that one, and then you give it to me.
If I had waited till I was about 30 to have children, I probably would have been a lot more settled. Sometimes things don't always work that way. It's almost as if I'm growing up with Roman. Do the computer says no?
Should I just stick in the computer?
The computer?
The computer says no.
No, it's... No, it's...
What are your hopes for his future?
That he ends up doing something that he loves. Something that will
Bring out the best in him. Do the only gay in the village. I'm the only gay in the village.
I've spoke to the ENT doctor.
Yeah.
They are going to give you a call in the morning with an appointment.
It will be tomorrow, though, yeah?
It might not be tomorrow, it might be the day after, depending on just how many people...
So sorry.
I'm the only
Like I say,
boy.
kids sticking things up their nose in their ears.
So someone said something about a sucky out thing that sucks.
But that would be too heavy, because it's too big to grip onto, so it would be too heavy.
Why are you hugging him? I'm so sorry, he's so affectionate.
Right.
I like
Stop.
doctor.
Yeah, he
Well, that's
wants to
good,
be a doctor now.
because most of the kids here don't like doctors by the time they leave, so...
I like doctor.
Right,
Good.
OK, come on now, leave the man alone. I'm sure he's busy. Right, OK, goodbye now. I'm so sorry. Oh, come here.
You hurt me.
Sorry.
Bad.
Right, come on. Right, where's your Scooby? You got him?
He's got him.
What do you want for your mummy?
I really want the sister because I already picked a name. I want to call her Isabella.
Bye, thanks. Come on, Roman. Get up off that.
If I had a sister, she can be kind to me and look after me when I fall down. And then if she falls down, I can pick her up and then we can play again.
Bye then, see you later.
Okay, girlfriend.
Stop calling me girlfriend, I'm not your girlfriend.
I am sexy, yo.
Hello, St George's. Yep. Yep. Central chest pain. Okay, thank you. Thanks, bye.
A 57-year-old woman is being rushed to A&E with severe chest pains.
So the question is, could it be some kind of primary cardiac event?
Tests taken by paramedics show the woman is suffering from an abnormal heart rhythm.
Prepare magnesium. The heart is made of muscle, and muscle needs oxygen. But when somebody is getting a heart attack, part of the heart is being starved.
Adult priority call in 15 minutes.
The patient sometimes can look well, but if we don't do something there and then, if the artery remains blocked, there's a risk the heart stops. Half of all heart attacks result in sudden death.
This young lady is Caroline, she's 57. She's had 6 episodes today of central chest pain. She does have fairly extensive family history. Mum has had quite a number of MIs. We've done a few ECGs, both with and without pain. So this is whilst the pain came on, relieved with the GTN. And then...
Just a second.
This was during. Yeah. And this one was after.
Coronary spasm?
Yeah. She wasn't stented. She just has aspirin since the MI.
No stent, yeah?
No, not at all.
Okay. Let's look at the ECGs first, yeah?
All right.
Julie, can you talk to cardiology just to let them know about the situation? Yeah?
Caroline's daughter, Chelsea, is in the relatives' room. She dialed 999 and travelled to hospital in the ambulance.
That day, I'd come home from work and I'd get home at about 5, and she was having chest pains. I'd been telling her for ages anyway that she needed to go down the doctor's. She's been stubborn and wouldn't go. I don't know why I was thinking the worst. So I called the ambulance, and then she started feeling really unwell. And I thought, right, this is a bit more serious.
This is during the pain.
Oh, right.
This is after the pain. So,
Oh.
yeah.
So I just kept thinking, like, she could die. Yeah, it's a really weird, like a numb feeling. Imagining that she's not going to be there. And that's not nice.
So what your ECGs look like, your artery is going to spasm, and your ECG looks like you're having a heart attack.
I can feel that.
Tell me where you can feel.
I can still feel, yeah. Is it still in?
No.
Is it not?
Yeah.
What is that?
It's in your head. It's in your head.
Now.
Yeah, you little liar.
Is it there? Let's do it. So what is that then?
Nothing.
It's all right, mate. Grandad, it's only me. Sorry, mate. I had to fight. Obviously, everybody wants to know what's going on.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah. Nanny might be coming up. I'm not 100% sure.
Earlier today, Cyril was involved in a serious road traffic accident.
We've got a report for 5.
He's being closely monitored in resus while doctors review his CT scan for any life-threatening injuries.
Fractures of the right 6 and 7 ribs.
Oh.
Hi there. So the second report we have, it's showing fractures of the right 5th and 6th ribs.
You broke 2 ribs, Grandad.
2 ribs fractured. Okay.
Oh, thank goodness.
Yeah. Sit you up a bit. And do you live alone or do you live with somebody?
I got a wife, and we've been married since 1947.
1947.
Yeah. You want a big medal for that,
But
don't
she's
you?
otherwise, she's well at home, yeah?
Yeah, she'd be on the way, I should think.
68.
Oh, so she's
68 years.
Good,
Yeah.
good.
All right, thank you.
Congratulations.
I expect it'd be my fault when she sees me.
You've been troubled.
Yeah, never mind. It wouldn't be the first time, would it?
No.
Yeah. All right.
I've always wanted a strong man. I was on this train one night, and this man sat opposite. He must have known me. And he said, "Aren't you the girlfriend going with Cyril?" And I said, "Yes." "Why?" And he said, "Oh," he said, "he's a proper old blackguard." I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Well, he likes his fighting."
Hey, do you want to come through? All right, don't rush.
Hello, my dear.
Oh, we've had trouble to find you.
Trying to find somewhere to park.
How do you feel now?
All right, yeah, not sure.
Oh, dear. I said, "Yes, I am going to marry him." Oh, he said, "I pity you then." But he didn't have to.
I don't know where the fish is gone.
Your fish.
It's in the back somewhere.
We smell him in a few days.
That smells nice in the back of your car.
He'd worked to make sure that we had money. Wasn't a lot of money, but it was money to pay the bills.
God, I hope I'm as strong as you when I'm your age. Oh, dear.
I think we've been very lucky. We had to work for what we got, but it was a good life.
Something made you call the ambulance today?
Yeah, my daughter called the
Your daughter
ambulance.
sort of
Yeah, because she
got-
saw her. She's panicking.
Okay, so what time was this last pain, you would say?
When I was in the ambulance.
Ambulance,
yeah.
okay.
Caroline came into resus with chest pains. Initial scan reports suggest she's had a heart attack.
I have a 57-year-old lady. I faxed the ECGs to 294. I don't know if you've seen them. Her ECG with the pain is inferior ST elevation with respiratory changes. So it's probably vasospasm of some sort.
Although Caroline's condition has stabilised, doctors must determine the root cause of her heart attack to prevent further damage or a cardiac arrest.
And who do you live with?
My partner and my daughter.
The ECG, when we was in there, she had 2 more things. The ECG is showing that she's having heart attacks, but they've obviously got to find out what's causing it, and then they're going to come out, but they know we're here.
Caroline's daughter Chelsea travelled to hospital in the ambulance. She'd been joined in the waiting room by her brother Max, boyfriend Scott, and Caroline's partner Ian.
So what did they say they was doing now?
Just, I think, like, the standard stuff that they was doing in the ambulance and indoors. When I was really little, we were really close. She used to take me dancing every week and take me to my auditions, and over Christmas take me to my pantos and stuff. Towards the end of my first year at school, I started to get bullied. But my mum stood up for me a lot. It's cold in here.
It is, isn't it?
She saw one of the bullies' parents in a car, so she drove after them, like flagged them down, and got out of the car and spoke to this girl's mum and dad, and they were mortified. Do you want something to cover your legs?
No, my legs are all right.
You sure?
Yeah. What? They're not hairy?
They are.
Are they?
Yeah.
I only done them the other day.
She's my best friend.
Yes, hello.
How are you?
Okay.
The ECG doesn't look too good.
Yes, I've heard.
We certainly captured one ECG, one heart tracing, to suggest that some artery might be narrow.
Okay.
Cardiologist Dr. Josh has come to Resus to discuss Caroline's case.
So, before today, the other doctor who spoke to me earlier said that you have had previous heart...
Well, I had a heart attack in 2000.
When she had her heart attack them years ago, I was only little, so I didn't really understand what was going on then. But now that you're older, you can appreciate what's going on and how poorly someone is.
Looking at your ECG recording, if this is not due to spasm, we would expect you to have quite significant coronary artery disease.
She was really unwell. You know, she was really depressed and had to do what she had to do to make herself better.
We likely to need to keep you in hospital for another angiogram.
I found out that my mum and my dad were splitting up. On the actual day, she asked us both to come downstairs. And she was sitting on the sofa and she just said, "I'm leaving, I can't do it anymore." And I didn't really understand what she was saying. And I cried, obviously, all the way to school, and I got into school. And then, like, the day kind of dragged on, and at that time I didn't have a mobile because I was really young. And then I remember, because I had in my mind that my mum was going to be there when I got home. Sorry. And I ran all the way home. And when I got out there, she had already gone.
So you got 5 in there. I'm impressed.
I've impressed myself.
All right.
right.
Thank you
Not
so
a
much for
problem.
making the experience. Okay.
Oh, bless you.
Thank
All
you
right,
so much.
take care.
Really appreciate
Bye.
that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Bloody hurt, that injection did.
So what, are they going to give you an angiogram
I think so, yeah.
tonight? Well, they'll keep you in them, won't they? It's good that you got seen straight away, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Caroline is being admitted for emergency surgery after having a heart attack less than 2 hours ago.
Go on.
Well, if you're going on a walk, I will, yeah.
After her first heart attack in 2000, Caroline's marriage broke down. She left the family and moved to Scotland for 3 years.
Have you had any more pain? Have you? When my mum left, as soon as that happened, I wasn't really like a kid anymore. I kind of had to step up to it and be a bit more responsible. I did the cooking, the washing, and especially at like 11 when you're going through puberty and like you're starting to like have little boyfriends and stuff, and when I was obviously having trouble at school and when you want your mum there and she weren't there, so yeah, I missed her terribly.
That was a bad one, I was in that ambulance.
I know, I panicked. But then I think as I started getting older, I started to feel a little bit let down. And for a long time, I felt like, that's your children. How can you leave your children?
Hello.
I rang my consultant, we had a chat, and it happened that the whole team is here because we just finished a case. So he said that given your ECG appearance, we want to do it tonight.
Oh, okay.
So we can actually do it now.
Oh, right, okay.
All right, stay there. I'll be back. When she said that she was coming back down, I was really happy. The whole team of cardiologists are here, so they're going to do an angiogram in 10 minutes for her wrist. It was like she'd never gone. It was just like normal. It was just I was back with my mum, so it wasn't weird. It was just like completely natural and where I felt I should have been. Just stay of your hand.
Put it for your wrist.
That's calm.
Have you forgiven her?
Yeah, definitely. As I've got older, you can appreciate why she did what she had to do to make herself happy.
Are we ready?
I've got games to play.
Yeah.
Okay, bring them down again.
Did you ever tell your mum that?
No.
Who's your favourite superhero?
Oh, that's easy. Hulk.
Why?
He's incredible. And he's strong.
If I could turn back the clocks now, would I have left? Not in hindsight, no. No. I wasn't happy up there in Scotland. You know, I missed my kids, so I knew that I had to come back. I just want to live to see my kids grown up, married, children, happy. That's all I want.
I always fancied her right from the word go. I used to think she was the cat's whiskers. I've always depended on her, you see. Always have, always will.
What are the ingredients to a long and happy marriage?
Well, give and take, isn't it, Cyril?
Yeah.
You know,
I give and she takes.
I can't dip them.
Adult meal trauma in 15 minutes.
This is Lawrence, who's 27 years old. Deep bullseye to windshield, onto floor.
Any kind of impact in the right area can cause bleeding on the brain. That is potentially life-threatening.
Just didn't want him to be alone, just in case he went before I could get there.
Nobody wakes up in the morning thinking, I'm going to go to A&E today. Nobody knows. Nobody knows who it's going to be.
Pediatric trauma call, 15 minutes.
Code red, Helipad response.
You're having a heart attack.
We want to be in and out of scan in the next 10 minutes.
I can't feel any pulse.
A&E reception, can I help you? Yeah, 24 hours, 7 days a week. I love that question. What's your opening hours?
St George's, London, one of the busiest and most advanced A&E departments in the world.
Beautiful. It's as if we've done it before. We are there when awful things happen to pick up the pieces.
We have a 2-year-old who's kicked by a horse.
We see the unpredictableness of what happens in life, and we're suddenly having to explain why it's gone wrong.
I can't feel my left leg. You'll be okay.
A place where life
A&E selfie. Down below. Too slow.
love
Such a good boy. So proud of you.
and loss
I'm still here.
unfold every single day.
So we don't shake hands at this hospital, we fist bump. Can I have a fist bump?
All the patients you're about to see were treated in just one 24-hour period.
Hello, darling.
You genuinely do see the best of people in this job. You'll see strangers rushing to the aid of someone they've never met. You just see things that make you realise just how important the people in your life are and the people around you are.
Emergency department, can I help?
That's what I want my beard like. Look at that man.
Yes, yes.
That's about what yours is now, isn't it?
No, look how thick and full his is, man. He's a legend.
You're welcome. Bye, bye, bye.
Good morning.
Will McGuinness has been a consultant at St George's for the last 3 months.
No rush.
Hello. Hello, neurosurgery. Are you expecting...
Today he'll be overseeing resus for the next 8 hours.
Yeah, they're coming to resus. They'll be here in 5 minutes.
Where I grew up sort of in the middle of nowhere in Scotland. You just had a relatively small group of mates, all from very different backgrounds.
Okay.
There was nobody in my family that had really gone to university.
No, that's absolutely fine.
I don't think any of us really thought that maybe going to medical school was going to be on the cards.
Well, I will come and do the ward round when I'm finished taking the handover in here. Okay.
But then, when I was in my 5th year at school, and we were watching Quincy, it was something we did religiously. I thought that looks like an interesting job, so I gave it a go. I was quite glad I did.
Am I meant to come and do these, or I don't know?
Nobody comes out of medical school and they think they're doctors and they're ready to go, and that fairly rapid realisation that actually you know nothing. The learning's just starting, and there's always going to be that decision or that situation where you feel a little bit out of your depth.
St George's. Yep. What interventions? Yeah. Thank you. Cheers. Thanks.
Adult male, code red, 25 minutes.
It's a motorcyclist with head, neck, chest, abdomen and pelvic injuries. He's unstable.
The code red is basically somebody being really critically injured. And the assumption we make is that that patient is bleeding to death.
He'll be here in 25 minutes. Bring him by helicopter.
A 19-year-old motorcyclist is being airlifted to St George's from over 40 miles away after crashing into a bus and being thrown under a car on his way to visit a friend.
Code red trauma and also helipad response, 25 minutes, please. We need to get the blood out of the machine.
He's been found with internal bleeding and given an emergency blood transfusion at the scene.
From the sounds of it, he's come off being folded under the car. It's quite significant.
Road traffic accidents are not like stabbings and gunshots where you just injure a single organ or a blood vessel. With traffic accidents, instead of having one life-threatening injury, they could have 3 or 4.
Do you want to keep the trauma team and if I take my call for my one then?
Yes, that's perfect.
Fine.
It's not until that patient comes through the door that you really have an idea what you're dealing with.
As Sam arrives at St George's, his parents are yet to be informed.
It was a normal working day. Left work about 3:30, 4:45. Kept coming on the news bulletin that there'd been a motorcycle accident in Worthing. My first reactions were, I hope that the traffic hasn't tailed back because I was heading that way.
It was just a normal Monday at work. 2 police officers came in asking me, was I Sam's mum? And did he ride a motorbike?
The police officer was looking at some photographs on the side and asked if the one of Sam was Sam. And he said, "I can confirm that's the young lad I've seen at the scene."
Guys, the helicopter is here.
I was in the petrol station and my phone rang. All of a sudden, my wife came on the phone crying her eyes out saying, "You've got to come home, Sam's been in an accident." And then the penny dropped. What I was listening to on the radio was actually my son. All I wanted to do was get home to my wife and get to see Sam as quick as I could.
Right, code red 50, yeah?
Sam was put in an induced coma whilst emergency services worked to free him from under the car.
Let's get him across and we'll get the handover. There's a lot of bells and whistles, so if we listen to Dave to coordinate this move.
Ready, brace, move.
Super. Somebody pull that back mat away. Cracking.
You've got a lot of things rushing around in your head. There's a sense that you've only really got one chance to get it right.
All right, handover, guys, nice and loud.
OK, so this is Sam, 19 years old. 1.5 hours ago, he was a motorcyclist in collision with the side of a van at unknown speed. Found by the ambulance crew under the car with his legs back over his head. Injuries we have found is a suspected closed head injury, suspected chest, abdo and pelvis injuries. He has a left open femur fracture and a right forearm fracture. He's had 2 times plasma and 1 unit of blood. He has had volume issues with us. He's been quite unstable on transfer.
When you see that patient and you realise just how sick they are, something sort of kicks in and you do sort of step up a gear.
Fine. Blocks away, off the scoop, no collar, he's paralysed. OK, so scoop is cracked at the bottom, is it cracked at the top? Brace away, OK? Heating blanket off, let's get this primary survey. Sarah, can you start a unit of blood, please?
While he continues to bleed internally, doctors must give Sam donor blood to stop his heart going into cardiac arrest.
OK, can we have a through-table pelvis? Have we got blood pressure yet?
Time is absolutely vital. Every moment that person's there, it's another moment of insult upon all of the organs in their body.
Not got a good radial. Worried about his chest. Worried about his chest. That's dusky.
Left foot looks swollen and cold.
OK, so we need angial runoffs to that leg added on.
Left leg is definitely swollen by comparison. Pupils both 6 millimetres, right side reactive, left side not reactive. Yeah. We need to get him in the scanner, his left pupil isn't reactive.
OK, let's get him covered up. OK, let's go.
So you look for certain danger signs. If somebody's got unreactive pupils, it's getting towards the point that if you don't do something quickly, you're not going to win that one.
He needs head to pelvis, he needs triple phase, because we're concerned about an arterial injury.
It's been 16 minutes since 19-year-old labourer Sam arrived in Resus. He was found bent double under a car after crashing his motorbike.
If we can reattach the Belmont, please, so we can give blood if we need to.
He's been brought to CT so doctors can assess the extent of his injuries.
Let's get him through.
Was there a particular compartment where you think the bleeding's coming from?
Pelvis and femur. Because we found sort of legs splayed up over his head, wasn't he?
Things dilated left pupil was right.
Sam was born on a bank holiday Monday. And the weather was absolutely beautiful. I don't think a mother ever forgets that first cuddle with their newborn baby. It's like a love you can't give to anyone else. Sam, growing up, was always mischievous. Even at the age of 2, he was bike mad, he was digger mad. I should have known then that later on in life he'd be off and gone whenever he could.
Breathe in and hold your breath.
Just everything he did was related to cars or motorbikes. It was me that took Sam down to buy this first bike, looked at it with him, lent him the money for it, and he was ecstatic, over the moon.
There's a big nasty femur, which might be where he's bled from, but he's also got a big spine. So let's get him back. Thank you very much.
As well as the injuries identified at the scene, Sam's CT scan has also revealed a fracture in his spine.
1, 2, 3.
I worried when he got his bike. I would always ask where he was going and get him to ring me when he got there. But you never think that anything will happen to one of your own. You never think you'll get that knock at the door to say that your child's had an accident.
Here we go.
How can you not do that?
Come.
Just spin off my head like that, man.
Have you got a guitar again tomorrow? Are you going to be able to play with your hand? Maybe we can check with the doctor. Just say, if we're really careful with that finger, is it OK to do guitar, yeah? So you can be a rock guitarist.
We are the best. The best. The best. The best. The best. People are coming in a helicopter, ambulance and foot pop off and head mash up and if your judges are not the best. Zaga. Hello, morning porters.
I really don't want to stick.
Stop thinking about it. Stop thinking about it. I told you, stop thinking about it. You'll be okay. Yeah?
7-year-old Raheem has been brought to St George's by his dad Dennis after an accident at home.
All right, Munchkin. Now, what have you done?
I was walking backwards to sit on the sofa and I fell down and my hand hit the glass and then the glass broke.
Uh-oh.
And then it started bleeding.
Oh, shall we have a look at it? You're going to be a brave boy. Good boy. You're
so
a
nervous,
star. Oh,
It's okay, it's okay,
it's
it's
all right,
okay.
sweetie. I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
I have 5 children. Cairo, who's 3. Raheem, who's 7. Maya, who's 13. Solomon, who's 18. And Caleb, who's 21.
Bend your wrist for me. Bend it up and down. Good boy.
I've always wanted children. I've come from quite a big family, and I thought I'd try and catch up with my dad and have 5 as well.
So the question is how can we close that for you? So we'll give it a good clean, and then I'll ask one of my bosses to also have a look at it, because I don't think that's going to come together if we glue it, so we may have to do some stitches. Uh-oh, did I say it? Did I say it? Oh, let's see, shall we? So give me a second.
No, you don't want stitches. It's all right, please. It's okay, yeah? Listen. The thing is, yeah, listen.
Don't stitches.
So don't look at it, okay? Don't look at it. Just look at me, yeah?
And I how are they supposed to do the stitches anyway when they can't? They have to do that and then back in when
Look at me.
there's all
Don't worry
blood
about
there.
it. Don't worry about it, yeah? Stop putting your mind under stress. You've been really good. As a parent, you've got to be a really good salesman. To be honest with you, you've always kind of got to make the problem sound a lot less than what it really is. You're only getting nervous because of the stitches, yeah? And even if they do it, they're going to give you something and you're not going to feel nothing. And you're not going to feel nothing, I promise, yeah? Just don't think about it.
Do I have tears?
No. You stopped it before they start trickling. Because you're brave, aren't you? Yeah? Yeah?
High-speed motorcyclist, RTC.
He was found folded over himself.
And he's got a big wound on the back, so...
Yeah, we need to have a look at that.
Sam's CT scan has revealed multiple injuries, including a ruptured kidney and a fracture in his spine.
While you're there, can you just pass me a green cannula? Thank you. So this chap, he's got renal lac, which has bled, and he's got a big unstable spinal fracture with a wound over it that we need to get a look at if we can. We're waiting for the formal report.
The doctor's immediate priority is to stop Sam's internal bleeding and prevent him going into cardiac arrest.
You're thinking 3 steps ahead of everybody else. You know what needs to be done straight away, but then you've got to think about what you need to do next, and you need to start thinking about how you're going to get that done.
The other issue, this is a very large soft tissue defect on his back, which he might be bleeding from as well, so we can take the opportunity to have a look at that. It might be overlying where his fracture is. Might be enough for the bleeding.
Sam's parents, Tracy and Carl, are still travelling from their home near Brighton with the police.
The journey up in the police car, it seemed to go on forever.
All sorts of things go through your mind. You know, why did I buy him the bike? What was he doing there? Because all you can think about is your poor boy laying there, helpless.
And at one point, one of the police officers confirmed over the radio that he had the next of kin on board and that he was switching off his radio.
So I've got another green over here if that is not salvageable.
I've looked at Tracy, Tracy looked at me. Did that mean he was dead? We didn't know.
Why is he switching off his radio? What don't they want us to hear? I was thinking, don't you die before I get there. I didn't want him to die alone.
Splice my finger open and take whatever it is out.
What have you done?
Anything touches it, it's like sheer.
Yeah.
It feels like a nerve's being touched as well, yeah.
59-year-old Therese has come to St George's with a swelling on her middle finger. 8 weeks ago, she had surgery to remove a cyst in the same place.
What my doctor says, and I think both the same, is...
Is there something still in there?
There's stitches embedded in there.
OK, let's go through medical history for me, Therese.
Do you really want to go there?
Yeah.
Right, foraminotomies,
Yeah.
laminectomies, and 6 months ago, a mass lateral fusion in my neck. Polymyalgia, obviously I've got spinal problems, psoriasis, I've got glaucoma, you name it.
You've got it?
I've got it.
Do you have asthma?
No, not yet. I'm waiting to tick that box.
OK. Let's have a look at this finger. Is it your dominant hand, Therese?
Of course,
Of course.
it is.
OK.
Just here is...
Can you bend that down towards the table?
I can, but it really hurts.
Does it hurt?
It hurts
So you can.
in that bit that I'm saying.
And can you straighten it? Excellent. That area looks like pus. That collection's got nowhere to go, so it's almost like a balloon that gets bigger and bigger, waiting to burst. But obviously, because we're not 100%, we need to X-ray this first.
You sure?
Yeah. X-ray take 5 minutes, Therese.
Oh, right, yeah.
And then I'm going to talk to the plastic surgeon.
I mean, I'll just say, like, splice it open, dig everything out and just put a stitch in it or whatever, and I'm off.
I have a 19-year-old male, high-speed motorcyclist, RTC. He's been fished out from underneath a car, folded in half, basically.
It's been almost 90 minutes since 19-year-old Sam arrived in resus after crashing his motorbike whilst travelling to see a friend. Due to the severity of his injuries, specialist doctors from 5 departments have been briefed on Sam's condition.
Can we log roll this chap and have a look at his back? Can we roll him away from his broken leg? I just want to have a look at this wound on his back.
Ready, steady, roll.
Although doctors have stemmed his internal bleeding, Sam is continuing to lose blood from the injuries sustained in the impact.
Oh, there it is. It's in the buttock. So that's just a mess, isn't it? That goes into muscle. It's just where he's folded under and wedged under the car.
I think when you're looking after the trauma patient, you can't fail to think about that patient as a person. You're aware of how those injuries may well impact upon the rest of their life, but it shouldn't affect what you're doing there and then. You're still fighting for every last scrap.
I'm going to speak to general intensive care. I really don't want this guy to be woken up today. I think he should stay asleep overnight.
Dr. Will has decided to keep Sam in an induced coma to minimise the strain on his vital organs.
Yeah, I think it would be crazy to try and wake him up.
Hooray! We're finally out.
Dan, do you need the loo before we go? You'll be okay.
Yeah?
Raheem is waiting for a further assessment to see if the cut on his wrist will require stitches.
Hi. Hello. You Raheem? Hi. My name's Reese, and I'm one of the consultants. I'm another doctor, but I get to wear purple. I just need to have a little look to see what's going on, OK? And then we'll have a chat about what we're going to do next. Is that a deal? Yeah, fantastic.
His main concern is the needle and thread.
Oh, I see. Well done. OK. We're going to have to use the stitches, but your daddy's going to be with you all the time, OK? And he's going to make sure that you're OK, and he's going to make sure that I don't hurt you. Is that a deal? Do you want to come with me now? And we'll move you. Should we take this just in case your hand falls off?
My mum and dad originally came from North Cyprus. They arrived in the United Kingdom in 1952. I think my dad was probably the biggest role model in my life because he kind of set the bar of family and everything else that came with it, really. He was like the real man. He'd do the work, he'd spend quality time with his family. He had a dry cleaners, and I'd really look forward to him coming home.
Breathe in, yeah, and then out through your nose.
My father was at his shop and somebody came in with a coffee jar full of sulfuric acid. Basically, this person threw the substance into my father's face. My dad lost an eye. and he was burnt down from his forehead to his groin. He was in intensive care for about 4 months. It was a really difficult time for us.
What I'm gonna try, mate, is I'm gonna just try and wash it when you're on the gas, just to see how you're doing. Is that okay? So you continue doing that.
My father was in need of support, emotionally, mentally, physically. There was nothing more that I wanted to do more than to support my dad. So I decided to become a full-time carer for my father.
Can you feel this? That's a bit sore? That's done. Okay, all right. I'm gonna need to put an injection of anaesthetic into the area.
Injection?
Yeah, a little one when we do the stitches.
We did bond a lot closer, and it was just that quality time with father and son. And I'll always try and bring that from Raheem as well, because it means a lot.
So what I want you to do is take the gas for me, just so that I can put the little bit of a needle injection in, okay?
That's it. The more you breathe, the less pain you'll feel.
That's it. Good.
Yeah?
That's it, well done.
So look at Dad's eyes. Keep breathing, don't stop, don't stop, don't stop.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
It won't hurt you now, I promise you.
Oh, let's see how big we can blow it up without it popping. High five. Low five. Oh, me neck. Down below. Too slow. Oh, wicked.
Right, I'm on atorvastatin, prednisolone, 5 milligrams a day, and I'll take mefenamic acid.
Doctors have received the results of Therese's X-ray.
Seems a bit short, that list. I can
all right,
tell you.
don't worry.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No, I'll go 15 things on
If you
back.
can think of any more, let me
Yeah.
know.
They show no sign of a foreign body causing the pain in her finger.
Yeah, but when you looked at the X-ray, there's a little round dot on there.
These little round dots are actually from your arthritis. So I think what you've got going on here is different to what you've got going on here, okay? Because sometimes
I can't fit nothing more in, love.
I think it's much more likely to be some kind of problem recurrent with the cyst. Given what you've got going on, I'd say that probably is the most likely.
For God's sake, once I had my finger chopped off, it's really getting silly.
After travelling from their home on the south coast, Sam's parents are waiting to hear an update on his current condition.
I'm so sick.
You know, when I heard on the radio, the last thing you think is your It had crossed my mind, what were we going to do as a family if it was the worst news? But I had to be strong for Tracy. I'm there to support her. I'm her husband. I just wanted to make it all go away if I could. But it was real life. We were there. It was a situation that we were in, and we had to cope with it together. I hope he was unconscious. I wasn't in pain.
Will has examined the full results of motorcyclist Sam's CT scan and must now explain to his parents what they've revealed so far.
I became a dad for the first time in December. I think becoming a dad probably did change the way I was at work. You get a sense that you know, your life as you know it could be changed in an instant. Oh, Sam's mum and dad's? Hi, pleased to meet you. I'm Will. I'm one of the A&E consultants. Hello.
Hello, I'm Sarah. Nice to meet you.
I think it is a natural human sort of need to want to offer hope, but I don't think you should ever try and hide anything to soften the blow. I don't think that's fair. I think if the worst is to happen, those relatives would rather be prepared for it than for it to come as a shock. So, what do you know so far? Nothing. What have you been told? Nothing at all. OK. So Sam's had an accident on his bike today, and he's got quite a few injuries, OK? So he's got some really bad bruising to his lungs, which is likely to get worse before it gets better. He's got a cut on one of his kidneys, which we think has stopped bleeding. He's got a broken bone in his leg, so the thigh bone on the left-hand side is broken and it's all opened up. Now, all of those are much for muchness. Long-term, the biggest injury he'll probably have is that he's broken a bone in his back. He's broken his spine. Because he's never been awake enough, we don't know what the outcome of that is, whether that's caused any damage to the nerves or whether or not he'll be able to use his legs again. So we won't know that until we're in a position to wake him up, which might not be for quite some time. OK? I know it's a lot to take on board. If you've got any questions at the moment.
No, I just want to see him.
OK, we can get you in to see him.
Right, it's just in here.
Although he was unconscious, he still was Sam. In one way, it was like being shown that newborn baby again. Mother's instinct kicks in. He might be 19, but he's still my baby. You just think, if I could lie in that bed and take the pain for you, you would. It's like, I'm here, I love you, and no matter what the world throws at us, we'll get through it.
Can't let it touch the floor. Not allowed. Quick, John! Look at you and your neck. John! Her neck's all right. Oh, come on. Right, come on. Come on, it's not allowed to touch the ground. Come on, John. Come on, John. Don't let the team down.
Oh,
John!
you're really boring.
So, what we need to do is give you some local anaesthetic just to make it...
Doctors have decided to make an incision in Therese's finger in an attempt to relieve the swelling.
Have you had one of these ones done before, in the fingers, or not?
Fingers. No, I've had toes.
Fine.
Toes loads of times.
Very similar to doing a block in the toe, it is to doing in the finger.
Not very nice.
Bit of a clean
You've got a pen?
well. Don't need a pen. What do you need a pen for?
Just give me a pen.
Pen? For what?
Or a pencil.
What for?
It's because I bite on it, because I keep breaking my teeth.
Oh, I see.
You
OK,
know, like
well,
you clench your teeth, don't you?
I'll give you fair warning when we're just about to do it, but it will feel like a bee stinging you. It will
Yeah,
be a
I
bit
know.
sore, OK?
It's easier than your toes. I've had my toenails taken off 4 times.
So just pop the hand a little bit over here. That's perfect there. Sharp scratch. Oh, try and be careful.
Oh!
Well done. It will feel a bit stingy.
God, blimey.
Bit sore still?
Yeah.
So...
Where are you going in that white bit?
No, just to the side of it. Just going to give it another go now. It might be a bit sore. Well, there's not really anything coming out. All the blood tests have been normal so far. Haven't managed to get any pus out of that for sure, so I don't think it's an abscess, OK? So I think #1 guess of mine, it's got that mucus stuff going in it again. So I think we can get you back to our hand clinic here and have one of the bosses have a look at you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll come in.
And what I want to do is just give you a bit of a dressing there, OK? But I think we can be fairly confident that you don't have an infection there for the time being, OK? Now, it's not to say that you won't go on and develop an infection there. So what I think you need to be is sensible, OK?
Yeah.
You are a lady where you've had stuff go wrong, so I'm sure you are a sensible type.
Of things that
So what I think you need to do for this for the moment is keep it elevated, OK? And what I'm going to do then is I'm going to book you into a hand clinic appointment here from one of those
Lovely.
cysts. All right?
Okie doke.
Let's just have a little look.
Raheem has been given a local anaesthetic so doctors can stitch the cut on his wrist.
OK, what's wrong?
It's just that it looks so scary.
OK, that's cool. Shall we have a look at it then, to make it look less scary? You're going to be a looker, I think. OK, I'm going to just touch it just to check that it's OK. Right. Does that hurt? No?
But it feels funny.
Yeah. So it feels funny, but it doesn't hurt, yeah? And that's what it's going to feel like when I stitch you. Funny, but not hurting.
Shall I get your book? Yeah?
Yeah?
It's done a little.
Well done.
Let's have a look.
All right, I'm not doing anything at the
He's not even doing nothing.
I'm just scared.
I know, I know. You're all right, though.
Are you starting now?
Yeah, I've already started.
See?
Oh.
See? Raheem tends to want to do everything together. He wants to play together. He wants to talk as an adult. We're best friends.
Do you think he takes after you in any way?
Far from it. He takes after his mother. I'm not gorgeous.
This is the last one. Do you want to watch the last one?
No.
This is the grand finale.
We're just... There's no needles now. I'm just tying the knots. There we go.
Yay!
Amazing. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh, look at that. That's brilliant. Not even Picasso could do a job like that.
Thanks, Dad.
Nice one, Doctor.
Thank you. Yay. We fist bump with the good side or with the bad side? Good man. Thank you very much. You've been brilliant.
And you know what? He really makes his promise. He said he wouldn't hurt when he does the stitches.
Yeah.
They're good doctors.
They're lovely.
Hello, neurosurgery. It's Will. It's a code red trauma. Here we require some of your input. Now, are you ready to take this referral?
It's been just over 3 hours since Sam was brought to St George's. He's taken to intensive care, where he'll be kept in an induced coma whilst his spinal injury is monitored by neurosurgeons.
I think with the case of Sam, it is something that kind of sticks with you. He's a very young man. He's just out living his life day to day, and then this has happened to him. And that does sort of stay with you. You see things at work which make you acutely thankful for what you've got. You have to bear in mind that, but for the grace of God, are you not standing in that person's shoes, or have you not had the same misfortune that they have? But there are some things you see that make you go home and just give your family a bit more of a longer hug, a tighter hug, than you would normally.
And I'll just show them, and they'll just go like, "Wow, I would want one like that." But I wouldn't say you should have one. But they did a good job. So if I did have another injury, and I had to have stitches, I would probably go back there.
They were constantly seeing to Sam and doing things and writing things down, but I actually felt, I don't know, really alone.
Two things that they couldn't answer was he going to be paralysed and was he going to be brain damaged? As a parent and as a young lad, they're the two things that will change your life forever.
The first thing I remember is waking up in a hospital bed with my mum next to me and my dad. I remember asking about my bike. Mum said it was a bit broken. And I was like, oh, I'm broken as well. It's something I've always taken for granted. Just having 2 arms and 2 legs and they work fine and just being able to do stuff. I do get angry with myself sometimes. It's the most frustrating thing, not being able to put your own socks on.
We knew it was going to be a long way to go, but he was alive. We knew he wasn't brain damaged. We knew that the hard work would start then.
You're always told in life to think positive. And that was what I was determined to do. I was determined to think positive and think that at the other end of the tunnel we'd come out. I do feel like I've been given a second chance with Sam. Now I'm not only his mum, that I'm his friend too.
It's made me realise that time and the people in your life are so precious that you just take every moment for what it is and enjoy it. Because, you know, things can change at the blink of an eyelid.
I've definitely got 9 lives. I've used a few of them. I'm still here. Just supposed to be here, aren't I?
Pediatric trauma, 15 minutes.
This is Daisy, she's 2. It's presumed that she was kicked by a horse.
I was in Tooting at the time of the accident, and I was at St George's before the helicopter had come. Small little prayers in my head, please. She's got to be fine, hopefully.
You're going to be okay.
Anyone being injured or dying from their injuries is horrible. If it's a child, it's very scary because, you know, they've just started their life.
Nobody wakes up in the morning thinking, I'm going to go to A&E today. Nobody knows. Nobody knows who it's going to be.
Pediatric trauma call, 15 minutes.
Code red, Helipad response.
You're having a heart attack.
We want to be in and out of scan in the next 10 minutes.
I can't feel any pulse.
A&E reception, can I help you? Yeah, 24 hours, 7 days a week. I love that question. What's your opening hours?
St George's, London, one of the busiest and most advanced A&E departments in the world.
Beautiful. It's as if we've done it before.
We are there when awful things happen to pick up the pieces.
We have a 2-year-old who's kicked by a horse.
We see the unpredictableness of what happens in life, and we're suddenly having to explain why it's gone wrong.
I can't feel my left leg.
You'll be okay.
place where life,
A&E selfie! Down below. Too slow.
love,
Such a good boy. So proud of you.
and loss
I'm still here.
unfold every single day.
So we don't shake hands at this hospital, we fist bump. Can I have a fist bump?
All the patients you're about to see were treated in just one 24-hour period.
Hello, darling.
You genuinely do see the best of people in this job. You'll see strangers rushing to the aid of someone they've never met. You just see things that make you realise just how important the people in your life are and the people around you are.
Do you want some wine?
It smells good. Is it which wine is it?
It's £6 for 2 bottles of wine in Costco's.
I go for the £3.80 one in Tesco's.
Well posh.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
It tastes kind of like Rocker, but with a twist.
Did you say Barocca?
No.
It's Friday night before the May bank holiday, and consultant Neil is overseeing resus.
Sometimes it feels like, oh, I wish I was just doing a 9-to-5 job. Like, a lot of our family friends don't work in medicine and do 9 to 5 and have the weekends off and Christmas, New Year's, bank holidays off. But then, like, you know, working in A&E, it's so varied. Push your wrist down, push your wrist down. You know, you come to work and you're not in an office. You know, fair play to all those that can, but I'm not able to do that. It can be quiet. And then suddenly,
St George's Resus.
the phone goes off, and it can go off and off and off, and suddenly you've got 8 patients in resus, and you're in the full flow. It's so exciting, and I still get excited. I feel, conversely, kind of in my comfort zone when the patients are at their sickest.
St George's Resus.
Okay, are you going straight to CT? Sorry, what was your ETA? 15 minutes. Adult meal trauma in 15 minutes.
A 26-year-old man is being brought to St George's after being hit by a car whilst on a night out in Eastbourne. He was thrown 15 feet after hitting the car's windscreen and was treated by emergency doctors as well as paramedics at the scene.
When you hear that a HEMS trauma's coming in with a doctor and paramedic, you know they're going to be injured severely, especially if it's a pedestrian versus a car. Time is everything. If you think of it like a Formula One kind of pit stop, the patient arrives and everyone's got an allocated job.
And straight to CT. It's a serious one.
Up into my cars, bullseye, windscreen, come back to a scene, say to him, okay, right, it needs all body scan.
Bullseye is where a patient's head's gone into the windscreen of the car. That is serious. You know they've potentially got a very significant brain injury that could kill them.
The man was put into an induced coma after being knocked unconscious.
We hit the clock and the aim is to stabilise them, resuscitate them, and then take them on to where they're going to get the best chance of survival.
He's being taken straight to the CT scanner so doctors can immediately assess the severity of his injuries.
Okay, this is Lawrence approximately 2.5 hours ago, hit by a car while he's crossing the road. Deep bullseye to windshield, onto floor. In terms of injuries from head to toe, boggy swelling on his occiput, blood coming from external auditory meatus, left and right, worse from the right. Lacerations to his face. He's had C-spine immobilization, pelvic splints, and tranexamic acid. His last rock was about 15 minutes ago, 50 milligrams.
The job of the consultant, the trauma team leader, is to stand back and lead the team. You've really got to work out what's going to kill them first and sort that out first.
Police have informed Lawrence's dad of the accident and are bringing him to St George's from Eastbourne.
I've always worried about him, you know, probably more than his sisters. You know, Lawrence always goes out on a Saturday night with his mates. Blokes that age, they go out, have a few to drink, and things happen. Went to bed as normal, really. His nan called up to me to say the police was here. This was 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. All they said was that he'd been hit by a taxi. It's just such a shock. Went to pieces a bit, couldn't stop shaking, felt sick. I thought he was dead.
It's been 10 minutes since 26-year-old Lawrence arrived in Resus after being hit by a car on a night out in Eastbourne.
He was thrown about 15 feet, and that's the bullseye. And the bullseye is a really significant bullseye. You know, it's not our usual one.
A deep one.
He's put a lot of energy into that screen, only with his head. So head and neck definitely got to look out for.
Pupils about 2 millimeters reactive to light on the left side. Again, similar on the right side. GCS can't be detected. He's tubed. He's got facial injuries, left hand injuries, and possible back of head.
You guys happy to do the head and neck first? And then...
Happy to do all of it as in your order, whenever you want.
He's been given a CT scan to assess the damage to his head, neck, spine, and pelvis.
We know that around the anatomy of the brain there's blood vessels, arteries, veins. Any kind of impact in the right area can cause bleeding on the brain.
He was bleeding from his right ear and both ears, but worse on the right than the left.
Okay. That's something very serious and potentially life-threatening.
Just churning, you know, my stomach's churning. Just didn't want him to be alone, you know. Just in case he went before I could get there.
I'm going to go and start talking to the neurosurgeons. We're conscious of the fact that they're on their own. Because we see patients from all over, their family might be hours away. It must be so distressing not knowing the state that you know their loved one's in.
He's got a right side of the skull fracture and a bleed.
I don't know what speed the police were doing up there, but they must have been flying. Every time the police radio went, I thought, oh, it's saying, you know, don't bother, turn around, he's gone. It's just a feeling of sort of impending doom. It was nice to have a boy, because, you know, the girls were into they had ponies and all this sort of thing. So it's nice to have someone that I could take fishing and that side of it. Once we had Lawrence, my wife said that we got a boy now, so that was it. That's enough. He's a typical little boy, really. You know, dirty, scraping his knees. It would have been nice if he'd gone to college or university, but at 16, you can't tell him. I service and repair boilers, training to be a meter installer. I wanted to get him into something that was steady and quite safe. But I never imagined in my life that anything would turn out, the way it did that night.
A&E.
That's where I knocked her off me. And he let go of the squirrel, and the squirrel went up a tree.
I was gardening this afternoon and with a pair of secateurs who were ambitious and just cut my finger.
As I took my shoe off, then I started feeling pain there. And then I noticed that something radically gone wrong. 2 weeks ago, I stepped on a bone.
What sort of bone?
B-O-N, is it B-O-N-E? A fish bone.
I've seen some very bizarre presentations that have come through the department.
80-year-old Eversley has come to St George's after swallowing his denture.
Can you see a tooth? Swallowed the central incisor of his denture. It's not just patients who've been involved in big car accidents. The next patient can be something completely unexpected.
Hello. Hi, my name's Sophie. I'm one of the ear, nose and throat doctors. Did something fall out? Can you show me? Oh, gosh. A big one. I want to have a little look down into the throat to see if we can see it here. And the way I do that is using a little thin camera that goes through the nose and down into the back of the throat.
Oh, this soft tissue swelling. Doesn't look like a tooth, does it?
Nice and still for me now. Stick out your tongue. Well done. Okay, well done. When I first looked at it, it looked very, very white and very different to the rest of the tissue.
I can feel the pain when I swallow.
Yeah, it's difficult to say, but I might be able to see it in there.
Hello, St George's A&E.
A 53-year-old woman is being brought to A&E with difficulty in breathing and a suspected heart attack.
Adult protocol, 20 minutes.
Take one round to urgent care for me, pretty please. Thank you very much, because I've got another one coming in.
So this is Katrina. Yeah. Katrina's 53. She was at home. She was sat on her sofa. She's had a sudden central. She's got tightness pain of the chest. She's prescribed herself an elastic band, and we've done an ECG on her.
Patients don't present like you learn from textbooks. You know, they come in with all sorts of symptoms and signs. And you're there to really try and narrow that down to, you know, a few things.
Doing good, Mum. You're doing good.
Daughter Jamila travelled in the ambulance with her mum, Katrina.
At first we thought it was indigestion because of where it was located, and she hadn't been eating very much that day either. Mum was a bit stubborn. She was like, no, it's fine. And then come the weekend, was just in this excruciating pain.
Blood test that I need to do. It needs to be from the artery where your pulse is.
An arterial blood test will determine whether Katrina has had a heart attack or if her chest pain has another underlying cause.
I'm just going to pop a little bit of oxygen on you as well, see if that just helps with the pain, all right?
A couple of things that I'm worried about. ECG doesn't look normal. The other thing going through my head, and I think this blood test that I've just done may support that, is a clot going to the lungs. Like a DVT, which is a clot in the legs. And I'll need to speak to the heart specialist and take it from there. Okay, so I'll let you know when I
Thank you.
These seats aren't comfortable after a while either, are they? Hurt my bony arse. I need to eat. I'm starving. What is it? They're crisps, you know? No, I don't want crisps. I want a bit of chocolate. You want chocolate? I'm starving. Oh, that worked. Oh, I'm divvy. I got it. It's all right. Got it. That's your change, you silly woman. Thank you.
63-year-old Angela has come to A&E with her sister Sue after being attacked by her cat.
I can't sit up here all day without anything. I'm all right. I'm not hungry, actually. I've not had no breakfast either this morning. Oh, dear, oh, dear.
Angela.
Oh, lovely. Oh, lovely jubbly.
Hello. Come through here. We're going up to the left.
OK.
That's all right.
All right, you are.
Obviously, you like cats.
I love my cats,
I
yes.
see you've got a...
Oh, yes.
First of all, do you smoke?
Yes.
How many a day?
About 20.
OK. And do you drink alcohol?
I do. Yeah.
Wines?
No, spirits.
OK. OK.
You all right, sis? Yeah, I'm OK. Yeah, thank you.
OK.
A bit of coconut down my throat.
Oh, gosh.
If it had been me, she wouldn't have hesitated to take me to hospital. But with Angie, oh, I'm OK, I'm OK. But she wasn't. She was flushed, she had a temperature, she was swelling up. I said, Angie, you're not normal. Not that she's normal, anyway. I was shouting out of the window at a fox that had caught a squirrel.
Oh.
And my cat panicked, basically, and she just thought
the squirrel was coming in the house.
Wow. She's done that
She's a
before.
10-year-old. Yeah, she has done it once before, but I do really shout, Doctor, when I shout, you know.
She just loved cats. I don't know why. She used to always dress up for fancy dresses, Halloween and all that. She always dressed up as a cat or a witch. And I'd say, you make a fantastic cat. And she just loved cats. Nasty, isn't it, Doctor?
Yeah, it's not great.
Yeah.
You can see that this is infected here because of the redness.
Yes.
This one is infected definitely here.
She had a nice hot bath yesterday. She has only got a shower in
That
her.
didn't help.
No, it didn't. Well, it did at the time. It was lovely.
Oh, was it?
Was it worse to think to have than a hot bath?
No, I wouldn't have had a hot bath.
It wasn't hot, doctor.
Okay. We do worry about scratches and bites of cats because they get infected very quickly, and obviously that's what's happening.
I mean, her cat don't go out. No, he's never been out.
No, but still, they use a kitty litter.
Yes.
And there's, you know, their claws have a hollow groove in them underneath.
Oh, right.
And it gets bacteria in that hollow groove, so when it pricks you, unfortunately, you can get an infection. We need to give you some antibiotics to help get on top of this.
Is you all right to eat and drink normal?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course I am.
Well, you never know. That's what.
I'm going to get you somewhere nice and comfortable to lay down, because it's going to take 20 minutes for you to have this antibiotic. Be back in a moment.
OK, thank you, doctor.
You obviously like pink.
I love pink, yes.
Pink and cats.
Isn't he lovely?
Rugby's holds here.
No, stop it, Sue.
Kidney function. Not what?
What's it say?
Kidney injury. Oh, no, you ain't got it down. You ain't done that, have you?
There's 7 years between us. Mind you, lately they've been saying that we look the same age, which is a blooming cheek.
If all my brothers had lived, there would have been 8 of us. I would have had an older brother. He would have been 2 years older than me, Ronnie, but he died of epileptic fits in 1943. I mean, they didn't even know what it was then. Then I was born 45. Then there was Charles. He died. I think he had fits as well. Then there was Reg, and then there was Ange. Then there was Steve, and then the mum would have had twins. One died at birth and one lived a day. It's sad. But I always feel as though they're with us anyway. Ange does as well. We've got a strong belief in that.
Stop it, Sue. He's coming back any minute.
Come with me.
OK, waiting for us in there.
Come with me.
We've got a chap who's been brought in as a major trauma. He's got a right-sided skull fracture with an associated intracranial bleed. We would like you to have a look at scans. He was a pedestrian out in Eastbourne and he was hit by a car travelling at around 30 miles an hour.
Doctors are worried that 26-year-old Lawrence could be facing life-changing injuries.
He's got a drip on the other side.
He was hit by a car and thrown 15 feet whilst on a night out with friends. His family were brought to the hospital by police.
I've got twigs and I've got family outside. Is anyone allowed in yet?
Not yet. We just put some more lights. We let them know as soon as.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. They're in the little relative room just here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
The doctor come and saw us. And you're thinking, what's he going to say? Is he going to say, sorry, he's gone? We did our best. Then it's thinking, do I need to notify his work? And how do I get hold of his boss?
It's been half an hour since Lawrence's family arrived in A&E.
I was trying to be calm and not go to pieces. We're not really a sort of touchy-feely family, really, but to see him like that, you know, I'd do anything that could make it better. It's the worst night of my life. It's like a duck, calm on top, but sort of paddling really hard under the water sort of thing. But just trying to keep sensible and not break down. You can't go to pieces, can you? You've got to do what you got to do. So.
Lawrence is being taken to intensive care. He'll be kept in an induced coma until doctors have fully investigated all his injuries.
Morning. Hello, A&E, how can I help?
There's no evidence of any fish bones or any foreign bodies there.
Is it?
I'm just going to nick the little pocket of pus and clean it, OK? Oh, you're doing very well, sir, OK?
Hey!
Can you give me your foot, Mr. Dodo?
Hey, so you don't do it gently. Oh, you do. You don't do it gently. Hey! Hey!
Mr. Dodo, please.
But you do it gently.
Keep it elevated at rest, but it's not infected and there's no foreign bodies, so we don't need to do any more. There we go, nice little padding for you. At this stage, it says no need for any further treatment.
On the outside of your throat, can you point to me where you feel the pain? Yeah, that looks like where I can see it.
Yeah, I feel something here, that's all.
There's a little area that looks whiter than the rest of it that could be that bit of tooth. Is there anything there? Just hand over for popping a
I
bed.
think they can see what could be the tooth.
80-year-old Eversley has swallowed his denture. It's stuck in his throat.
Can you take a big swallow?
Yeah, it's wedged exactly where I'm doing tonight, isn't it?
Yeah. It kind of gets a bit covered in mucus sometimes when he swallows, but I could definitely see it.
I'm just going to take that out now. I can see it. It needs to come out. Could you open up as wide as you can? You're doing really well there, sir.
Blimey.
Do you recognise that?
Good job.
I think you did a good job there. You were ever so tolerant. That must have been quite uncomfortable.
No.
And you're still smiling.
Are you all right to lean forward slightly for me? It's quite cold and hard, just to warn you there. Okay, perfect.
53-year-old Katrina has been brought to St George's with a suspected heart attack.
X-ray basic.
Doctors have stabilised her breathing, but they're still unsure what's causing her symptoms.
So you weren't thinking you're going to spend your Friday night in A&E? No.
I thought you were going to go to bed.
Oh.
When you're severely unwell, it's really important for family members to be there.
It's a bit bright and noisy in this place to sleep.
Yeah, I mean, all the noises and the sounds don't bother me at all.
I find them quite relaxing.
Do you?
If it was me, and it was my parents or a family member, then I would want to be there with them to share what they're going through and to comfort them.
From the beginning, we've always had this really close relationship, an inseparable relationship.
Well, no, I think the last time I came here was when I gave birth to Jamila.
Oh, okay.
About, was it 27 years ago?
Oh, wow.
Something like that.
All that time ago.
All that time ago.
She never let me out of her sight from the moment I was born, probably up until now, you know. I didn't move out the house until I was 23. I never left her side. She just was always really excited to have grandchildren and to see her kids get married.
Has it changed a bit then in 27 years?
Oh, yeah, and I think I was one of the very first to go into the brand new maternity wing.
Ah, okay.
Have you been seen by a heart specialist at any point?
I went to the Brompton in February.
What was the reason for that?
She was really then struggling to breathe and she was in quite a lot of pain. So she was admitted into hospital. They'd done some oral biopsies and that, and then they determined that from that she had cancer. Her first diagnosis was back in 2012. She had breast cancer. At first I didn't believe it. You hear something like that and you don't quite understand why you're hearing what you're hearing. We had no history of it in the family. She doesn't smoke, she doesn't drink, so why her?
Katrina has battled cancer for the past 3 years.
Just tell me about the history through the cancer. We've got written here liver, pelvis, abdomen and lymph nodes.
Not abdomen. The lymph nodes, the liver and the pelvic bone.
Okay. And treatment since they found that?
Been chemotherapy.
Last chemo being?
Last week, last Friday. She had the mastectomy and she was in chemotherapy for 8.5 months. Her last session was 2 weeks after me and my husband got married, but she was adamant that we did and we didn't cancel.
She didn't give the cancer priority. As ridiculous as it sounds, it wasn't important enough. It wasn't more important than her kids. It wasn't more important than her family. It wasn't more important than preparation for a wedding.
Anyone with cancer, having chemo is at higher risk of these sort of problems, the clot, not the heart attack. And the sort of symptoms he'll give you is pain, worsened breathing, a bit of breathlessness, but also hyperventilating, which at the moment you are, according to this test.
I want some more to be thrown at me.
I remember she lost her hair through the chemotherapy and there was lots of drama over what wig was going to be worn and the lack of eyelashes. She didn't take the cancer or the treatment seriously and that it was inconveniencing the real important thing, which was the wedding and her hair and what hat she was going to wear and so on. Nothing else mattered. You know, nothing else mattered. And the wedding almost became the reason to fight.
It's good. We know what it is, okay? So it means that we can find out and the cardiologist will be able to help with that, yeah? Like we said when we found out when the cancer came back, it doesn't matter, it's not going to change anything. We're just going to get on with it, okay? And we're going to do whatever it takes, okay? You're very strong, Mum, okay? And so we're going to do whatever we need to do, okay?
Yeah. I can't dip them. Can't use the other hand. Don't spill your tea. Yeah.
63-year-old Angela is being given antibiotics after her cat Pixie attacked her. She's come in with her sister Sue.
Don't want no more of this tea. It's making me feel sick.
It's quite enough, quite enjoying it.
Not enough sugar in it for me. I used to be a lollipop lady. I was looking forward to going out every morning, whatever the weather. The lorry drivers and the bus drivers, they all bibbed and waved because I used to stand there and dance, you know, and I had my little radio.
Glad you're with me anyway, someone to talk to.
I used to dress up on the crossing for all the different seasons, you know, for Halloween, for Christmas. I had all my fairy lights going and everything. It was fabulous. I loved it. Yeah, I really miss it.
Hold your arm out. Look, you're getting a bit red here, look.
No, that's just the puncture wounds.
Oh, my God. She enough go at you.
She did. She went with vengeance.
Wouldn't have known you could have shut the bloody bedroom door.
She came running in from the bedroom, Sue.
That's what
I
I'm
was
saying.
shouting
You'd
out the
shut her
window.
in the bedroom, you'd have known she was going to come at you.
I didn't know, Sue,
No,
did
no,
I?
no.
She hasn't done it for donkey's years. Little cow bag.
No, you know next time.
I will. I was saving the squirrel, Sue.
Sod the squirrel.
My mother was 47 and she died of a brain hemorrhage. And my father was 37 when he died.
I was at the hospital when Mum died. 22, I think, or 23 I was. And there was no phones. I had no way of phoning. Well, there was phones, but we wasn't lucky enough to have a phone at my house. And I had no way of letting them know what happened. And the next day, I came back and told them Mum had died. You can imagine it, can't you? They were just hysterical. And that sort of made me grow up, really. Just had to take over. So you do, don't you?
Sue stepped in. She was mother, father, and everything else, yeah. Yeah. Yes, so. But I actually saw my mother on the end of my bed one day, told me that she was fine and I'm not to worry anymore, and that after that I know there's an afterlife and I know I'm going to see them again, so it doesn't bother me anymore, you know.
We're going to see you tomorrow morning for more antibiotics.
Do you want her up here very early tomorrow?
Oh, no. No, I'm not getting here very early.
No, because she wanted to pop into her church in the morning.
Please go to church.
Can she do
Say
that?
a prayer for me too,
I will.
Yeah, because she's got to deliver something in church tomorrow.
No, go and do that and then come and see me when you're finished.
Oh, that's good, Angie. You can go to church.
Yeah. She means the world to me. No ifs and buts about it.
Okay, Doctor. Take care. Have a nice evening.
You too.
Bye-bye.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nice, Doctor.
Nice doctor, mate.
I don't know what his name was.
I don't know what I'd do without her, to be honest. That's the truth. She's my bestest friend.
Katrina's husband and son-in-law Chris have arrived in resus.
They said that she is at high risk of blood clots and that there's a possible risk of a heart attack as well. So they already gave her aspirin. They've done bloods and they're getting them tested, and that was about half an hour ago. He just did an ultrasound on her heart, and they said that it looks like the artery is blocked. So they've given her some clot gel as well, a relatively high dose of that in order to thin the blood.
Okay.
That's where we've got up to at the moment.
Stop being a doctor.
No, I'm just relaying.
Okay, calm. Okay?
I'm calm.
Calm. Because you're being wound up. It's not going to help.
Yeah, I know.
Stop sassing. All right? Good.
Probably took a couple of years for Mum to really embrace Chris because they're both very stubborn, they're both very headstrong, and they're both very passionate.
I had my way of cutting an onion, and Katrina had this hilariously stubborn way that you had to cut an onion, and I didn't like it. And we ended up having what amounted to be about a 2-day row because I refused to cut an onion up the way that she wanted it. It was like equal parts hilarious and infuriating for both of us, I think. And it was one of those reasons that we bonded, was that we were both so stubborn over something so stupid. I would put her in the best friend category.
You need to stop worrying about this stuff. You need to have a break. Let's take some time off work, okay?
While she was going through chemo, I moved in with the family.
You need to have a few days of lie-ins and nothing.
Yeah.
You know?
My main focus was to make sure that Jamila was 100%, because she needed to be for Katrina. So I would handle the sort of the mundane tasks, cleaning and looking after the house, looking after the family. It freed up the time for Jamila to be the carer. It was the one thing I could do to help. There was something with Jamila and her mum that was just different from any other relationship that exists on this earth.
Yeah, I'm good. And I'm good, baby. I'm good.
It's just a lot of Ed to go through. A lot of Ed to go through.
I know.
Everything else.
Yeah.
Thank you, darling. Thank you.
Yeah.
Go and sleep. Yeah, go and sleep, my darling. I'll be back.
Jamila, the back of
Thank you. Yeah, bye-bye.
Anything else I can get in?
No, that's it. Thank you. I'm fine. Thank you very much.
Don't do that, it's silly.
That's it, that's your clip. That's all you're going to get from her.
I'll be up there another 9 hours.
Dear.
Thank you very much.
Look, she's made blood there.
Oh,
look.
she's done it again, look.
We've always been quite a close family, but definitely makes you realise how much you mean to each other after something like this happens. It makes you realise who's important.
Can't expect a 25-year-old to hang about with his old man, but he normally pops in once a week on the way home from work, just to say hello, you know, nick some food and that sort of thing.
She wanted to be at home when the time came. And she said to me, I can't be strong anymore and push this away. I can't do it. And I just grabbed her and I held her really tight. And I told her that it was okay and that she has been the most amazing mum in the world. That I couldn't have asked for a better mother.
Jamila probably not very happy that my favourite picture from the wedding is the picture of me with Jamila's mum. When she smiled, it really meant something, and she was really happy, and just it was so amazing, and I miss that.
Pediatric priority ETA 5 minutes.
We rarely see amputations. The main things we're worried about in them is blood loss, the patient's pain, and whether or not we can salvage the limb.
I remember thinking, oh my God, we are part of a trauma call.
He doesn't know his finger. He just thinks he's got it, so...
I mean, the chance of reattaching is...
It's just scaring me.
Nobody wakes up in the morning thinking, I'm going to go to A&E today. Nobody knows. Nobody knows who it's going to be.
Pediatric trauma call, 15 minutes.
Code red, Helipad response.
You're having a heart attack.
We want to be in and out of scan in the next 10 minutes.
I can't feel any pulse.
A&E reception, can I help you? Yeah, 24 hours, 7 days a week. I love that question. What's your opening hours?
St George's, London, one of the busiest and most advanced A&E departments in the world.
Beautiful. It's as if we've done it before. We are there when awful things happen to pick up the pieces.
We have a 2-year-old who's kicked by a horse.
We see the unpredictableness of what happens in life, and we're suddenly having to explain why it's gone wrong.
I can't feel my left leg.
You'll be okay.
A place where life
A&E selfie! Down below. Too slow.
love
Such a good boy. So proud of you.
and loss
I'm still here.
unfold every single day.
So we don't shake hands at this hospital, we fist bump. Can I have a fist bump?
All the patients you're about to see were treated in just one 24-hour period.
Hello, darling.
You genuinely do see the best of people in this job. You'll see strangers rushing to the aid of someone they've never met. You just see things that make you realise just how important the people in your life are and the people around you are.
Is it helping?
Any pain here?
Oh.
So we're going to give you something to help with the pain.
Are you going to stick needles in me?
You'll be okay. Everybody responds to pain in a different way.
Oh! Oh!
Sorry. Some people are more dramatic, other people are more stoical.
Can you wriggle it slightly?
Oh, wow, wow, wow.
Very, very slightly.
There's nothing better than having family or someone you really trust by your side. I'd like to think I've got quite a high pain threshold. Women do, don't they?
Junior Dr. Jenna is training at St George's.
I did want to be an astronaut at one point, but my father's a surgeon, brother's a doctor, my mum is a nurse, my grandma a midwife, my grandpa's a dentist. So it's in the blood.
Oh, no. Nurse.
How's your pain?
About 7.
Do you like some more pain relief?
Yeah, I would do, please.
My parents were quite strict about us being ill. We'd always try to pull a sickie, but it was certainly, you know, chin up, get on with it.
Oh, yeah. Mm.
A&E St George's. Okay.
10-year-old boy is being rushed to St George's after severing his finger on a metal fence at school.
Pediatric priority ETA 5 minutes.
We need anaesthetics and we need plastics.
We rarely see amputations. The main things we're worried about in them is blood loss, the patient's pain, and whether or not we can salvage the limb.
The boy's mother was called to his school and is accompanying him in the ambulance.
I remember thinking, oh my God, we are part of a trauma call. Although I'm a nurse, it's still quite scary when it's your own child.
After the accident, school teachers immediately covered the boy's hand and put the finger on ice.
Hello. Just get him over first.
You've done really well.
Can you come over a wee bit more for us, Josh? Cracking. Pleased to meet you, by the way. My name's Will. Just rest your hand up there, and we're going to have a wee listen to what's happened to you.
Joshua, a 10-year-old, playing in the playground with friends. He's climbed a metal spiked fence and has injured his little finger on his left hand. Unsure of blood loss, but there is said to have been a significant amount. Unaware of the full extent.
Do you want to come in, Mum?
No.
Mum?
So we give some intranasal fentanyl?
Yes.
And what I need you to do is sniff. I'm going to put it up your nose, OK?
Right up the nose.
Only in a little bit.
Will it hurt?
No.
It'll help with the pain in your finger.
Good boy. Lovely. Well done.
Brilliant.
I swallowed that.
That's OK.
That might make you
That's okay.
feel a little bit dizzy.
No.
Have you hurt yourself anywhere else?
No.
Just your fingers.
I feel dizzy and weird,
Yeah.
but that's about it.
He doesn't know his fingers.
He just thinks he's cut it.
Josh's mum, Jane, has kept the full extent of the injury from him.
Your heart always sinks when you get the phone call from a school. And I remember them saying that Josh had hurt his hand and they thought I should be there. I thought in my head, we'll probably have to get an x-ray somewhere. And then my phone rang again. It was school again to say, are you on your way? And I was like, yeah, why? And I said, is there an ambulance coming? And they said, yes. So that was it. I was like, oh my God. So drove very quickly. I ran into the school office and the deputy head, and she was covered in blood. In the corner of my eye, I could see someone bagging the finger up and putting it in the bowl, and a lot of blood.
So we're going to give you some more painkillers, and then we need to have a look at your finger.
Okay, as long as
Okay.
you don't touch it.
We might have to have a little conversation about the injury to your finger, OK?
Okay, as long as I can get a look at it.
No, you don't need to look at it, darling.
You can look away.
That's our job. It was quite surreal because he didn't know. He knew he'd hurt his hand. He's like, oh, Mum, I've cut my hand. But he was so upbeat, it was easy to go along with it.
He's going to need to know. And it's whether you think he's better off knowing now, whether you think temperamentally he'll handle that, or whether you think it's better off waiting.
I mean, the chance of reattaching is...
We'll see what they say, because it's a mucky cut.
I didn't want him to hear the word amputation. I wanted him to be protected from it for as long as possible, in a way.
Mummy, can't feel the end of my thing.
So I can take a picture of you now.
You posing for a photograph?
I was going to, yes, children want to. Yes, go on. Brilliant.
You're practicing for Wimbledon, were you?
Yes. We do feel a bit stupid sitting here in our tennis white. Come on. Maybe we're just too old. Maybe we should take up bridge or something.
It's been almost 15 minutes since 10-year-old Josh arrived in resus after severing his little finger at school. Pediatric consultant Reese has been called to assess the injury.
What's the story? He doesn't know. And his mum's nurse, who doesn't want him to know at the moment. She wants to see what, yeah. So we're going to have to negotiate that tricky little.
Lovely.
Hey. How you doing? My name's Reese. What's your
Hi.
name?
Joshua.
Joshua?
My voice sounds weird.
It does sound weird, doesn't it?
That lovely fentanyl, isn't it?
Take him round for some x-rays.
The X-ray will help doctors determine the likelihood of reattaching Josh's finger.
Well, you've missed a bit of school then, haven't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you've got out early.
Yep. It's not the best way, though.
So how does he not know?
Shock. Yes. Or somebody's covered it up. And his mum wants to see whether plastics want to try and put it back first.
Oh, whether they're going to do an amputation or not. Once we're happy that, you know, life is sort of safe, then we can try and make that effort to reattach that limb. But I'm surprised how often we hear people say, I've got the bit of tissue that needs to be stuck back on. We're complex beings, and it's not like you can't just sew it back on and everything's going to be fine.
All right, Joshua, hello there.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Badly.
I'm going to do 2 pictures of this hand, though.
He is very, very sporty. He's a goalie. That's what he does. He was the school goalie and really good at it. Always on the sports field with his friends every break time. He thought it'd be cool to do pull-ups on this fence. Yeah, that's where it went a bit wrong. He's always been quite a sensitive little boy. He's just had to grow up a bit quicker than other children. But his dad, we're not together anymore. We still live in the family home. For all the horrible bits and the hard work bits and the sleepless nights, I get the best bits as well. I get the cuddles and I get the, you know, the little notes in your pillow, Mummy, I love you, and just little things like that.
Now, Joshua, I'm going to have a really quick look at your pictures, OK?
I'm not looking at them.
You don't have to look at them, mate. That's not a problem. Shall we pop your hand back up again? You're doing really well holding that up there.
Really great.
I know, it's horrible, isn't it? But it's fine, OK? They're going to fix it.
Josh is moved to a paediatric bay whilst doctors await the results of his X-ray.
You know the front garden wall? Yeah, I was jumping over that and I just tripped, fell flat on my chin. I now can't talk and look like Father Christmas.
I just need to get to...
do it because it's shorts, because...
I'm afraid
Oh, gosh.
I went to the loo and I can't put my zip up with one hand. I've got pants underneath, so don't worry.
Right, I'm going back under there. St. George's? Okay, go ahead.
A 74-year-old woman is being brought to St. George's after falling at home.
Adult priority vertical. Yeah, we just like
The majority of our patients are elderly, and I think that with age, losing their independence is a huge worry. It is more difficult for them to want to come to A&E or possibly trust us.
You'll need to get you across onto here. There we go.
Keep coming, my dear. Need you over on the middle of the bed if you can.
Oh.
Keep coming.
Is this American accent or what?
Scotland.
It isn't, is it?
Yep.
You don't sound like a wee Scot. I love Scotland.
Right. So what's the story, guys?
Maggie's gone to walk. She's rolled over on her left ankle and fallen backwards, also hit her head in the process.
Maggie was born visually impaired and has been brought in from her flat in supported housing.
Get her in a second.
Is there any pain there?
Yeah.
Yeah. What about on this side?
It's not so bad on that side, but it's still paining.
Distorted, yeah.
More,
How are you feeling? Thank you.
I'm feeling... Oh, this is only a joke. With me,
Oh, try not to move your leg.
You brought your sense of humour today, I like that.
Keep that leg still for us.
She's not coming home because she can't walk. That's a bit of a bore.
Maggie's neighbour Natalie, who is also visually impaired, has accompanied her to A&E.
Prepare to slide.
Hey. Crack in.
Me and Maggie were in her flat, pottering around, and she just suddenly went, bang. I called out and I was like, what are you doing, Mags? And she was like, oh, don't worry about it, I've just fallen on the floor. And I thought, oh, my days.
So did you slip and twist your leg? You didn't black out? You didn't have any pains in your chest?
No.
Oh, bless you.
Sorry, pardon me.
Are you allergic to me?
No, just work.
I like that. So you're the doctor then, are you?
Yeah, I think so.
Cracking.
Yeah. What we're going to do is we're going to give you some fluids.
Yeah.
Just because you had this injury. And we're going to get you around for some x-rays, OK?
Where's my friend? Nat.
She's just in the waiting room, the relatives room there, until we get you all sorted out.
Hello, Nat.
Oh, she won't be able to hear you. It's
Oh, what a shame.
thick wall.
It must be sick. Bit like me then, isn't it?
How long have you known Natalie for then?
Well, it's a bit of a history.
Yeah.
I liked Maggie from day one, but she didn't like me. She did absolutely everything in her power to put me off. I won't say she was horrible, but she did what she had to do to be civil rather than being nice. I saw through it and I ignored it. I wanted to be a friend, so I decided I was going to be persistent. And I wasn't going to go away. I was going to be like one of those bed bugs and just keep bugging her until she gave in.
I couldn't stand her.
Oh, my goodness.
And I really didn't want her around me. And yeah, she stuck to me like a sort of, you know, a bit of sticky tape or something.
Maggie, the porters are going to come round and take you for an x-ray of that leg to see what's going on.
Right.
OK? See how the bones look underneath.
Here we are.
Oh, that's lovely.
Thank you so much.
Cracking.
What do they think you've done to it?
Broken it, I think.
Oh, no.
Who's that gentleman now?
This is our porter, Terry. He's going to bring you
Well,
over
he's
for your
handsome,
X-ray.
and he's all right. He looks
is handsome,
nice.
isn't he?
Yeah. As far as I can see, I can't see very far. Are you, love? So, come on, let's go.
my days.
We won't be long, Natalie, I don't think.
See you in a
That's
minute,
that.
you. Behave yourself.
Not if I see you first.
Yeah, you behave yourself.
I can't do that. What are they talking about? Me behaving themselves? Oh, what's this, an X-ray? Oh, my goodness, whatever's that monstrosity? Oh, it's anger.
So straight on.
Pretty good at
All right, how many you put in there?
He's hold on to everything.
I've got you.
Whoa,
Don't worry, you're
I'm
not
gonna
falling
fall
anywhere.
over.
You're not. You hold on to my
I
hand.
am.
Going anywhere.
I think I might.
Thinking it's very dangerous, you know. Leads to ideas.
Ah!
So what's the pain like at the moment?
It's probably about an 8 or a 7, I don't know.
10-year-old Josh has severed his finger. Doctors still don't know whether or not they'll be able to reattach it.
I'm just going to put him there. Has he got a name yet?
No.
No.
I don't normally name my pennies.
Okay. You happy with this?
You could let Sophie name him, Josh.
Thank you. Who's Sophie?
My girlfriend.
The girlfriend. Girlfriend.
Is it serious?
Yes.
Okay, how long?
4 weeks, maybe.
Sounds pretty serious to me.
He's a bit of a ladies' man, isn't
He has a girlfriend, yeah.
What do you think she likes about you most?
I don't know. I think she saw the way I was nice to girls and I was, like, relaxed and happy and just nice to them. And I think that's why she likes me.
It's very sweet. He wants to go out for dinner with her. I have to sit at the other side of the restaurant because I've also got to pay the bill when they can have their little table for 2. And she's very pretty as well, so got a good taste.
I haven't told anyone. I haven't told anyone, darling. Gas.
Doctors have received the results of Josh's X-ray.
Oh, dear me.
They reveal significant tissue damage. Josh is still unaware of the full extent of his injury.
Sometimes we try and protect children too much, but children are totally intuitive. And a big thing for me is being honest, and I think that's my real approach.
Have you got my X-ray results?
Yeah, we've had a look at the X-ray.
Is my pinky cut bad?
It doesn't look well.
Is it broken?
No.
I'm missing a bit of my finger.
A little bit, yeah.
Don't like it.
All right.
Absolutely fine. That's why we came here.
It was all
to look after you. It's absolutely fine. Come on.
Let's give you some pain relief, shall we? Yeah?
Josh?
You are brilliant.
It's scary, baby.
It's scary. It is scary. I just remember thinking, okay, it's even more real now that it's not just my secret. He knows, and you can't cry because you've got to be the strong one. If he can see me looking strong and fine and smiling, then hopefully he feels a bit better about it.
How much is there missing of my pinky?
The first bit is still there, but it's just the second 2 bits that have gone. Is that what it feels like?
No.
It feels like it's there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know, the body knows how to make you cope so that you can carry on and deal with it.
Be as brave as you are.
You're doing so well, you realise that? Oh, mate.
I just want to lose my finger for the rest of my life.
Yeah, we're going to do everything that we can to fix your finger, all right?
Hello.
Is that the medication or what? It's making you going a bit.
Stonemason Guido has come to A&E after dropping an 80-kilo marble slab on his hand.
You're gonna see it. Do you wanna see it?
I'm not sure, to be honest, because I think it's worse than you telling me.
His wife Dina drove him to St George's.
He called me. I did a little cut on my finger. There was the warts. And for some reason, I just had this feeling that something wasn't right.
Can I have a quick look at the X-ray? The tip of the bone is exposed.
Jesus Christ, kid.
You know, the bit that you have in here...
It's not useful.
No. So what we will have to do is basically terminalization, pull up a bit of the skin and round it.
So his nail is going to grow?
Unfortunately, no.
And it's just a little cut.
You will be able to move it and hold things. That's the most important function. It could have been worse. It really could have been worse. Okay?
Didn't look that bad.
I don't know what to say. I'm so shocked. Tell me it's just a little cut.
It was.
Can't really believe what you tell me.
If I trust that person to be father of my children, I have to trust him with everything else. Probably they're saying, oh yeah, you know, I live in another century or something, but for me, it worked that way.
Okay, I'm back now. Sorry for...
What's all that?
Just for one little finger. The tip of your finger, eh?
Oh my God.
Guido's wound needs cleaning under local anaesthetic.
The injection is slightly painful.
So you know you can't cry.
Why?
So I'm just saying, of course you can cry.
Can I?
Of course.
How would you describe your relationship?
I'm the boss. Gonna hold my hand?
If you want to.
I grew up with my mother and just the both of us. So I had my mother as the male and the female figure for me. And probably that's why I'm like that as well.
Do you want to hold my hand?
Try, go. No, it's fine.
I know probably sometimes he doesn't like it and he must thinking like whatever he thinks about me. We do have our ups and downs, obviously, where I make sure that I win.
When you're ready, okay? Ready?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm in. Good. I'm gonna push.
You sure you don't want to hold my hand?
I'm halfway through now.
Breathe. Just breathe. Breathe.
Nearly there. And I'm out.
I think I even got dizzy just to look at you.
Well, I'm not planning on staying overnight.
Just in case they want you to stay to amputate your leg. So you've got fresh breath.
Oh, me look, oh, me thought.
74-year-old Maggie is waiting to return to resus after having her ankle x-rayed.
You have to laugh, don't you?
Laughter's the best medicine, isn't it?
What, love?
Laughter is the best medicine.
Oh, any time. When I was a baby, I couldn't see at all. So I went to school as a 2-year-old. I was brought up in a convent for blind and partially sighted. Sister Margaret was my mum, as I called her, because she brought me up. My poor old mum couldn't cope. Sisters, you know, nuns, they work you to a frazzle, really. They were strict in the convent, but that's the way I liked it. The sisters weren't there to love you. They were there to teach and to educate you and make you independent. I just started getting a bit of sight back. So I remember they gave us a really good Christmas party. When Father Christmas came to the Christmas party, I screamed at him because I was scared. But sort of got used to it. I knew that I had to get through it. Hello, Nat. Oh, love, I'm sorry you've been waiting.
There's a big gap there, and there's a chunk missing here, and it's gone round the back. Soft tissues will be devastated.
Doctors have received the results of Maggie's x-ray.
Now what we're trying to do is just to realign it and hold it
Temporary
there.
plaster
And then,
aligned.
So Maggie, X-rays are back, and it looks like you have fractured your ankle, I'm afraid. Ow. On both sides. So we're going to have to put it back in alignment.
That's scary, isn't it?
A little bit.
All right,
So you'll be okay.
What's your name, Doc?
My name's Jenna.
Jenna, I like that.
You're a
This
doctor, are you?
Yeah.
I'm a doctor.
Isn't she lovely? And Jenna, Natalie and Maggie Scatty, we are.
Scatty Maggie,
Nutty
yeah.
Natty and Scatty
Nutty
Maggie.
Natty and Scatty Maggie.
We come with the public health warning, don't we?
You come with the health warning and I have to pick up the pieces.
You cheeky swine.
What do you see when you imagine Maggie?
I know she's got white hair because she's an albino. I know she hasn't got red eyes because she's had them tattooed, because she told me.
I've had what they call corneal tattoos. So they look a sort of dark bluey colour, not pink. So you see, you're not the only ones that have got your tattoos. If you've got them on your body, I've got them in my eyes.
Yeah, I don't want to watch you fall over again, Maggie.
Neither do I.
Maggie, how will you manage, though?
I'll have to, Natalie, because...
Yeah, but you can barely walk with 2 legs, never mind 1.
Oh, now that's an exaggeration.
No,
now.
I mean, you yourself said to me, to quote your phrase, I'm not walking, I'm shuffling.
I've got my walker. Watch me.
It could almost be like having a second mum. She's like 74 and I'm 47. She's someone that's there that I can kind of talk to, share with, maybe sit and listen to some music with. Maggie plays the guitar and she plays the keyboard. I love her to bits and I certainly wouldn't be without her.
Oh, dear. Now what's this?
This is plaster trolley.
Oh, you're going to plaster me up, are you, love?
The orthopedic doctor's going to have a look at it and then, yeah, we'll...
That's my cue.
Oh,
Hello.
Are you a doctor?
I am. I'm an orthopedic surgeon. I'm a bone doctor.
Oh, right. Hey, watch your bones now.
Oh.
It's my bones he's after, though.
I'm going to let you keep them, but I'm just going to make them straight again.
Well, we'll have to go into surgery, or what?
Well, we'll talk about that in a minute.
Well, I don't want to go in. I don't want to go in hospital.
I think the people with disabilities that come into A&E have lots of other obstacles to overcome. Maybe had a childhood where they spent a lot of time in hospital and haven't got particularly good memories of that or particularly good experiences. I can imagine as a blind person it would be terrifying with all the beeps, people possibly screaming. I think the closest that we could get to experiencing that is being blindfolded and walking into A&E and seeing how we'd fare, and probably not very well.
We'll let you go as soon as we can, but as it is, you've broken your ankle quite badly, and it's not going to do well without an operation, realistically.
Oh, is it not? Damn.
We need to temporarily put it back with a plaster now, wait for the swelling to go down, then we'll do an operation where we put those arches back and then use metalwork to hold them there.
Oh, you're clever.
As a visually impaired person, you have to trust people every day of your life. But that's hard sometimes. You go through a lot when you're disabled, a lot that you shouldn't have to. My daughter, I actually ended up having to force her to go to school on her own because she was being bullied because of me, because I was coming in and dropping her off and I was visually impaired. I play the flute, I'm a busker. And the kids used to take money out of my dish and then go bragging to her about how much they'd nicked off me. Maggie had fire thrown at her. She had bricks thrown at her. She's been kicked and punched as well. So I'm determined I'm not going to let the bastards win, I'm sorry, but, you know, as far as I'm concerned, the bullies can go to hell and stay there. I'll try and do the right thing, and I'll try and be upright and honest and do what I should and what I can for others.
You
You're gonna be okay seated like this?
Well, what's the easiest for you?
Seated is the easiest, but if you feel faint, then we can lie you down. I'll move the bed.
Doctors have decided that Guido's finger will need an operation to close the wound. He's been given a temporary dressing before he comes back for surgery.
Have you seen it?
No. Oh my God. Oh my God, Guido. How could you tell me there was just a little cut?
Yes.
You're joking. I can't believe you lied to me. Jesus Christ, Guido. I can't. It's gonna take us a while to get used to that finger now.
Yes.
I knew this person when I grew up that he didn't have half of his finger. I came from a small village and people, they tend to go, oh, hello, and, you know, do things like that. And I was like, I don't want that person to say hello to me, so you won't touch my arm or anything, because it was really scary, that finger. I wouldn't like Guido to look like that. Not because I would love him less. It would remind me that person when I was a child, that I was scared. But this is bad. At the end of the day, he's a person. I shouldn't feel or think that way. Is it hurting?
I'll give you some painkillers because it will.
Nice.
I still don't believe that you told me it was just a cut.
It's a cut?
You should tell me the truth, because then I would be so shocked.
That's small.
I'm not going to sleep with you today.
No. No.
Oh, yes.
This is really painful.
I know, sweetheart. I can imagine.
Josh's mum, Jane, is waiting to hear if doctors will attempt to reattach his finger.
If this happened to you, would you be crying?
Definitely.
100%. I qualified in '99 as a nurse. I worked on the wards for 2 years, but I always enjoyed taking people to theatre, and I'd always be sort of looking through the door to see if I could see what was going on. And the theatre manager said, come down and watch. So I watched possibly one of the biggest surgeries they ever did and loved it. So I changed my career path, and today I'm a theatre nurse.
The gas is quite nice.
I tell you what, you've had a lot of that.
So I'm definitely having a sleepover here.
Oh, yes. Definitely one.
With the knowledge that I have, surgery doesn't frighten me. And I don't know if I've got rose kind of tinted glasses on the whole thing, but I trust doctors are going to do their best and fix it.
Plastic surgeons have studied Josh's X-ray and must now brief his mum on the operation.
So I've seen the photo and obviously seen the X-rays. It's probably an 8-hour operation.
8 hours? Holy moly.
Okay, so it's a big operation. The risk is that even if we can save the finger, he may have a stiff, not very functional finger. All right. You know, we'll do what we can, see if we can save it, but warn you that if it doesn't look like that finger's going to survive, then we may need to, as I say, shorten the finger.
Yeah, okay.
Having to sign that consent form was horrible because he trusted me that, you know, I'd make it okay in a way. In my own heart, I was, you know, this wasn't okay, and it could be that we don't have a finger.
Oi, no crying.
Well, no, crying's allowed in this place.
Yeah, I only cried a little bit.
Get the crying out now so you don't store it up.
If it didn't work, then it was solely on my shoulders. There were lots of white lies, but I don't want to go into sleep thinking, I'm not going to have a finger. I want him to go to sleep thinking, yeah, you know, I will be able to be a goalkeeper again.
Don't you let me suffer. If you can help it, will you?
No, you won't suffer.
Thank you.
You'll be in a very happy place.
After fracturing her ankle in a fall, doctors are now preparing to reset Maggie's foot.
Oxygen mask coming over your face. That's just giving you extra fresh air as you get sleepy, all right?
All right.
You might start to feel like you've had a G&T. Ice and a slice?
What have we got for dinner? That's what I want to know.
That's extra. Yeah. How are you getting on there?
All right. A
bit groggy, yeah?
From what I've heard of her life, she's tried to trust people and then they've let her down by the people who really should have stepped up to the mark. Things happen that no child should go through.
If you were to sort of sum up your life, how would you sum it up?
Varied. Interesting, but it's taught me a lot. It has been a hard life.
That's it. Give me a hand a squeeze. That's it. Well done. Give me a hand a squeeze.
Did it ever bother you that you weren't at home?
No.
I was going to stop hurting in a second.
I hated going home. Mum couldn't cope with her. She wasn't well. She'd had 6 kids. She'd lost 2. We lost our brother Stephen, and one of them was the girl was stillborn. So she had it rough.
Can I get my hand? Just keep squeezing my hand. You're all right. You're all right. You're okay.
Mum said to me one day, I was never happy and you're not going to be. She said when I was a baby, the doctor told her to pray for God to take me because I would be mental and blind and never any good to anybody.
Maggie, hold my hand. That's it. There we go. There we go.
I had to get out, so I cleared off and went back to my old school and worked there. I was Margaret the maid. I just skivvied. I started at 6:30 in the morning, and it went right through till 8 o'clock at night. And you know, you've got 10, 15 minutes for your lunch breaks and your dinner breaks and that. It was hard, but you kept going. After that, I was on my own. I was always going on these guilt trips. That was the way I was made feel all my life, you see. I was forever trying to take my life. And I wanted to as well. It took me a long time to get through these guilt trips, because it was all false guilt, but I didn't realise that at the time.
It's done now.
Mags, I'm back here. They've done your leg.
Everything goes.
You'll probably forget that we've done it in a minute.
Just filthy. La.
Your knee
I
is
can't
exposed.
see anything.
No, I know.
No, that's
You've got
right.
your eyes closed, darling. You've got your eyes closed.
Oh, have I?
Open your eyes. Can you see a bit more now they're open?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Why don't you get going, Natalie, and leave me in some
because I need to see where you're going, sweetheart.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. It's fine. But I want to go with you to see that you're settled and you're sorted.
Thank you so much. Give me a hand, love.
Hang on. I'm here.
Oh, I love you now. I mean, this has brought me closer than ever.
Eh?
I feel a bit emotional, you know, about it all, because you've been very good.
Well, I think you kind of learn. If you get put in the situation, you just do. It's like I said.
No, I don't mean like that. It's your friendship that's valuable. I get very low sometimes. It took me a long time to learn to love myself. I couldn't understand what anybody saw in me because I couldn't like myself, let alone anybody else. She's given me a lot, really, Natalie. I value her because she's real. Do you know what I mean? She's genuine. She's What you see is what you get with Nat.
I hope I give her some kind of stability. You know, she's tried to trust people and then they've let her down. And just show her that, you know, there are people out there who will treat you properly. It's just that you haven't always found them.
I've made a perfect boy, and he's got to nearly 11, and all of a sudden he's not perfect, you know. It was his left hand. How's he going to be at school? How's he going to write? For me, I didn't want him bullied because his hand would look different. Those sorts of things are very important, aren't they, when you're a teenager? You know, want to be different. I didn't want that for him. I just want him to be a normal boy, covered in mud, playing football and, you know, having fun.
It was really rare it would actually work. I was like, am I gonna lose my finger forever? That's my finger and scar. Quite gruesome, but it's quite cool. I like it. Wiggle.
We've been given a second chance, and he has to respect that. You know, there's a lot of time and effort gone into that finger. He still wants to have a trampolining party for his birthday, and I've said absolutely no way. Maybe next year.
I can still feel, I can feel it scratching again.
At least you got your eyes open now.
Aye,
Grant, working on his BMW, rolled forward and crushed him against a brick wall.
I didn't know what sort of state he would be in. I didn't know whether he would be paralysed.
His legs were splayed open at sea.
To Grant, it would be the end of the world. That's all right.
Nobody wakes up in the morning thinking, I'm going to go to A&E today. Nobody knows. Nobody knows who it's going to be.
Pediatric trauma call, 15 minutes.
Code red, Helipad response.
You're having a heart attack.
We want to be in and out of scan in the next 10 minutes.
I can't feel any pulse.
Any reception, can I help you? Yeah, 24 hours, 7 days a week. I love that question. What's your opening hours?
St George's, London, one of the busiest and most advanced A&E departments in the world.
Beautiful. It's as if we've done it before. We are there when awful things happen to pick up the pieces.
We have a 2-year-old who's kicked by a horse.
We see the unpredictableness of what happens in life, and we're suddenly having to explain why it's gone wrong.
I can't feel my left leg.
You'll be okay.
A place where life
Amy, Sophie! Down below. Too slow.
love
Such a good boy. So proud of you.
and loss
I'm still here.
unfold every single day.
So we don't shake hands at this hospital, we fist bump. Can I have a fist bump?
All the patients you're about to see were treated in just one 24-hour period.
Hello, darling.
You genuinely do see the best of people in this job. You'll see strangers rushing to the aid of someone they've never met. You just see things that make you realise just how important the people in your life are and the people around you are.
I'm looking for the miracle department.
The where?
Miracle department.
I don't think we have one here. I make miracles, though.
It must be me age, because these doctors look younger than ever.
Oh, Trouble, how are you doing? Hey!
It's 7:30 a.m. and Dr. Meyer is starting an 8-hour shift in resus, where the most seriously ill and injured patients are treated.
I grew up in Yugoslavia. When I got to UK, and I was 17, all of a sudden I traveled to another country on my own. That was my first airplane flight, actually, and I loved it. And that's when I decided I'm gonna live here. Because, you know, punk happened in London. Sex Pistols and Exploited, not that. And I used to play guitar in a band, but at the moment I only have a bass guitar and an amp, which I occasionally get out and play, but there's no time. Any fever, cough, or anything like that?
I've had a cough.
You had a cough.
Yeah.
Anything juicy coming out, phlegm-wise?
No, just a little bit. Nothing juicy or...
Nothing nasty looking,
Nothing
sorry.
nasty.
When I started, it was like, oh my God, is my English good enough? Will they understand me? Everyone looked at me like, oh, yeah, that's what they are.
Worth saving.
Yeah, fine. So we need to swab his... No, I haven't been to the toilet yet. The adrenaline that you get in emergency department, that I love. I think it's the challenge, the pressure, the teamwork. That's me, like, bottom line, pretty much.
Ambulance service, where help required. She's a 1-year-old. She's been kicked in her head by a racehorse. Okay, is she breathing and conscious? Yes. And has she been bleeding red blood very heavily and nothing still? Yes.
Hello, señores.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Nearly two. Kicking in the head by a horse. Thank you. Bye. Pediatric, female, trauma, 15 minutes.
A 1-year-old girl is being airlifted to St. George's after being kicked in the head by a racehorse.
Could you activate the Helipad response team? They need to be there in 15 minutes. Yeah, all right, thank you, bye.
Are you running this trauma? I'm running that trauma, yeah.
I'll get everything ready in the meantime, though, then.
Okay, so we have a child who was kicked by the horse, so it's a head injury with GCS of 11, coming with HEMS. Okay, guys, so who do we have? Did we get PICU? Did we get anyone?
We haven't got surgeons.
The conscious part of you needs to do those things, role allocation, covering the impossible injuries. You guys are happy with your gear? You have everything there? Subconscious part of you is thinking, oh my God, what is it? Am I going to be able to cope with it? Do I need help?
I was in Tooting at the time of the accident, and I was at St. George's before the helicopter had come. I'm standing outside A&E and looking up. I could hear it coming. Small little prayers in my head, please. She's got to she's got to be fine, hopefully.
They've landed, so they'll be here in a minute. We don't even have a trauma mattress, which is very useful.
I'll get it.
I'm doing it.
Mummy.
Okay, so we have anaesthetist, we have peds.
Yeah, we haven't got the surgeons.
After fainting at the scene of the accident, Daisy's mother wasn't able to travel in the helicopter, so she's been brought to St George's by her step-granddad.
Lorraine, can you get some ketamine out of the cupboard?
Yep.
Ketamine, please. Yeah, thank you.
Would you get it for me, would you? Kevin, I've got Dad here.
Yeah.
Hey, lovely. Hello.
Here we go.
Look, Daddy's here.
Okay. Right, everyone ready for the handover?
Yeah.
This is Daisy. She's 2 in August. She was outside the house where there were horses, and it's presumed that she was kicked by a horse. She's got a laceration above her left eyebrow, but she has had an altered GCS, so that's a GCS of 11. She's had 1 milligram of ondansetron. She's had 200 milligrams of paracetamol. The primary diagnosis is that she has those injuries and a concussion. I guess a period of observation to see whether she has an intracranial injury or not.
Okay, and what time was it roughly?
Probably in the last hour.
You're just thinking about the injury, about that this child may have, and then you're thinking the effect that injury may cause for the rest of her life. What are her pupils doing?
She's just not wanting to open her eyes, is she? You can see, yeah, she's just keeping her eyes shut.
So Dad, what's going to happen now? We're going to give her some medication to make her a bit more comfortable.
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
And then we'll take her for the scan, because we need to scan her head, make sure that the head is fine. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine,
yeah.
When the phone call come through, all I was told that she's got a very bad gash to her head. She's losing quite a bit of blood. I knew that it would be serious.
It's 5 centimeters, is it roughly? And there is she needs scan.
Due to the severity of her injuries, Daisy will be taken to CT for an urgent scan of her brain.
Anyone being injured or, dying from their injuries is horrible, and it's very scary. But actually, if it's a child, it has an extra scariness to it, because, they've just started their life. So I'm just gonna go to CT. So guys, the plan is CT, and then after we come back, we can do blood and stuff like that.
1-year-old Daisy has been brought to St George's by air ambulance after being kicked in the head by a racehorse.
No, you're fine. You're absolutely fine. You be with her. She needs you with her. Daddy's here. Daddy's here, Daisy.
Mummy's on her way.
CT, please.
Daisy is being taken for a scan so that doctors can assess the underlying damage to her skull and brain.
Right. Guys, would you be happy if Dad stays here leaded? Yeah, good. So Dad, we're gonna give you lead again so you can hold her hand, yeah? On 3.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, she's so cute.
Hello. Hello, Daisy.
Can I hold her hand and
Yeah, Dad, please. We're just gonna scan her head and neck. Yeah. You happy with that to stay, yeah?
Daisy's big love was horses. Always wanted to help out with the girls in the yard, mucking out haylage. She always wanted to be around the horses.
Mummy's on her way.
Daisy's mum, Georgie, is on her way from the scene of the accident at the family-run racing stables in Sussex.
We had just come down to the stables. I was making a feed up and didn't realise any of the horses were out. Daisy was helping me and she wandered off for a minute. Then I heard a weird noise and I could see her through the fence. There was blood all down her face and her whole forehead was split open.
Forehead.
Forehead. I'm still thinking whether we should scan neck or not.
Do it. I think because she didn't like her head going to the side.
Yeah. Our brains are really, really vulnerable, and any sort of trauma affects it. She was just under 2 years old. Her bones are still fairly soft. That's your main concern. Is she going to have a big bleed that will affect her? No, that's true. Having a bleed around your brain causes pressure. Our skull is an enclosed box. The pressure builds up and pushes the brain down, and obviously that can cause death. Let's have a picture. I'm sorry.
Love you, darling.
Just the feeling of just laying there, motionless, not shouting out Daddy or being the way she was. That wasn't my little girl, I felt, and it was gutting.
My little princess.
All right, are we done? Yeah? All right, let's get her out.
All done, Dad. They'll just be looking at the pictures and we'll know in a few minutes, okay?
She's really sweet.
So, yeah, I'm gonna have a look at it, but I don't think it's broken though.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
54-year-old Mike has come to A&E after falling face first and cutting his chin. He's waiting to see specialist nurse Prav.
Hi.
Prav, I'm from maxillofacial surgery.
So, can I just ask you what happened? I had a seizure. I have epilepsy, and I first started having seizures in about 96, and I just fell. So I'm taking regular medication.
And what are you on?
Right.
So 1,500 milligrams.
Twice daily, yeah.
And what triggers it? How often do you have it?
It's impossible to say.
It's okay.
Basically, it's always been uncontrolled, totally.
Okay. Before you have your X-ray, I'm just going to quickly examine you. The reason that head bandage around you is because is it dropping down?
I think it was more just as a way of dealing with. It's alarming people in.
Okay.
I'm just letting my wife know because she'll come into.
A&E.
Yeah.
I think we'd been going together about a month when he told me he'd had epilepsy. I think he was quite nervous about telling me, actually, because a lot of people get a bit weird about epilepsy and they get a bit strange about it.
Just lift your tongue up.
When I first saw him have a seizure, it was quite scary because he's glaring very hard at you and staring and not reacting in any way to anything I said.
Let's have a look.
I'm quite used to it now. And if he's here and we have friends round and he has a seizure, I'm afraid we all just carry on talking. And wait for him to come back, really. just let him sit in the corner somewhere and mumble to himself.
Yeah. So yeah, it's not when I'm going like that. It's not my throat that's hurting. It's the action that here makes when you swallow. I haven't eaten all day. I've just been able to. I can barely swallow to drink water.
I've requested 2 X-rays for the jaw. And based on that, if it's broken, we will have to probably admit you for an operation. But I will need to have a look at the X-ray first.
Epilepsy it's just like the part of your brain just switches off. You're 1 minute you're there, you're totally in the moment. And the next bit, then you're just gone.
Okay, can you see where
it's so uncertain. I never know when it's going to happen. Go to the blue sign, turn right, and
yes,
introduce myself.
Yes.
I didn't know how to cope, and nobody wanted to sort of take me on, but then, of course, Alison came along. I think she was prepared to take on what being with me involved.
My little princess.
It's been just under an hour since 1-year-old Daisy arrived in resus. Dr. Maya is waiting for the results of a CT scan to assess the damage to her neck, skull and brain.
So there's no sort of like bleeding or anything or anything?
I will get Maya just to have a quick word with you.
I always wanted a child. I always wanted to be a dad. Daisy was meant to be due at the end of July. We were waiting, we were hoping she was going to be early because we were looking forward to her and we wanted her out as soon as possible.
Oh, isn't she? And I don't think she's not 15. And then she's the same.
You're going to be okay. She was 2 weeks over, but as soon as she was born, I was proud as anything. I was really happy. Love you, darling.
Daisy's grandparents have arrived in A&E after a 38-mile drive. Daisy's mum is still en route after fainting at the scene of the accident.
You right there, you right? Yeah, no, I'm fine, thank you. Thanks, sir.
Oh, don't be silly. Hey.
There's Nanny.
Hello, Daisy.
Nanny's come to see you.
We got all the horsey stuff, didn't we, Daisy?
Granddad's here as well. He's come to see you. Love you, darling. You're going to be okay.
Pneumocephalus intraparenchymal bleed. Oh, man. You sort of learn not to get emotionally involved, but I don't think I've had a day of my a shift that I've gone home and didn't think about at least a patient. So breaking bad news is always a challenging situation. And just try to think, okay, if it was me, what I would like to hear. I think that's more human. At the moment, what we are dealing with is neck spines. She has fractures of the skull going around there. It is extending into the walls of the eye socket where the eyeball sits.
Tell me about the eye socket. Are you worried about her eyesight in that eye?
Well, we do not know as yet what's happening, but we're going to get ophthalmology to have a look at her as well and assess her from eye point of view. There is a little bruise to the brain, which needs to be observed to see whether that develops any further into a bit more blood or not.
I know they were right, there's no internal bleed or anything like that, it's just bruising, is it, to the end?
Well, there is a little bit of a bleed in the actual brain, which is like a bruise, yeah.
But the bruising to the brain, that's not serious or nothing, or...
We need to observe her. We do not know. Some small percentage of them becomes bigger over time. That's why we need to keep her in. Do you guys have any questions?
No, it's just it's a matter of time, and just waiting to see if everything's okay.
Yeah.
Look after Popsy.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. All right? Pop your back. It's okay. They're incredibly resilient, little ones, okay? They're really strong and resilient, okay?
It's just a shock.
Of course it is, absolutely.
No va a correr cuando lo llamen, ¿no? Se va a levantar despacio y va a coger esto y se va a ir despacio caminando. Que yo no lo voy a llevar en esto. ¿Entendido?
All right, take a seat.
It's been 90 minutes since Mike arrived at St George's after having an epileptic seizure and falling on his face. Specialist nurse Prav is examining his x-ray to assess the extent of the injury to his jaw.
Okay, it's broken in 2 places. Yeah. 1 and 2. So, you know, we need to keep you in. Then operation tomorrow.
Right.
Okay. It needs to be fixed.
Okay.
All right. Okay, I will give you some steroid and you know, that should help with the swelling.
Hello? My wife has just arrived. May I just go out and...
Yes, of course. Mike and I met on an online dating site about 10 years ago. We got married in July 2013.
Go this way.
I remember standing outside the church with my father and 4 bridesmaids waiting to go up the steps, and somebody drove by in a white van and shouted, "Don't do it, love!"
So my jewellery's broken in 2 places.
Oh, sweetie. It was a pretty traditional wedding. I walked up the aisle and Mike was standing there, and he turned to me and said, "That's a lovely dress. Can we keep it?" I said, "Yeah." It was a proper wedding dress, but it was quite a plain, ivory, quite tight-fitted, very straightforward dress. I thought I was a bit old for the full meringue, you know. Oh, that's me. Yes, Mother. Do you want to talk to him? He's here. No, he doesn't want to talk. No, it hurts too much. He doesn't want to talk. I will. Bye.
I'm not being it's just very...
Yes, it's okay, I know, it's all right. Well, I suppose I grew up assuming I'd have children, but, you know, I never found the right man until it was a bit late. Have you had them yet?
No, I can't swallow. I told him I'm not...
What are you doing? The epilepsy's always been there as long as I've known him, so it's hard to say what it would be like without the epilepsy. Was that sneezing?
No.
Don't sneeze.
Swallow.
Oh, God. Sometimes I just don't want to let him out of my sight, but obviously, you know, he has to go to work, he has to have a life.
yo no sé cómo va a ir. Mucho cuidado con esa, no vaya a lastimar a nadie.
Ay, ay, ay. I should have bought a belt, man.
Jaime la va a traer con... Ay, Philly, please, be careful. God, that scared me. This...
St George's recess. Okay. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Bye. Adult thrombolysis call, ETA 15 minutes.
A 100-year-old woman is being rushed to St George's with a suspected stroke.
Is that for real? Is that her age?
Yep.
She was screaming, crying, and then I started getting really, really worried that something had gone really badly wrong. Then went and rang 999.
Florence has been brought to St George's by her 68-year-old daughter, Frances.
1, 2, 3.
Doctors need to act quickly to find out the cause of Florence's condition.
What's her name?
It's Florence. She's 100 years old.
Yeah.
Her left side has been en route a bit droopy, and the daughter had a good look at her, said that's not normal for her.
The left or the right?
The left, a bit. She was able to smile.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Okay, Florence. My name's Elizabeth. We're all part of the stroke team here, okay? So I'm going to examine you quickly, okay? Because we want to get a scan of your head. Lift this arm up in the air for me. Excellent. Lift this arm up in the air for me now. Well done.
Mum was born during the First World War in 1915. She was the youngest of a family of 8. A huge family that was very, very close.
Squeeze really, really hard for me. Really, really hard.
When she met my dad, she wasn't attracted to him at all. And he just persisted and persisted. And in the end, she married him.
Fantastic. Can you keep that up?
And they did everything together.
Just this one. Keep it up there. Can you keep it up there?
My father was a handyman around the house. But after he died, I found little messages everywhere of how things worked. For the water tap, this is what you do, and this is the key you use.
Okay.
They loved each other very, very much.
Okay, I'm just going to check your blood pressure again. Keep your arm nice and relaxed for me.
In the 50s and 60s, Mum had this job at an off-licence in the Elephant and Castle, which was, one couldn't say it was a salubrious area. The main customers in this particular off-licence were what were then the meth drinkers. But my mother stood no nonsense. A very, very feisty character. You don't get to 100 without that strength, really, that inner strength.
Hiya, Florence. I've just come to take a quick chest X-ray for you, if that's all right. Can you tell me your date of birth, Florence? Your birthday.
11th of March.
That's fine, Florence. That's okay. So what we're going to do... I'm going to...
Mum started showing signs of needing a bit of help. It's when she was about 96, 97. Wow. See you in a minute.
Okay, X-ray day 3.
I'd got this call from a neighbour that she'd been rushed into hospital. And that's when Mum's sort of real dementia, I think, started.
Florence is being taken for an urgent CT scan of her brain to see if she's suffered a stroke.
Yeah. A&E? Hi, it's Marwan, the A&E register. I have a child who was hit by a horse in the head, has underlying skull fracture, and has significant laceration of probably 6 centimeters over the left forehead, which is full thickness, obviously.
1-year-old Daisy's CT scan results have revealed a fracture in her skull and a bruise on her brain after she was kicked in the head by a racehorse.
You get bruising on the brain. It needs to be monitored because it can turn into a proper bleed later on. She's more awake now, but she's still quite drowsy. So you'll come. Okay, thank you, bye.
Daisy's mum, Georgie, is still on her way from the family stables in Sussex. It's been over 2 hours since she last saw her daughter.
Georgie's freaking out.
As soon as Mum comes, we'll get somebody else to come and have a chat
Yes,
with her and everything.
She's telling her.
No,
The thing is, as soon
absolutely.
as I said to her mum about
I know.
there's a fracture...
She needs to see her.
Part of my job isn't just looking after the sick child, it's looking after the family. If you can just take a tiny bit of that worry away, you're doing your job.
I don't think there's anything you can say that's going to make her feel better. So we just need her here and she can see her.
She's on her way. So.
Yeah, that's fine.
Right, lovely, thank you.
No worries at all.
My 2 boys have often said, I must be a terrible nurse. Because when they come to me and they say, I've got a headache or I've got a sore throat, I just say, you're fine, go to school. But when I know that there's a trauma call coming in and it will say unknown, I will just walk through resus just to check it's not one of my children. Silly, really, I know. But I don't know if that will ever change.
Hello. Have you just woken up? Hello, sleepy girl.
It's okay.
Daisy is waking from the effects of her initial concussion. The medical team are closely observing her condition for any deterioration.
Yeah, Mama. She's on her way, darling.
You're being so brave.
In the car, I was thinking she could come out not being able to ever walk again from it. That was, the thought of it just couldn't deal with it.
She is.
Mummy's here, Daisy.
Here's Mummy.
When I walked in and saw her, I just wanted to grab her, but I couldn't. She was just laying there helplessly, and it was horrible to see her like that.
Now she wakes up.
She wants to see
George. It's okay, darling. We're here, darling.
Mummy's here. Mummy's staying with you, I promise.
Yeah, babe.
Yeah. I'm here, I'm not going anywhere. Mummy's here. Mummy's here. Yeah? We'll lay here together. Yeah.
Do you want her to sit on your knee? Yes, yeah. Please. Do you want to give your mummy a cuddle? There you go. There you go. That's what you needed.
Are you okay, Princess? You're such a brave girl.
Holding her and being there, because I just felt so awful accepting what had happened. I was thinking she could be brain damaged from this, and there's no turning back. You can fix a break, you can fix a fracture, but if she's brain damaged, that 2 minutes I've let her out of my sight and this has happened, I felt like I failed her.
Oh, sweetie. Good girl, Daisy.
All right, gorgeous girl.
Having children doesn't make you a better nurse, it just makes you a different nurse. I think you're aware of, how things can change, how fragile everything is. There's always some children that you will never forget. It was in my last job, it was a boy who was hit by a 4x4. He didn't survive. And I think about it all the time, and I still see his face. And I can still remember his name. And I don't think I'll ever forget him, because he was the same age as my son was at the time. And it was horrible, and I've never forgotten that fear. I can still see him now, and I can still see my son. Yeah, so, sorry.
There we go, darling.
Daisy is being moved to Pediatric intensive care, where her brain injury will be closely observed, prior to surgery to close the wound on her forehead. 100-year-old Florence has dementia and arrived at St George's with a suspected stroke. Doctors have ordered a CT scan of her brain to assess the damage.
She's reached a wonderful age.
Hasn't she? She never thought that she was going to get to 100, but in the run-up to her 100th, you could tell that she was really getting into it. Have you got whiskey and gin? And I said, well, Mum, actually, people are not drinking that these days, because she was going back to when she used to organise parties. But she had a fabulous day, started at 10:30, and at 8:45, 8 o'clock, the last people said that they were thinking they had to go, and she said, it's a bit early to finish, isn't it?
When? Where?
Where are you going to sleep? We don't know yet, Mum. All right. One of the things that is very difficult is that when your mother has been so vital for so many of her 100 years, that when you see that vitality seeping out, it is difficult to accept.
You're speaking very softly, and you haven't got your teeth in. It's difficult to understand you.
Whenever I was ill, I used to have a problem with my ears, and they used to ache incredibly, incredibly badly. And she used to sit there and just cup her hand and just breathe into my ear and make it all better. And just gently stroke my arm.
Dr. Elizabeth has received Florence's CT scan results.
Would you like to come with me just for a minute?
Yes.
There's some thinning of the brain generally, which is something we see quite commonly with as we get older. Okay.
Yes, 100 years old, you can't.
Well, she's absolutely amazing, you know, considering her age. And there's nothing here to suggest that she's had a stroke. I think she's obviously been very anxious.
I think it would be better if she stayed.
That's my feeling, but I just wanted to make sure that you were in agreement with that. Let me tell her about her scan. Okay, Florence. Everything is looking good from our end, okay? I think you're just a little bit unwell. Yeah, we need to work out why you're unwell. Would you be okay to stay in with us?
Life changes. When you're caring for your mother, you actually change roles. And part of that transition is grief for losing the person that was, but is still here.
Okay. All right, that's very good.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Got a cold nose. Oh, God, it's cold. I think it is easier to accept a physical frailty than a mental frailty. Yes, you can accept somebody not being able to walk so well, but you think the brain will always keep going. But that sadly isn't the case.
Florence will be sent to a ward for a period of observation.
Hi.
Hi, Philip.
Arriving. Yeah.
How are you? I'm Poncha. I'm just going to give you some medication, okay?
Uh-huh.
Mike is being given painkillers and will be kept in overnight before surgery to his jaw.
He doesn't like needles.
That's right. Oh. No, I'm not looking.
Maybe such a scaredy cat. Did you see this text about an interview invite for clinical support worker at Camden and Islington NHS? He works with people with mental health problems. I think that's very important to him. He says that having epilepsy has given him more empathy with the people he works with.
So you should feel a bit better after all that, okay?
Thank you.
But he's lost work because he's had epilepsy. He'll work somewhere for a couple of months, he'll have a seizure, and then he'll never hear from them again. It just seems very, very unfair to us.
People do insist that they understand epilepsy, yet when they see it, what it actually involves, they are spooked by it.
Further to your application for the above position, I'm very pleased to inform you you've been selected for interview.
Is it on the NHS website?
Camden and Islington NHS Foundation Trust.
Well, I've got to go.
The epilepsy's made it harder financially for us, certainly. And then there's always the risk that he's going to have a seizure when we're out and about. Because he's very vulnerable when he has a seizure. And I'm not sure I could cope with it myself, but he seems to have a very philosophical take on it. He seems to deal with that very well.
Right, Michael, your bed's ready up on the ward.
Okay, right.
So do you want me to come out with you to the ward? Make sure you're all tucked in. Right.
I'm sure you'll sleep after that day anyway.
Oh, blimey, it's been a long, long day.
Yeah.
I don't spend a lot of time missing what I don't have. I really do spend as much time as I possibly can enjoying what I've got and realising that that is what life is about.
With that injury, with that force, I mean, I think an adult person would have been lucky to have those injuries, let alone a child who has only tiny head and only tiny soft bones and really vulnerable brain.
Daisy now is loving life. She can't remember a thing from it. She loves horses more than ever. She's still strong-willed and independent as she was before.
she was definitely lucky.
I'd like to activate the Helipad.
So this is Cyril. He's a 91-year-old male, a driver of a car that was T-boned on the driver's side.
She said, "It's very bad." My daughter said, "You better stay here, Mum."
It's like your artery is going to spasm and looks like you're having a heart attack.
Nobody wakes up in the morning thinking, I'm going to go to A&E today. Nobody knows. Nobody knows who it's going to be.
Pediatric trauma call, 15 minutes.
Code red, Helipad response.
You're having a heart attack.
We want to be in and out of scan in the next 10 minutes.
I can't feel any pulse.
A&E reception, can I help you? Yeah, 24 hours, 7 days a week.
I love that question. What's your opening hours?
St George's, London, one of the busiest and most advanced A&E departments in the world.
Beautiful. It's as if we've done it before.
We are there when awful things happen to pick up the pieces.
We have a 2-year-old who's kicked like a horse.
We see the unpredictableness of what happens in life, and we're suddenly having to explain why it's gone wrong.
I can't feel my left leg.
You'll be okay.
A place where life
A&E selfie! Down below. Too slow.
love
Such a big boy. So proud of you.
and loss
I'm still here.
unfold every single day.
So we don't shake hands at this hospital, we fist bump. Can I have a fist bump?
All the patients you're about to see were treated in just one 24-hour period.
Hello, darling.
You genuinely do see the best of people in this job. You'll see strangers rushing to the aid of someone they've never met. You just see things that make you realise just how important the people in your life are and the people around you are.
Zanita Jadosova.
Well done.
Oh. A&E selfie.
Do you remember when I did my thumb? Oh, yeah. That was when it was okay. That was okay. That was okay.
I don't want to see it.
That was when it was bad.
Oh my God. No. Please. This looks horrible. It's disgusting.
What about that one? Oof. That was pain like I've never felt.
I think that's the chest and the pelvis. So if you could put that on, yeah, let's do that now.
In charge of resus today is consultant Reese.
Well, hi, you the boss.
Yes. Hi. Hi. I'm Julie.
Hi, I'm Reese. We've worked together.
Yeah, well, from a
Ish.
distance.
From a distance. I love that song. My background is coming from a small village in South Wales. I was the child that wanted to work out everything. I needed to know exactly how everything worked. Shoulder and humerus and elbow. I couldn't just watch magic and be like, okay, that's a trick. and they're just manipulating things. And I suppose I just wanted to know exactly what was going on, and maybe that's why I entered the study of the body.
What's the error here? And he's got his belt and his mobile phone and his keys and his coins. We'll repeat that, I think.
St George's Resus, medical trauma.
An 89-year-old male is being brought from his home, suffering with acute abdominal pain.
What's coming in?
AAA, query AAA.
Where are they going?
AAA in 4.
Do you want to just get the scanner for me, Carrie?
A AAA is an aortic abdominal aneurysm. The aorta is the big vessel that runs from the heart.
Should we have a pat slide? I just want to take him gently, because if we are thinking that it's an aneurysm, we want to be gentle with him.
And if it ruptures, then you can bleed out into your tummy and lose your whole blood volume within a matter of minutes.
On 3 then. 1, 2. Stay there, Sir John. Relax, relax.
Lovely. Well done, guys.
This is Sir John.
Sir John?
89-year-old male.
Okay.
He's been found out at home in a collapsed state, but in his bed. He's complaining of this acute diffuse abdo pain.
Yeah.
And also
Back pain?
back pain.
He is.
Yeah. Pain scoring at 10.
And he is Sir John.
He's Sir John.
Sir John.
Yes.
My name's Reese. I'm one of the doctors.
Okay, right.
Tell me when this pain started in your abdomen.
Yesterday.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
And does it go through to your back?
It is a bit on my back.
I'm going to be gentle, Sir John. Very resonant, isn't it? We're going to move you to do a scan in a minute to look at your abdomen in more detail to see if this is an aneurysm that's causing the pain. Okay.
Hello, John. I've just checked your
Lactic acidosis.
It was a bit of a surprise, my father being ill, because I spoke to him. He was fine. He was absolutely his normal self. My wife spoke to him and told him we were coming up in the evening. He was expecting us.
Okay, John, I'm going to ask you to take that deep breath in a minute, all right?
When we arrived, we found him in bed. He wasn't around, and we thought that's a bit odd.
He needs to be imaged. I think let's do the abdomen. And we'll see if he's got and if he's got an aneurysm on his abdomen, then we do an aortogram.
If that aneurysm has ruptured, then yeah, a lot of people don't even arrive in hospital alive with that situation.
Hello, sir. Hello. We're going to do a scan of your abdomen and chest, okay? We're giving him some fluid.
Hold your breath.
89-year-old John is being scanned.
Thank you. Cheers.
Doctors are awaiting the results.
Slide. There we go.
They suspect he has a potentially fatal abdominal aneurysm, a swollen blood vessel that can rupture and bleed out in minutes.
Just going to have a look at the scan, okay? We'll be back in a bit. Do you know what your liver function is like, Sir John?
My liver is good.
Your liver is good, is it?
Yeah. I'm a wine merchant.
Right.
I'm a wine merchant, but I'm not an alcoholic.
Okay. You just merchant the wine.
Yeah.
Nice, okay. How much would you drink in a week, would you say?
Here's where the lies come in. Probably drink 3 bottles a week.
Okay. Is that the truth, or do I need to add one?
Depends on I'm doing wine tasting.
Yeah. Okay. I believe your son is coming in. It said he was cycling.
Jonathan, he's my youngest.
Jonathan?
Yeah, my youngest son.
Okay.
I've got 3 sons.
Right, okay.
Only one of John's children was in London when he was rushed to A&E.
I went up to see him, said, "Are you all right?" And he said, "No, I'm feeling a little bit unwell. I'm under the weather. I think I've eaten something or something. I'm feeling a bit sick and something's disagreed with me."
I'm just going to check your blood pressure.
So I rang 111 and a doctor came out to see him, realised that his blood pressure was very low and said, "No, he's not well. We'll call an ambulance."
But he could have ascites if he's got liver disease, because he does like a drink. Well, it's his job, isn't it? Wine merchant, so he buys and sells wine.
What an amazing job. I love that job.
And I want to know what this story is about him being a sir.
Yeah.
I really hope he's a proper sir, a knight.
Not one bought off eBay or Google or something.
I remember a neighbour once saying to me when I was about 4, "What are you going to be when you grow up, Jonathan? What do you want to be?" And I said, "A gentleman like my father."
Are you his son?
Yes, I am, yeah.
I'll let your son stay this side.
Dude, don't worry, pal. You don't need to hold on to this. Just relax. Just lie back. Of course, his hearing aid is not quite right there because he's got the mask on. His business acumen was a little bit unusual. When he set up his wine broking company, on his card it actually said, "To be sure of an answer, ring any Wednesday." He would go from London down to, they had a house in Monmouth. They'd go down there on a Thursday, socialise with all their Monmouth friends, and then they would come back on a Monday or possibly a Tuesday. And if things got out of hand, sometimes they didn't quite get back for the Wednesday.
What do you like to be known as? What do you like to be known? Is it John?
Yeah, you don't have to call him Sir John, even though that's his name, but don't bother with that.
That's fine.
Just John. I didn't even know my parents had a title till I was about 14. In fact, it wasn't something which we talked about or mentioned.
Sorry,
My father, although he had a title, he wasn't at all stuck up. He's quite chipper generally. He's normally in a very, very good mood, very jolly. Always happy to have people over. So, you know, he's quite with it intellectually, although he has lapses. Even when my mother died 4 years ago, he was saying, "Jonathan, I wake up every morning and I'm delighted to be alive." I was one of 5 children, the youngest. I was brought up in the countryside in Northamptonshire. We lived in a lovely large Jacobean manor house there with a big garden, plenty of room in the house. I remember kids coming back from the local school coming up to our house and saying, "Cool, it's like a palace here." And the rent was £1 a week. That's all he had to pay for this beautiful house. We had lots of visitors and a rather carefree childhood. It was fun. We all drank wine, and from quite a young age, probably well before we were 8. And my father used to get cider in barrels. I used to regularly have a half a pint before going into school in the morning. I wasn't sloshed or anything, don't worry. I wouldn't have it any more than that, but it would taste quite nice in the morning before you went into school.
Doctors are still trying to find the precise cause of John's pain.
He's come in sort of abdominal pain, acute abdominal pain today. It's very tender and peritonitic all over his abdomen, and he has got free fluid within the abdomen, quite a lot of it on a fast scan.
Are you warm enough? I feel quite cold.
If he'd had an aneurysm that had ruptured enough to give him free fluid, then I would expect him to be sort of totally clapped out. He seems to be holding his own. Could be a pancreatitis, and he's just acute from that.
On holiday.
Are you? I see that on WhatsApp. Is it? You going to Egypt?
I mean, I've been to Egypt. I've been to Cairo.
Yeah.
All in 699,
Each?
2 weeks. Yeah.
That's good.
That's really good.
Did I tell you, Susan, I booked for a few days to go to Bilbao? Yeah. Oh, yeah, total schedule. It's a total deal. £205 or something. Right. Return on flights, British Airways, and 3 nights in a 5-star hotel.
Sounded fantastic.
It's got a swimming pool on the roof. What else do you want?
Very nice.
Look how excited you're getting.
I love it. I love it.
Okay, 1, 2, 1,
back. Yeah, boom, boom,
1, 2,
boom,
3.
boom.
That way.
Yeah.
Hello, St George's A&E. Is it medical or trauma? Adult female trauma call, 20 minutes.
Emergency services have been called to the scene of a head-on collision involving 2 cars.
They're both RTCs. You're going to be with the more sick one, I presume.
A couple have been cut from the wreckage of one of the cars and are being brought to St George's in separate ambulances.
Got in the car, so just turned down the road. And I'd bought this top, and I was sort of looking at it, and fortunately I had my head down and think, yeah, really pleased with this top. I just heard Mick say, he's going to hit us. Well, I looked up, and all I could see coming towards us was this other car. It was getting nearer and nearer. Mick had nowhere to go. All I then felt was an impact.
The one in 1 is going to be the sicker one. There's trauma, male or female? Bed 4, please.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. This is a 60-year-old female, name of Linda. She was involved in a head-on RTC and was trapped by a compression. She was a front seat passenger. We have a left chest injury, query fracture with an obvious hematoma. We have a right Colles fracture, a right laceration, query fracture to the tib fin on the right-hand side.
So she was front seat passenger.
Whole front of the car compressed in, so engine block into front of the
Right, so head-on collision with a van.
Head-on collision with a car going the opposite way.
OK, cool. Thank you very much. Please can you order chest X-ray? With that, we're going to do a CT.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just use the ultrasound to scan your chest. OK, it's going to feel a bit cold. All right. There's a big hematoma there.
Oh.
Quite a big bruise on your chest there. That's what's painful. I think your seatbelt's caused that. There. OK. We'll know more after the X-rays.
Linda's partner is being taken directly from the ambulance to CT to be scanned.
Ready on 3, 1, 2, 3.
Lovely. Leo, are you happy at your end? If we could all listen to handover, please.
This is Mick. He's 68. He's from a high-speed head-on 2-vehicle RTC with entrapment for 50 minutes. He's got a closed proximal right humerus fracture, an amputated right thumb. He's got a closed proximal right femur fracture and closed fractures of his right ankle.
The scan will reveal the extent of Mick's internal injuries.
To think that I just left Mick and I was out of the car and he was still trapped in it and being dealt with. But they got me out me the way first because he had more serious injuries. They didn't want me to see what he was like.
He hasn't got an obvious head injury.
And it's when you're laying in the ambulance and you're alone and he's not with you, then it hit home that something had happened.
1, 2, 3.
Orthopedic specialists have been called to assess the extent of his injuries.
It doesn't matter who you speak to, I think they'll always say, you know, we're a good couple. Love is something to be treasured. Love is there for you. You don't want to lose that love.
So they know about Pa, they knew already. They didn't know quite how serious it was, actually.
It's been 40 minutes since John was admitted to St George's with a suspected bleed in his abdomen.
I've got an 89-year-old gentleman who came in with acute abdominal pain. We've done a CT aortogram. He's not got a AAA, so it's not that.
OK. CT for Sir John.
CT doesn't show AAA, so it's referred. There's a lot of gas in the bowel.
OK, so whether he's got an obstruction.
White cells 24, so yeah.
But no aneurysm.
No aneurysm as far as I can see, yeah.
So you had the CT scan, you haven't got any aneurysm down here, and they're going to look to see whether you might have a blockage around, you know, your bowel or something like that. He didn't look after things like the buildings he lived in. He was hopeless. He didn't do any maintenance or DIY. That wasn't him at all. I mean, really none. I mean, I don't think he could change a plug. And my mother did it all. So my mother was very handy, and so she was the handy man in the house. We would have quite a lot of interesting guests because my father sold wine to Oxford and Cambridge colleges. We'd meet the wine dons, as he called them, the people who were interested in wine from those colleges, and they would come down and sit around the table, philosophers, linguists or something like that. We'd have some lively discussions with them. So that's probably where we got our education. We didn't get much education at school, I don't think, because we didn't turn up half the time. So if you were talking about politics or something, he would be very interested in talking to you, and he wouldn't seem to notice the chaos around him. It was sort of very important to have the conversations. Looking at you now, anybody who didn't know you, they wouldn't know what a long, interesting life you've had. They'll just come past you and they'd think, oh, there's this old chap on a stretcher. They'd have no idea about your life, would they? One of the rituals he did have was that he would always decant very good wine, and making sure that he poured it slowly, very, very slowly into his favourite decanter. The last bit of the sediment would then be put on one side, carefully poured into a glass, smelt, and he'd say, "Good God, this is a delicious glass of wine, and this is just the sediment." He would knock it back with one gulp and say, "Delicious, we're going to love this wine."
John's case has been referred to the surgical team.
I've seen the results of your scan now, and we've discussed what's most likely going on. And it looks like that your bowel has twisted. That's why you're so unwell.
Right.
And that means you would need an operation to fix this.
Right.
It is basically making a big cut in your tummy, and it's very likely we'll have to take a fair bit of your bowel away. It has its own risks, the operation, as it's quite major surgery.
Right.
But if you don't do it, it's likely you may die as a result of this.
I'm afraid it's touch and go. They warned me. Well, I'll ring you in the morning and give you an update, OK?
Couple Mick and Linda have been involved in a head-on collision. They're in A&E in adjacent bays. They've still not seen each other.
This one and bed 8 are both traumas. The bed 8 came in more sick, was the driver. This is the passenger of the car, head-on collision with another vehicle. Engine block protruded into the cabin. She's got what looks like a seatbelt injury, but quite a severe one. She's got a very large hematoma here.
As well as the injury to her chest, Linda has damaged her hand and wrist, but is now stable.
There we go.
It's all been cut, so I'm just going to chuck it. Is that all right?
It's the first time I've worn it.
Oh. Oh, dear. Were you going out for dinner, or...?
Yeah.
Oh.
Back to Portugal.
Yeah.
You paid for my 60th birthday.
Oh, lovely.
Tonight we were going to meet up with people.
Yeah.
See them for a meal from the 60th.
Oh.
We both used to go to a social club. I used to go up there with my daughter, Karen. Mick knew Karen before me. He just said to Karen one day, he said, "Who's that?" She goes, "Oh, that's my mum." He goes, "Oh, that's never your mum. She looks too young to be your mum." Anyway, he came virtually up and said to me, "Can I have a dance?" So I said, "Yeah."
How's Mick doing? Is he all right?
I don't know. I'll go and find out for you.
Just tell him I love him.
I will do.
Over the years, we got to know each other and we were both in a relationship, and we both decided that we didn't want to be in the relationship that we were in, and we decided that we wanted to be together. We both sort of made a new life for ourselves.
Mick was driving and took the brunt of the impact.
Can you wiggle your toes for me, please? Fantastic, thank you very much.
Doctors are assessing his injuries, which could be life-changing.
Squeeze this muscle here. I know it's painful. Try and bring this leg up in the air for me. Yep.
As well as broken ribs and a shattered foot, Mick has 2 breaks to his right leg.
There is a fracture of the hip and a fracture of the shaft, let's say, of the femur. So for these, definitely we will need an operation, I'm afraid.
You did really well there.
I'm glad to hear it.
I'm very impressed, John.
So how did you get your knighthood, John? Do you mind me asking? How did you become a sir?
Well, I'm not a knight. I'm a baronet.
I see.
Earlier this evening, John was admitted with abdominal pains. It's been diagnosed as a twisted bowel and requires surgery.
Understands about that. Hi, Pa, it's Jonathan.
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
I'm okay.
Yeah, I think what's happened, Pa, is that you've got this twisted gut. This is the problem. This is why you're in pain in your abdominal region. And what the doctors are going to do, with your permission, is to do a little operation on you to try and correct this blockage in your bowel. Did you understand what I was saying, Pa?
Yes.
All right, there's a risk factor to it, but if we don't do the operation, you'll probably die. So,
right.
So we've decided we're going to go ahead with it, okay?
Yes, right. Splendid.
Splendid, that's fine, okay? That's it, that's all.
Well, excellent.
What do you think his chances are? If I'm being absolutely honest with you,
yeah, go on.
I don't know, but this is really the option. I think if I was in your position, I think this is the right decision to make. Yeah. And I think he's got a good quality of life after, so I think you should do everything you can possibly do.
He's not a miserable sod.
No, indeed.
And also, all the kids are enjoying him. He's enjoying the grandchildren and stuff. It's not like he's somebody who's on his own, lonely, wants to die.
I'm still very young. I'm 23. I haven't experienced what a lot of patients, what a lot of families, what a lot of colleagues have experienced or perhaps seen.
Did you want a cup of tea or anything?
What scares me about death is about the feelings that, or the things you'll leave behind and the impact that will have on your relatives.
Don't worry, Pa, I'm here.
Mick has a fractured hip, a broken femur in his leg, and a shattered foot. He'll require an operation.
Mick, I'm looking after Linda.
Yeah.
She's just wondering how you're doing.
Tell I'm dancing round the room.
You're dancing? Yeah.
I wish.
She says to say she loves you.
Oh, bless her.
Yeah.
First words he said to me, were, "Are you all right, babes? You all right?" While he was talking, he did realise that his thumb was hanging off, but he didn't even complain about it. He just carried on talking.
A specialist has come to reattach his severed thumb.
I feel nothing.
That's good.
Do what the cowboys do, giving us like a whiskey and dig the bullet out. I don't think I'm that brave.
I would have screamed if that had been me. If I saw mine hanging there, I would have been... don't know what I would have done.
So how many fingers have you got now?
9.
9.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's not lost, it's still there. You've still got 10 fingers, not 9.
St George's Resus.
What's going on?
We've got a 10-year-old boy, an 8-foot fall from a tree, open left release and ulnar fracture.
A young boy is travelling from Bushy Park with his mum after a fall during a family picnic.
So fallen from a tree, fractured left radius and ulnar, but fallen 8 foot. I grew up in the countryside, so I was allowed to roam free and climb trees and make dens. I was always the careful one, though. When I was climbing the trees, I had that sort of fear of injuring myself. Touch wood, that sort of protected me from not breaking anything as a child. So I'd like one nurse up this end, and then I'd like everyone else behind the blue line, please. Otherwise, it gets a bit overwhelming.
This is 10-year-old Niall. Niall's had a fall, tree from approximately 8 foot. Significant deformity to the left arm, pre-fractured radius and ulnar.
OK. Hi, Niall. Do you have any pain in your neck at all, mate?
No.
Good man. It's all the pain, I'm sure.
Shock, isn't it?
Lots of shock. Yeah. Put him in a plaster and then send him for an X-ray. And I might try, if he's good on the Entonox, try and straighten it a little bit. It's broken. Like, I know it's broken.
Any parent who has a child who's ever broken a bone has probably heard that scream, and it's very chilling. So I knew that he had definitely broken something just by hearing him scream.
Do you breathe in and out from your mouth?
Perfect.
That's it.
That's it. Farty noises are good. Like that, that's it. The more farty, the better, really.
He was in shock. He was screaming. He had seen what his arm looked like.
It's hurting you. Okay.
And my instinct is to just hold him forever and to protect him and keep him safe forever.
Okay.
I've got you. Can you make a little fist for me? Just wiggle your fingers for me. Can you wiggle them? Perfect. We call it a banana arm because it looks like a banana. It's because their bones are so malleable. They're like green sticks, you know, new, fresh branches of trees.
Okay. Breathe. Just breathe for me. It's going to hurt every time it gets moved. It's going to hurt.
Just get me some one position there.
If you want to breathe on your gas, then you...
I knew I wanted to be a mum from, I guess, the age of about 16. I'm the eldest of 3 girls, and I spent a lot of time looking after my younger siblings.
See all your nerve endings and stuff and your bones. It's fine.
He's going to need an operation for this to get it fixed, so he'll need to go to theatre for that. Did you want to ask me any questions?
Doctors will need to x-ray Niall's arm to assess the damage to his bones.
So we don't shake hands at this hospital. We fist bump. Can I have a fist bump? Good man. Nice to meet you, Niall, OK? Happy?
Thank you very much.
No problems. That's all right.
In my 20s, I was working in the music industry, having a fabulous time, going to gigs most nights, seeing friends, going to restaurants, going to the award ceremonies, hanging out with superstars.
Oh, you've got a bit more colour in your cheeks now. That's better.
I was young, independent, had a great career, and was having a lot of fun. I think it happened when I hit about 30. I was aware that I did want a family. I was aware that it may take some time, and that it may take some time to find somebody I wanted to have a family with. I did date a few men, and I think I scared them, because I did go straight into one. You know, I would like children, and if you're not interested in having children, there's no point going any further. I was lucky that Glenn did actually want children. I probably would have been with Glenn anyway, I think, and just made him have children. Assuming he could.
John was admitted to St George's earlier. The surgical team are preparing to carry out a life-saving operation on his twisted bowel.
It's a big operation you're going to have, so it's not something to just sort of take lightly. You know, it's not like having a tooth extraction. This is something quite serious, you know. I think you'll pull through OK, but if you didn't, well, you've had a long, very, very successful life, haven't you?
Yes. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much. No, I thank you very much, because you're the one who gave me life, not the other way round. You and Ma. He was a big, cuddly sort of man. I always felt when I was a child, putting my arms around him, Daddy, he was massive. He really was massive. My parents gave us a sort of almost ideal childhood, really, and which you never really appreciate until you haven't got it any longer. And we're not talking about material things here. We didn't even go abroad. We didn't dress in smart clothes. We were the last kids to have a television and a telephone and all that. We didn't have any of those stuff, but we did have this feeling that our parents cared about us. You know, which is what a kid needs, and the love, and they gave us all of that in bucketfuls. You'll be all right. You'll be OK.
Yes, I will. Thank you very much for all you've done for me.
That's OK. I'm glad that I was here, just to be around with you.
The only thing, I suppose, is the truth about the future is that we're all going to die. And we need to be ready for that, because it's going to come to us one day, and we don't know whether that day is going to be this afternoon or tomorrow or in 50 years' time. You know, losing my mum when I was 5, I was exposed to death at a very young age. I was exposed to impermanence at a young age. So I know the things that are around me, you know, they're not going to last forever.
Pa, I'm staying with you until you're taken off. Are you OK? Yeah, you're having a little snooze, that's good. Best thing to do. I'd become a parent myself. You know, struggling, well, I say struggling, bringing up children like anybody else is these days, I suppose. And so I'd become a parent, and I suddenly realised that actually they made the job look easy. Unfortunately, I wrote to my parents 10 years ago, telling them what wonderful parents they were, and I've said everything I needed to say then, so before my mother died, so that was good. I think that's something which I'm so pleased I did do. I don't need to say anything more. There's nothing which I need to, which is unsaid. I've been working in your garden. I've got lovely dirty nails. I've been cutting back some bushes this evening since I was last here, and doing a little bit of work in the garden.
Back in a minute now.
Okay. Oh, my neck.
Both the bones are broken. It's quite angulated. That's why it's uncomfortable. And of course, the soft tissues here are now swollen.
It's been 3 hours since Niall broke his arm falling out of a tree. Doctors are going to try and realign the bones.
The easiest thing is to try to very slightly pull the forearm in a better position. It will be tricky, yeah. It shouldn't be excruciating pain. It won't be very painful. It won't be comfortable. You'll feel me pulling. Slow, deep breaths.
Oh, baby, breathe into that. Take a deep breath. Okay, slow down, Angel. I know it hurts. Is that okay?
Fantastic, right.
Oh, well done, Angel, well done. One more breath in of that. Come on, good boy.
It looks much straighter now. It looks improved. That's fine, that's fine. That was really impressive. You've done very well. Probably it was worse than you expected.
What's your favorite colour?
Orange.
In my early 20s, I couldn't see beyond the next day. I think the life I have now is much richer.
Oh, Lord.
Do you like them?
I love spending time with my children, and we do normal things. We live in suburbia and we do normal things. At one point, that was my nightmare. And here I am, living my nightmare and loving it.
Him, Fred.
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 Can't believe he fell out of a tree, Niall.
That's my Linda. She's still there.
She's okay.
Mick and Linda are in adjacent bays, but still haven't seen each other. She's been treated for injuries to her chest, hand and wrist. Mick could face life-changing injuries, but first he'll need several operations to his leg.
Do you want me to take a message from you?
Yeah, what time's breakfast?
What time's breakfast?
Since I was about.
I met Linda many years ago in a club in Woking. It was only going to be a piece of fun, but 17 years down the line, we must have done something right somewhere. And we're still together now, and we're still very, very happy. We live in our lovely little mobile home. At the time, I couldn't afford a house, so we picked a mobile home. It's only a small place, but we absolutely love it. They said if she was driving, she wouldn't have made it. Because I was driving, men are a bit stronger built than women.
Nick.
Hello, darling. I wouldn't like to. I wouldn't like to have a life without her. No. That's how close we are. Very close. Very, very close. Day we can both walk down the road, hold our hands together, that'd be a great
Yes,
day.
yeah, they're good.
That'd be
Really
great.
good.
And I won't have a funny shaped thumb anymore either.
And he never regained consciousness after that operation. So when he went to the operating table, as far as I'm concerned, that was it. That's the last time I spoke to my father. To lose him, for it to really dawn on you, is still a shock for a middle-aged person like me to lose your dad. What I would say to anybody is don't wait until it's too late to make declarations to your parents, because you may not be able to, later on. And I think that's something which I'm so pleased I did do.
This is Sam, found under the car with his legs back over his head. Blocks away off the scoop.
Kept coming on the news that there'd been a motorcycle accident. All of a sudden, my wife came on the phone crying her eyes out saying, "You've got to come home, Sam's been in an accident." And then the penny dropped. What I was listening to on the radio was actually my son.
Not got a good radio, worried about his chest.
Time is absolutely vital. If you don't do something quickly, you're not going to win that one.
Nobody wakes up in the morning thinking, I'm going to go to A&E today. Nobody knows. Nobody knows who it's going to be.
Pediatric trauma call, 15 minutes.
Code red, Helipad response.
You're having a heart attack.
We want to be in and out of scan in the next 10 minutes.
I can't feel any pulse.
A&E reception, can I help you? Yeah, 24 hours, 7 days a week. I love that question. What's your opening hours?
St George's, London, one of the busiest and most advanced A&E departments in the world.
Beautiful. It's as if we've done it before. We are there when awful things happen to pick up the pieces.
We have a 2-year-old who's kicked like a horse.
We see the unpredictableness of what happens in life, and we're suddenly having to explain why it's gone wrong.
I can't feel my left leg.
You'll be okay.
A place where life
A&E selfie! Down below. too slow.
Love
Such a big boy. So proud of you.
and loss
I'm still here.
unfold every single day.
So we don't shake hands at this hospital, we fist bump. Can I have a fist bump?
All the patients you're about to see were treated in just one 24-hour period.
Hello, darling.
You genuinely do see the best of people in this job. You'll see strangers rushing to the aid of someone they've never met. You just see things that make you realise just how important the people in your life are and the people around you are.
Mom, hi. I had a bit of an accident. I'm in A&E. Nothing too serious, just some plasterboard fell on my leg. So that's annoying, so I had tennis at 6.
Dr. Neil is in charge of the emergency department today. He's one of the newest consultants at St George's.
Coming to London when I was 18, university it's a lot of time to have some fun. Being able to work hard, play harder, that was my motto.
God, I'm hot. Yeah.
No, it's because you're hungover and you're taking painkillers.
I'm not hungover, that's the thing.
Well, you smell of alcohol.
And doing things that you probably ought to not have done and you can regret, but doing things that you loved. And that's just, that's how you grow up and become an adult. Hello, can I discuss a trauma? It's a 20-year-old chap. He's fallen 20 feet out of a tree. I certainly see young guys particularly who don't think about the risks. So we've got the full report. There are 2 fractures in the middle of your spine. I think the majority of my patients that have come in from trauma are probably 18 to 30. Read into that what you will.
Hello, St George's A&E. Trauma, yeah? OK, go ahead. Yeah. 22-year-old motorcyclist versus car, 40 miles an hour. Yeah. Upper limb and lower limb fractures. Yeah. OK. Thank you. Bye. Adult male trauma call.
A 22-year-old motorcyclist is being brought to resus after crashing into a car and being thrown 30 metres.
His foot's going to be dead by the time he gets here, if it's blue currently. They're querying lower limb fractures with vascular compromise because he's got a blue foot.
After losing his protective clothing, paramedics are concerned that the severity of his injuries may have affected the blood flow to his foot.
Motorcyclists coming in, they tend to suffer some very severe and significant injuries.
Adult trauma to A&E resus.
At the speeds at which the motorcyclists are going, the bones in your lower leg can break reasonably easily.
Adult trauma to resus.
Around the bones in your legs, you've got blood vessels and nerves. If the bone breaks and tears one of those blood vessels, and it's not treated immediately, your foot can go blue, and that can cause the foot to die.
Number 5, please, thank you.
On Saturday, yeah.
Evening. Evening. And 1, 2.
Leading the trauma team is Registrar Carrie.
OK, let's listen in for handover, guys.
This is Adam, 22, he's a motorcyclist, was travelling at approximately 40 miles an hour, overtaking a car, clipped the wing mirror, came off. Pain in his lower right leg, his boot actually came off. He had steel toe cap boots on. His toe cap was gone from the boot. There did appear to be some vascular compromise. It's very hard to palpate the pedal pulse. He was with his family. Police were contacting his mum, so she should be aware.
So do you want to do primary survey?
It was 8 o'clock. The landline just rang and rang and rang. And I just thought, oh, who on earth is that? Nobody ever really rings me on my landline. And then within a split moment, my mobile rang.
Capillary refill less than 3 seconds.
Sat Diane Gray, yes. Adam Gray's mum, yes.
There you go, buddy. Just right, see how go. All right, mate?
Let it be inside.
When you get a phone call like that, everything stops. I don't remember anything else apart from just listening to the police officer. He's going to St George's. We're still at the scene.
That's like a hematoma of the big toe, second and third toe as well.
Pedal pulse?
Doctors are concerned that without a pulse, the tissue will begin to die, putting Adam at risk of losing his foot.
The big toe, that's like a...
It's cold peripherally, but...
And the adrenaline just kicks in, and it's like, I just need to get to the hospital. I need to see my son.
It's a CT head to pelvis, and lower lip.
As well as checking for injuries to his neck and spine, the CT scan will reveal the extent of the damage to the blood vessels in Adam's foot.
Let's give him some morphine, then.
I just wanted to be there with him. I go cold actually thinking about that.
"22-year-old Adam has been brought to CT for a full body scan of his head, neck, chest, abdomen and pelvis."
Hi, Adam. My name's Carrie. I'm one of the doctors that's been helping as well.
Doctors need to find out whether his motorcycle accident has ruptured a major blood vessel and stopped the oxygen supply to his foot.
So we're going to do a scan from your head down to your pelvis, then we're going to get some x-rays.
Adam's mum, Diane, has just arrived, but is yet to see him.
I think the most difficult part about being a parent is it's not when they're a baby, it's not when they first fall over and cry and going to school. The most difficult time in my experience is as they start to mature and do lead their own lives. He had just started work at a restaurant, so his hours were long. He seemed to be happy in that work.
Breathe in and hold your breath.
When Adam first started going out, which was really probably when he got his car, it was a very, very strange feeling. I can't say that there was ever a time where my ear wasn't waiting for the front door to go and those keys to be put on one side.
Came at 40 miles an hour, clipped a car, came off his motorbike, flew about 30 metres. It's possibly overpronated his right foot. We're getting plain films for that.
I think Adam was almost like born driving. From the moment toys were of any interest, it's always been cars. Racing cars or motorbikes, that's really a real passion for him. And he's always wanted a motorbike. I divorced when Adam was quite young, so I was mum and dad. It was always Adam and I, and we'd do everything together, you know, go to Legoland, the farms, you know, all of those things that you normally do as a family, but we're always together. So I think we had a very, very close bond.
Please indicate the reason for any absence from the UK in the last 12 months. I live in another country.
Don't you wish you could go like that and you're back home?
Yeah.
I don't mind, as I say,
Who's on the phone?
getting there, eh?
Who's on the phone?
Oh. Sorry, what was the name of your dad? I did have a problem getting into the computer.
So Courtney just sent me photos of food when I said we're starving.
Can we get delivery?
It's like a waiting room for a hospital, not a restaurant.
I'm sure we could get delivery.
Yeah, like, let's get a curry and stink up the whole waiting room.
78-year-old Lena has been brought to St George's by her husband Tony after suffering a dizzy spell during a sewing class.
I've always had this curiosity. There's a lot of things that I don't understand. Like, I've been there twice, that Tate Modern. And for something, I don't understand it. I don't know how to work it. I left school at 14. You see, I went away to see it, and by the time I was 17, I'd been halfway around the world. I'd been through Indonesia, Malaya, Singapore, Penang, Vietnam. So that was my education. Easy. Who's a smart cookie? I've got to be out seeing things, you know what I mean? And Lean's the same. He can tell you how to work that machine, you know. You see, we don't know all this stuff. Lena grew up in Malta. She became a nanny and travelled with her family to Switzerland, Geneva, and then she eventually come to London with the family, and then she started training as a nurse. I tell you what, these chairs aren't bad, are they? They're quite comfortable. I was coach driving in the Marsden, transporting nurses, and you picked them up at 8:30 to take them back to the nursing home. You all right, sweetheart? It was the banter in the morning. I mean, so we had names for them. Lena was the Venetian Queen, and she had long black hair then. I liked her company. We were friends, you know, and right from the start. She had a happy disposition. She had that wandering spirit, want to see what was over the hill, you know what I mean? I think that was one of the attractions. You could put the news on now, couldn't they? Well, mind you, the news is so depressing you wouldn't want to watch it anyway. And so that's how we started. Yeah.
Yes.
Why did you go out last night? What was so important about last night?
I haven't seen a lot of people in that time.
Oh, please.
Okay. So why would you ask that? Because you're obviously just going to be pissed off.
18-year-old Rosa has been brought to St George's by her mum Jo after falling off her bike on her way home from a night out.
And why didn't you call someone like me?
Because I was trying to fix my bike and then get home. didn't want to wake you up while you're going to work the next day. I thought
So you could have ended up with a broken hand raped.
I wasn't... Okay.
Do you have any idea why I'm so angry with you?
Yes, I do.
Rosa?
Oh. Excellent. Well, that's very good.
Take a seat on here. All right, I'm Jack.
Hi,
Hiya.
Jack.
Nice to meet you both.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Oh, all right. So what happened?
I basically fell off my bike last night.
Okay.
Oh
gosh, yeah.
And I've
taken the skin off.
Yeah.
Did you feel funny at all before you fell, or did you just slip off the bike?
I'd had a couple of pints.
I thought you might say that somehow.
Yeah. I think you can still smell a couple of pints.
Where were you?
I'm not medically trained, but I'm pretty sure you can.
So what time did you fall off your bike?
I'd say about 1:30.
Okay, yeah.
I think a lot of my generation suffers from, what was it, FOMO? You know, fear of missing out. I get that big time, big time.
So look at this. This needs a clean.
Yeah. Now you've got stuff like Snapchat, so you see as they're out, you're like, oh, do I want to be there? Yes. I'm going to see the photos on Facebook tomorrow and be upset I wasn't there.
You were in so much pain.
Yeah,
Were you?
a lot of pain.
Okay, yeah.
I always think of it as kind of like there's another version of me that is tomorrow morning that has to deal with it, but right now I'm not that version of me, so it's all right.
Yeah.
Is that so?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. Don't worry, Terry. All right, let's x-ray the wrist in that case. We'll clean that up.
Okay.
All right?
Cool, thank you.
Oh, hello, it's Neil and Resus.
Doctors are awaiting the results of motorcyclist Adam's CT scan to see if he's injured his neck and spine or damaged the blood supply to his foot.
Okay, thanks.
They still don't know whether the soft tissue is permanently affected and has begun to die.
I'm just going to get your mum to quickly come in, OK? Because she's a little bit upset. Hi, you Adam's mum. Do you want to come through?
His mum last saw him 4 hours ago when he left home on his bike.
If you go on that side, you can see him, all right?
Hello. Mum.
Hello, Mum.
I'm Neil, I'm one of the A&E consultants. Hello.
Adam's reaction when he saw me, I think it was relief that I was there. Even as a child, he would never cry or show that level of emotion unless something was really, really bad or he was really, really hurt. The fact that he showed that emotion was huge. It's just that physical touch. It doesn't need to be a big squeeze or anything. It's just knowing that that Mum's here. Mum's here.
Yeah, loads of people.
That's really nice thing, isn't it? People do care.
You always think as a mother that you can fix absolutely everything. I was glad that I was there. You still believe that you can do something even though you can't.
If you feel uncomfortable at all, then just tell us now. I've certainly seen a lot of injuries from people who've been in motorcycle accidents. It reminds me of how vulnerable we are. It must be so difficult for relatives seeing people that they love in that situation. You know, it could be 10 minutes before they were on the phone to them and everything was fine. And now they're in a situation where their world is torn apart in front of them.
I just saw you go past and all I saw was your beard and it made me cry.
think you automatically think, what's the worst case thing that could happen? Are they going to die? Hello, sweetheart, how are you? I remember when my daughter was very unwell and my wife was in hospital with her and hearing the news and I drove as fast as I could to try and be with them. And I remember in the car just pulling over and crying. It was that thought of, God, the worst case scenario. Sorry. Oh, very good. Thankfully, she was fine. But I can understand. I can empathise with people when they're put in that position. Right, listen, I better go. Okay. Capacity issues.
I sent you email. I'm going to work on Monday unless you go back to the rota, yeah.
Oh, right, sorry.
Working with consultant Neil in A&E today is registrar Lucianne.
I came to UK when I was 19 from Brazil. I felt I needed to break away.
That's fine, that's fine, that's fine.
Are you working Monday as well?
It was one of the scariest things I've ever done because I've always, lived with my parents, never been away.
Whatever it is, I don't mind. But I just haven't arranged with my nanny, that's all.
So I said, well, this is my opportunity to be independent, have a bit of my own life. It was scary. Very different customs. I'd never seen an electric kettle before in my life because we boil water in a saucepan. We didn't have electric kettles. So I remember I'd see people making tea and I think, what the hell, what's that? I remember, let's go out to the pub. I said, okay, and they'd be knocking on my door at 7:30. Come on. I said, it's only 7:30. I was used to going out at 11 o'clock at night, not at 7:30. Like, oh, the pub's closed at 11. Like, what? But I think it's part of growing up. I think most people leave home.
No, so yeah, I came 20 years ago to university and then never left.
I had to grow up very, very quickly because I'd had no one, my whole family are in Brazil. I have no one in the UK. So now my family now is just my husband and my daughters.
You find one job, then you've had a boyfriend, then you end up getting married, you've got kids.
I love talking to people. It's the humanity of it.
All right, I'll see you later.
You see people at their most vulnerable, when they're at their lowest point in their lives. And there are just certain people which you will never forget.
Hi, I'm Lucy. I'm one of the doctors.
Yeah.
Right, how are you feeling?
Oh, much better.
Much better.
78-year-old Lena has come to St George's with her husband Tony after a prolonged dizzy spell.
I've been having a look at your notes. What were you doing?
2 o'clock. She was in her sewing class.
Sewing class. Were you sitting down?
Yes.
And did it feel like the room was spinning?
Yes,
or
yes,
yeah?
yes.
Was it like the floor was going over your head?
Yes. Yeah.
And how long did that feeling last for?
About half an hour.
Half an hour, so quite a while then. What were you making?
For cushion.
A cushion? I don't know how to sew at all. It's terrible. I tried knitting once, it didn't work.
We got married May the 11th, 1978. And then we went to a little restaurant in Clapham for our breakfast. We didn't marry till we were in our 40. As far as children was concerned, we really thought we passed our sell-by date. We travelled all over the continent. All down the south of France, Limoges, all down the Champagne area, through into Italy, Tuscany, Venice. We were in the opera in Verona.
Deep breaths in and out.
I couldn't stay indoors all the time. We'd look at something and I'd say, look at that, Lean. And the next words out of her mouth was, let's go. And that's been our life all the way along. Let's go.
Before today, have you been well in yourself?
Yes, yes.
Have you noticed that your speech is more slurred today than normal or not?
The speech is actually coming back.
Oh, good.
This is the best she's
been since I think it was a stroke was a couple of years ago. Is that right?
October 13.
Okay. And how do you walk?
She goes up the stairs.
Brilliant. And do you have any carers? Yeah. Who does all the cooking? He does everything. You lady of leisure.
Lena had a stroke when we were on holiday in a caravan in October 2013. All I was thinking was, I've got to get the ambulance. And then we ended up in St George's.
Before I do that, how much is your arm?
Yes, not much.
Okay.
I read the bus.
Because she does exercises every morning.
Good. Put everyone to shame, I don't do any exercise in the morning.
Becoming a carer, it was just a course of things that happened. I never thought about it. It was something that she'd do for me and I'd do for her. It's as simple as that. It's just little things that you've got to do that you wouldn't have done before, or she wouldn't have let me do before.
With your right index finger, touch your nose and touch my finger.
The feelings don't change or anything like that. You've still got the same person.
Any dizziness? World going round and round? No? Should we try and stand you up? No? Unsteady, aren't you?
Shaky.
Shaky, but do you feel dizzy like you did before?
No, no.
No? You just feel a little bit, you're worried something might happen? Okay. I'm here. I want you to close your eyes for me. Okay, open your eyes. Right. No, okay. Should we get back? Let's get back. Let's get you back. Let's get you back. It's okay. It's all right. It's all right. It's okay. It's okay. Let's get you back. You all right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. You're quite unsteady, aren't you? How did that feel?
It was us.
You felt your legs weren't obeying you? Okay. All right. Okay. I'm a bit concerned that you're so unsteady on your feet. Because this is all new, isn't it?
Yeah.
We'll do your blood test. I'm going to speak to stroke doctors. I'm just a bit concerned.
Okay. Very thorough, isn't she, Lee?
They told me to come straight to the desk and...
Hey there, Jimmy. I'm gonna play Tinder. Okay. No. Definitely not. No. 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 No.
You have a lovely smile.
Oh, what? I didn't look properly.
Oh my gosh.
My first time in a wheelchair.
Oh, you smell like an old pub. Oh my God. You do. No, I tell you what you smell like. You smell like the floor of an old pub.
Thanks.
Actually, let's not talk about it, because I'm still cross.
I would be blessed.
18-year-old Rosa and her mum Jo are awaiting the results of an X-ray to Rosa's wrist after she fell off her bike returning from the pub.
Here, I don't know.
Oh, skateboard.
Yes, it looks like, yeah. It looks like pussy, doesn't it?
Here, is that scaphoid there? Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is, isn't
That
it?
crescent shape.
It's definitely broken, isn't it?
Yeah, well done.
You're very hot, actually.
I'm very hot.
All a bit tiring.
Right. I think you've broken your wrist.
Ah,
So we'll clean all that up because I think that's important.
yeah.
And we'll bring you back tomorrow to a fracture clinic and just to make sure everything's all right. I've broken my scaphoid as well. It's really sore. It's really sore.
How do you do it?
I'd also had a couple of drinks. And I was on a trampoline with my friends. and you can imagine.
At an appropriate age, presumably.
Yes, it was, yeah, it was. Probably a bit too old to be on the trampoline, mind.
We fight, we do. I feel bad because I know that she's right. It's quite difficult to see that when you're like really, really wanting to do something or really wanting to go out, something like that.
Right.
I'm quite good at digging myself into a hole. I think the best thing to do is talk less. My sister's nailed it though, she's absolutely nailed it. Talking less and kind of knowing what to say.
How's that?
Yeah, it's not
Not
bad.
too bad.
I'm actually terrified of you coming in the mornings at the moment. I've lost my purse. I've broken my wrist.
It's a fair point, actually.
I've run the bath over and the whole house is flooded. Do you remember that scene in Paddington?
Yes. I think the reason why it's difficult to understand for parents is that you'll only know what it feels like to be 18 when you were 18. It's because you're becoming your own person in your own right, rather than their child. When you reach the age of kind of 16 plus, you're starting to fork your own way in the world.
It's a fun trip, mother-daughter trip.
Yeah, with a quality time.
You're on a mission to put me into an early grave, aren't you?
So this one was a motorcyclist. They're worried about his foot was blue, but actually I think it's got a subungual hematoma to his toes. He'll probably go under ortho. He's had some morphine for pain.
Doctors have received the results of 22-year-old Adam's full body CT scan.
I think what you learn by this is that I am always right. And it's horrible, but I am. It's very difficult being right.
Hi, my name's Carrie. I'm one of the doctors. Hi, Diane. So, ankle at the moment, there's no obvious fracture. But across the front of your foot, there are kind of multiple little fractures where I think your foot's got caught. Yeah.
Although Adam has broken all of his toes, the results show no permanent damage to his neck and spine or the blood vessels in his foot, meaning the soft tissue will begin to heal.
So one of the things we can do now is to take your collar off. So just wait, let me take it off. So, not too quickly. Wait, okay, so just rest your head back. I just want you to turn over to your left. Is that okay?
As your child becomes an adult, you just have to let go of those apron strings, because if not, all you're going to do is worry. You just have to let go. I'm learning how to be a parent still. You know, I don't think you're not really trained how to do it.
I'm just going to clean this area and see how bad that is.
I'm breathing for you. We do have a closeness, and we may not always have the deep conversations that other people have, but there is that link, and sometimes it is just a look. I love our bond, and I know sometimes Adam, I think, might find it difficult, but we just know each other through thick and thin.
Adam is being taken to an orthopedic ward where doctors will decide whether or not he needs an operation to realign his broken toes.
How are you feeling, kiddo?
78-year-old Lena is being closely monitored after coming to St George's with dizziness.
My headache.
Doctors are concerned that after suffering a stroke 2 years ago, it will be harder to identify any symptoms of further deterioration.
Sorry? I'm gonna get a CT scan, okay? You all right? What's wrong? What you feeling?
I don't know.
Can we just do another set of obs on her? I'm just going to organise a CT scan. When someone has had a stroke in the past, they are more concerning. They might have problems with their heart, problems with their blood pressure, because they do have high risk of getting other illnesses. Don't worry, okay? You're in the right place.
No.
Can we get bed 20 and take it to CT now? My God, it just says there's something not quite right.
I'll come with you.
Doctors need to scan Lena immediately to determine whether her further symptoms are the result of a problem in her brain.
Whatever I'd done, she's always been there for me. I mean, say I had a quadruple bypass. She was there, always there for me, you know what I mean? So you think to yourself, you've got to hold it together.
Should we take a picture for Mama? Ready? No, not like that. Nice face. Can you do a nice face?
Just take it easy, and if you need to come back and see us.
Okay, we'll do. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
A&E.
They look after you. Have you back home in no time?
Dr. Lucianne has received the results of the CT scan of Lena's brain.
Delivering bad news to people is the worst part of my job. I just suddenly imagined myself what it'd be like if someone was coming telling me this. If you're on the receiving end, who are you going to turn to if you're there by yourself with your relative? It's very hard.
Got some bad news. You've had a stroke. I've spoken to the neurologist, the stroke doctor. Said your symptoms were worse on the left, and it's consistent you have had a stroke.
The scan images show a bleed on Lena's brain that is likely to have occurred in the hours before she came to hospital.
So you're going to be admitted to HASU, the hyperacute stroke unit.
You think, would I be able to stand up to it, you know what I mean? But what you feel yourself is the immaterial. I didn't want her to think I was worried, you know what I mean? And she didn't want me to be worried. So it's going to be back to working on it again.
First stroke was on the other side. This stroke is on the left side, so it's a different kettle of fish.
Because Lena has a bleed rather than a clot in her brain, a clot-busting drug won't help this type of stroke. She'll be moved to the stroke unit and closely monitored for any further signs of deterioration.
If you need anything, let your nurse know or me know. All right, we're just outside.
You are? If I hadn't met Lena, I'd have been dead long ago. Because at that time, for a couple of years, I was drinking too much.
What did she do to help you?
She waited. Like, I'd always been a wanderer, but I was static then. And then when she come into my life, then I started moving again. She was my saviour, really. Dying isn't one of the things that bothers me. Like a lot of older men in my position with no family, you hope that she goes first, so you know she's safe. You don't worry about yourself.
They just had a connection. They just had this underlying connection, you know, and it was lovely to see. I think no human being wants to be alone. You know, at the best times of your life, you want to share it. And I think at the worst times of your life, it's sharing and having someone there with you. I think we all strive to have that, you know, that fairy tale love. To have a bond like that over years and years and years, it's, you know, it's something to aim for.
They couldn't really work out what had gone wrong. You've got to cope and you just got to press on. You get up, you walk around, all of a sudden you say to yourself, oh, what's she think? But they isn't there to bounce it off, you know what I mean? Who's the boss?
Oh, I'm the boss. Oh,
but the beauty of it is she lets me think that I'm the boss. I look at pictures of her young and I look at her now. She seems to be getting more beautiful as she gets older, you know what I mean?
St George's Emergency Department.
This is Ross 51, he's a building worker. He fell through the scaffolding.
The initial impact of the fall was horrific. He wasn't breathing. There was no other thought process other than he's dead.
Oh, man, I can't take it.
Nobody wakes up in the morning thinking, I'm going to go to A&E today. Nobody knows. Nobody knows who it's going to be.
Pediatric trauma call, 15 minutes.
Code red, helipad response.
You're having a heart attack.
We want to be in and out of scan in the next 10 minutes.
I can't feel any pulse.
A&E reception, can I help you? Yeah, 24 hours, 7 days a week. I love that question. What's your opening hours?
St George's, London, one of the busiest and most advanced A&E departments in the world.
Beautiful. It's as if we've done it before. We are there when awful things happen to pick up the pieces.
We have a 2-year-old who's kicked by a horse.
We see the unpredictableness of what happens in life, and we're suddenly having to explain why it's gone wrong.
I can't feel my left leg.
You'll be okay.
A place where life
A&E selfie! Down below. Too slow.
love
Such a good boy.
So proud of you.
and loss
I'm still here.
unfold every single day.
So we don't shake hands at this hospital, we fist bump. Can I have a fist bump?
All the patients you're about to see were treated in just one 24-hour period.
Hello, darling.
You genuinely do see the best of people in this job. You'll see strangers rushing to the aid of someone they've never met. You just see things that make you realise just how important the people in your life are and the people around you are.
Hello, A&E, can I help? Ow. Well, listen to this. I've been asked out on a date with this boy that I met on my birthday. All right. So awkward. I hate things like this. Because I think, what if, like, it goes horribly wrong?
You look well, Brown.
Yeah, I know. I work really hard on my turn.
We're not going sunbeds on Sunday. Well, I am, you're not.
Yeah, I am. Low heat, 24 hours, please. Ow.
Sorry, Bobby, sorry.
Well, you'd be a rubbish doctor, wouldn't you?
I don't want to be a doctor.
I don't. What do you want to be?
A person.
A person.
My name's Arash. I'm just going to check you over head to toe, all right? Fine.
Today in A&E, Arash is the orthopedic registrar on call.
Take a nice deep breath for me. In and out. Go on. That's better. I was born in Iran. I grew up in northwest London. And again. Try and take a really deep breath. Don't just open the mouth. Deep breath in. When we came over, it was initially difficult because I didn't speak any English. And out. But I remember having to move between schools and countries, and you did feel like a bit of an outsider, especially with a non-English name. And it probably took me a good few years to be happy with myself and be able to, you know, be who I am. Can I just borrow the finger probe? People should be accepted for who they are. They shouldn't have to change to fit in. Is the ECG in there as well? Yes, please, thank you. And we're all made differently, but we've all got a role to serve.
Hello, Anna Sukini. Hiya, thanks for ringing back. OK. Yeah, I need to answer that. I'll ring you back in a moment. Thanks, bye. Hello, St George's. Yep. 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 10 minutes. You're coming by lounge, yeah? Lovely. Thank you. Yep. Bye-bye. Adult trauma call, crashed by a car, abdo pain and pelvic pain as well.
Adult male trauma call, 10 minutes.
A 34-year-old mechanic is being rushed to A&E. Whilst working on his own car, it rolled forward, crushing him against a brick wall.
Every time you hear that red phone go, you have a sense of trepidation about what's waiting for you.
Pinned up against a brick wall by a car. It's complaining of abdomen, pelvic pain, ETA about 5 minutes now.
When it's something you've seen before and when it's something that's totally new to you, is this something that I'm going to be able to do something about?
His injuries are so serious, he's being rushed 11 miles to receive specialist treatment at St George's.
Trauma call?
His mother and sister are following behind in a paramedic vehicle.
I was at work. I knew he was going round to mine to sort his car out because he wants to get it right because he wanted to sell it. And all of a sudden, my phone went. I looked at my phone and Grant's name's come up. He said, a car's crushed me against a wall. And I just took off to get home. You obviously think, no, he's going to be all right, but I didn't know. I didn't know whether he would be paralysed, what sort of state he would be in.
I'll take it. You've got enough things to do. Carry on. Shall we transfer across and take the end of it? Okay, I've got injuries there.
Grant is 34 years of age, and about an hour and a half ago, he's working on his BMW, rolled forward and crushed him against a brick wall at sort of pelvis height.
So you're saying that he was working on his own car, and the car then rolled down and pinned him?
Yeah.
Grant, my name is Ash, I'm one of the orthopedic trauma doctors. I'm just going to check you over head to toe, all right?
His injuries, he's got right upper quadrant posterior pain, sort of over his sort of liver area.
Sorry.
And he's tender over the pelvis. His legs were splayed open at C.
Try and take nice deep breaths. Slow down your breathing. Good, man. That's perfect. Keep going.
Doctors need to assess the severity of the injuries to his pelvis and internal organs.
A pelvic fracture, especially if there's a crush injury in this case, can be life-threatening. And so it's very critical to get the imaging done early. Is it sore in the tummy, is it? Just say yes or no.
Yeah.
There?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So left iliac fossa and suprapubic. I'm going to get the rad. We should do a pelvic X-ray.
Sorry?
We should do a pelvic
X-ray.
Radiographer,
yeah.
Can someone just order it? I'll go around and get them.
Yeah.
You think, let it be me, not him. Because him being so active and being a mechanic, I thought, I don't know how he will deal with this if he is not able to walk. So Grant, it would be the end of the world.
Hello, A&E reception. How can I help? Yeah, what's the surname, please?
What does that say?
It's
ISA.
It's a hunk.
No.
Oh, I just missed it. That's the second time I've landed on that. I haven't got any of my money back yet.
Hello. How many times is this going to happen to me today?
It's been under an hour since 34-year-old Grant arrived in resus after being trapped between his car and a brick wall.
Side, ready, steady, side. Sorry, mate.
Right, sorry about that.
His pelvis has been x-rayed and he's having a CT scan to identify any damage to his internal organs.
Grant was my firstborn. He arrived weighing £7 8 ounces. He was first boy on the ward to be born on New Year's Day.
Just need to check your line. Already have bank thanks.
Grant and I actually got our name and picture in the paper.
Just going to connect you to the other side now.
He was quite mischievous, but just had a lovely way about him. He was always very kind, very calm and gentle.
Are you ready to put your hands above your head?
When you decide you want children, the ideal scenario is usually one of each, a boy and a girl, which I was very lucky.
Yeah, it was my older brother. It's just the two of us. When we were kids, we were thick as thieves.
Breathe in and hold your breath.
I suppose when you're little, because you sort of don't really have loads of mates as such, you've always got each other. I can always remember that he always liked cars. He had like toy cars, then he had like remote control cars. Then he'd progressed then he did his driving, and then he got his own car, and then he got into doing the cars up, and yeah, a bit of a boy racer, and didn't break the law, obviously, but just liked to, he's a tinkerer.
Grant being a mechanic and the loving brother he was, he said to me for Christmas, he said, I think I'm going to get Becky a car.
Oh, it was a red Nova, Vauxhall Nova, and it's so minging. It had mould inside.
Oh, it was just absolutely... She was over the moon.
And it stunk, and I remember I had to buy, the Magic Tree air fresheners. I had to buy about 20 of them, hang around the inside of the car. And I remember that the petrol gauge never worked. You'd think being a mechanic you'd fix it, but no.
Grant is taken back to resus, whilst doctors wait for the full CT results.
I know, yeah. I'm off tomorrow, so I'll sit in the garden and go pink.
I'm off tomorrow.
How are you?
I might go to the V&A, see the Savage Beauty. Savage Beauty, Alexander McQueen's exhibition.
You gonna sunbathe? Oh, no.
Not with this.
Is it bad?
It's pretty bad. Shall I see it?
Scaffolder Charlie is at St George's with his girlfriend Rosie with an injury to his eye.
Some local anaesthetic.
Hello.
Is it better now with a bit of anaesthetic?
I can still feel. I can feel it scratching again.
At least you got your eyes open then.
Yeah, one of them. Yeah.
Aye, aye.
Cringy McCringe.
What were you like growing up?
I was alright. I was just like any normal kid, I guess. Like, bit of trouble, cracked on with school.
Yeah.
A few detentions. A few given detentions. I can't remember ever going to a detention, but who goes to detentions? I don't know. School finishes at 3:30. We'll both have to have a glass eye. When I was younger, I did a lot of judo, and I've fought all over Europe doing that. It's only recently, about the last five or 6 years, that I started MMA, cage fighting. It's a mixture of boxing or kickboxing, that sort of type of thing. Apart from biting and headbutting, you can pretty much do anything. As soon as the air gets to it, it starts to sting again.
Just keep it closing.
Yeah, I am. I think the stereotypes of a cage fighter or someone who does martial arts of any sort, I don't think I fit them. Definitely surprise people, I think. They're a bit like, oh, OK. Didn't expect that. I'm always smiling. I've still got a straight nose, so... and all my teeth.
If you're blind in one eye,
The gods blessed me with a spare.
It's not spare.
It is a spare, look.
You need them both.
No, you don't.
Of course you do.
No, you don't.
Look, put
Steve Wonder ain't got no eyes. Look how good he is.
Come here, baby. Yeah, look more, yeah? Yeah.
Earlier today, Grant was crushed by his own car. He's now waiting for his X-ray and CT scan results.
Alright. You alright?
Mm.
Darling.
Did they say what's happened?
They're not sure at the moment until they get
What have they told you?
Stomach just hurts so much.
Yeah.
The stomach.
Put it on my legs, I can't.
No, they said they can't, probably because you've got a bad
But you
side.
can feel them, can't you?
It's difficult with Grant and Becky because I divorced their dad 13 years ago. I didn't ever think I would ever in a million years be divorced. To be together and have a lovely, loving family forever. I think that's what every parent wants. But it doesn't always work out like that.
You'll be fine, darling. At least you're here.
I think Grant was really angry with me. But I also know 110% I tried everything I could do to keep our marriage together. And then when Becky moved out of the family home, they drifted apart. I mean, they used to see each other Christmas, birthdays, things like that.
They'll fix you if something's not right. They'll fix you. I moved out before him and had children and got married, and he's going off doing his own thing and living his life. You don't speak for a week, and then it turns into 2 weeks, then it turns into a month. I suppose it becomes normal to not bother with each other, which I suppose is wrong.
Just want to sit up and move.
Yeah, well, don't, because that could be the worst thing you do.
It just used to break my heart that they weren't as close, because they were so close when they were little.
Yeah.
Arash has examined Grant's initial X-rays.
How are you getting on with the pain, Grant?
Still hurts right at the top and front of the stomach.
That X-ray that we did earlier shows the two bones that come together at the front are wider apart than they should be for my liking on that X-ray. But certainly at the front where you're sprung apart, you'll need some plates and screws to hold it back together.
Are we still going to be able to work and go back to the gym and everything else?
I don't know how long it's all going to take, and we'll kind of cross all those bridges.
Yeah, OK.
But before you're back at normal work, I would expect it to be 3 to 6 months. He had what we call an open book fracture, which means that the whole pelvis that should be bound together in a ring flies open at the front, and the join at the front of the two bones separates. In his case, it was also broken at the back. It's never easy to give bad news, but I think patients need to and deserve to know, what we're thinking, and even if it's not good news, they need to know the reality of the situation they're in.
Doctors are still assessing Grant's CT scans to see if he's sustained further internal injuries.
To wait till they do the rest of your scan as well. All right, so that takes a good hour or so before they can have a look at it all. Or if there's something more serious.
Like what?
Well, it depends on what the scan shows. All right? So, nothing to eat and drink for now. Let me have a look at the scan and I'll come back and see you. All right?
I've got this for months.
Bollocks. No, maybe not months. That's all right. Go on, you have a cry, darling. Go on, don't keep it in. Just have a cry. That'll make you feel better.
ambulance service. What's the problem there?
My partner has a bleed and it pours out, and I'm in pours out.
Where's
lots
he
of blood? Head.
Okay. Is he conscious and breathing at the moment?
Yes.
And has there been enough red blood to fill a whole mug full?
Yes.
Yeah, more than 2 mugs full?
Yes.
Is the blood spraying or spurting out in jet?
Yes, it is.
It is.
But I think he's pumping so much it might not stop.
St George's Resus.
A 44-year-old man is being rushed to St George's with a serious arterial bleed.
I knew straight away that it's bad. I was half asleep and looked at him and all blood was pouring out of his head.
And I'll protocol 25 minutes.
I rang the ambulance and my hands were shaking. I think he's losing blood constantly all the time. Is he gonna die from this before they arrive?
So he's got intracranial and extracranial, which is why his is so nasty.
He has a condition which causes a growth on his head that can rupture and bleed out at any time.
Doug has arteriovenous malformation. It's blood vessels in his head. They're twice the size to normal people. And they've grown so much now that it's covered his eye.
So if he's normally treated under max fax here, so I just give him a heads up
Let's do
because
that.
of this.
Specialist nurse Terry has been caring for Doug since he was first rushed to St George's 4 years ago.
Douglas's case is very rare. I've only ever seen it once in the 20 years I've been qualified.
Bleeding is under control.
With pressure though, or?
Yeah.
Was there an injury or just this was
No,
a
so
spontaneous?
it's spontaneous, I think. I don't think it takes much for it to open up.
The staff must apply pressure to the wound to stop him from losing dangerous quantities of blood.
Up until now, they've been all manageable, but I guess at some time there will be a catastrophic bleed. You do always consider, you know, how bad is this going to be this time?
I'm going to roll you over, Douglas. I can't get the ball under you. There we go.
Brilliant. All right,
Ball's out.
Douglas, my name's Laura. I'm one of the nurses looking after you,
I
okay?
can't see me.
I'm gonna just start hooking you up to the monitor, okay? Is
You
that?
what?
I'm gonna start hooking you up to the monitor. Is that okay?
All right, yeah. Thank you very much.
Pleasure,
All
Doug.
I met Doug. It was a blind date, yes. I thought he was really friendly and outgoing. He wasn't shy at all. He was funny.
Is there any point just putting a bandage around it for
Well,
now?
I mean, if we position Doug well.
Right, it's just going to need to be tight.
Oh!
All right.
When I met Doug, Doug wasn't like what he looks like now. His eyes were slightly out of line, and that was it. You wouldn't have known.
You're going to need the pressure on it in order for it to...
4 years ago, his eyes started closing. It's just something that's happened over the years and got worse, and there's nothing they can do about it.
Is it painful? Where's that hurting?
Oh, hell.
And we started.
Right, lean back again. Lean
No.
Back. Lean back.
Every time that Doug's had a bleed, it's always in the back of your mind that he won't survive, he won't come out of it.
Can't tell him.
Grant has broken his pelvis, but doctors are waiting for his CT scan results to confirm whether he has further internal injuries.
It's a monsoon outside.
Is it raining?
Pouring. It just...
Sorted the car out. There's windows open and everything.
Don't worry, we'll sort it. That's the least of your worries is your bloody car.
The car is just material.
Exactly.
Have you got any tarpaulin at yours?
black bags.
Yeah, black bags.
I think when you get home, we'll put some black bags on the windows.
It just made my day to think that Becky was there for Grant. I just know that Grant was really pleased that Becky was there. And I know that Becky was pleased that she got there to be with him and me.
That's it, let's try another cue. We have to have like 10-minute cat naps.
I think it affected my mum the most, obviously, that we didn't speak like we used to. I suppose you just lose your way a bit as you grow up. You become selfish, because it's all about your life, and then you have your kids, and it's about your family. His accident was the reason why he brought us back together.
There.
How many hours?
I need to go and talk to the interventionalist. Yo. Let's walk and talk. Open book pelvis, actively bleeding. So I just want to know if they want to intervene. When someone has a pelvic fracture, what they're worried about is the broken bone. For us, actually, our most critical worry is that injury, that force, could have damaged major blood vessels and they could be bleeding. You have to worry about whether that's active bleeding you need to immediately deal with as a life-threatening problem, and actually you can come back and deal with the broken bone at a later stage. Just having a look at the scan quickly, it looks like as it's split open at the front, it's also probably torn some of your blood vessels there. All right? Now, probably because you're so young and fit and well, that's why your blood pressure and heart rate are holding. When someone else who wasn't as fit as you, they probably wouldn't be as good by now because you've had some bleeding into your pelvis from where you've had the injury. Your body's going to carry on coping up to a point, and then you're suddenly at risk of dropping off that. So we're going to put you into one of our intensive care units. What's important is making sure we get on top of the bleeding, making sure that you're safe. All right?
Grant will be taken to intensive care before having extensive surgery.
You don't want to think that you could lose him. It's important I have him in my life.
You're gonna be all right, bro. It's fine, you're gonna be all right. You're gonna be all right. You're gonna be fine.
He means a lot. At the end of the day, he's my brother. It probably means more to me than I probably realise.
Love you, bruv.
Right, good to go.
Hey
babes, how's it going?
You have biscuit.
I like biscuits.
Is it? Me? Nah.
No?
I have the hunger sweetness me like a you.
Aww,
Right,
such
you,
a
baby.
babe.
I was born a bad boy.
How do you do your eyebrows?
Oh, I pencil these now because my tattoos are...
Every day.
I know, it's so annoying. I'm going to get them re-tattooed. Before they were tattooed, so it was easier.
I don't like my eyes if I don't have some eyeliner on.
Your eyelashes are massive.
Thanks, love.
I love them. My boyfriend says I look like an egg without my eyelashes and eyebrows.
Yeah, so does he not see you without makeup then?
Yeah, obviously, we live together, but he says I look like an egg.
I think this is out of order. I think this was an emergency.
It depends what other people have got, isn't it?
No, I mean when I called 999.
Charlie?
Yeah. Are you going to take this stuff, babe? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Emily. I'm one of the nurse practitioners. Sorry about the wait.
That's all right.
I'm going to room number 3.
Number 3.
So, what happened?
I was at work.
Yeah.
It's about 10 o'clock and I felt something go in my eye. I just soldiered on and...
What do you think has gone in there?
To be honest, it could be a number of things. I don't really know, but it could be metal, it could be wood, it could be cement.
Okay.
Could be literally anything.
And when you move your eyelid up and down, does it feel like you're moving it? Okay.
Yeah.
Just pop yourself in the chair directly opposite.
Okay.
And I'm just going to grab the keys. Yeah, of course. We can all wedge in. We'll be fine.
What's with all the tattoos?
I've got loads of tattoos. I've got 2 Rottweilers on my back, which are my favourite ones.
And another. Ready?
No. I think Rottweilers describe how I'm like. I work hard. I like to do the fighting and the training and stuff. So I think very much like myself. But I'm sure Rosie would describe me as a poodle or something, or a chihuahua.
Right. What I'm going to do now is make your eyelid go inside out.
All right.
It's quite weird, and it's a really awful sensation. The most important thing is...
Yeah, I think people look at me and sometimes think, oh, look at that guy, he's got loads of tattoos, and automatically think a thug, basically. I mean, I'm hoping I don't give that off. If someone took the time to sit down and speak to me, don't think, and you'd think about me like that. Ow.
Sorry.
It's okay. Ow.
Like some piece of grit, maybe?
Is that all it is? It's caused all that?
Yeah. Do you want to have a look?
What?
At the eye?
Yeah.
I know that all the scientists and that, they say, oh, you make your mind up about someone in the first 10 seconds of meeting them. But it's the first impression for a reason. You can always change your first impression.
Close your eyes for me.
And it's important we don't all look the same. It's just because the world would be a boring place.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Bye. Adios.
Bye.
You should never judge a book by its cover and just be kind to everyone you meet because you don't know what they're going through.
Are you all right?
Yeah. Are you? As good as can be.
Yeah.
Staff have been working for 40 minutes to stem the bleeding from the open artery on Doug's head. He was born with a rare condition which causes the blood vessels on his head to expand and rupture.
All right, mate.
How are you doing?
Oh, not too bad.
What's happened tonight? Just sparked up, did it?
Just as I was going to bed, I went just like that, and I thought, oh no, and it started pouring.
The bleeding must be contained before they can plug the wound.
Do you mind if I just step out for a minute?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah, I'll swap.
Do you mind holding it there for 2 minutes? Are you sure?
When I met Doug, he was great. He wasn't fazed by anything. Nothing worried him. He had his own flat, and I was really surprised for being a man on his own. It was immaculate. Obviously looks after himself. He cooks, and he cooks marvellously. Doug would always make me dinner, and he would leave dinner for me when I come home from work.
Do you mind chatting?
No.
Just remind me, what's the story of it is? How long?
About 4 years, that's when it started. And then it just started this way, and over here, and all the way over here.
But now I have to help him, obviously, because now he can't hold things. He can't do his shoelaces because it's affected all his right side. I've accepted being his carer now, but it was hard at the beginning.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Not in any pain or?
Yeah.
You are. Have you had something? Morphine? Do you want some?
That's the stuff.
Okay.
I don't know how he does it. I've been on the bus with like school children and they've all like been whispering and calling him names. It annoys me because they just judge from what they see, they don't know the person. So I just think he's got a lovely face anyway, and I just think that is him, because I just see him as he was when I met him.
You're warm enough, mate.
Oh, don't worry about it.
Oh, I have to, mate. Comes with the job, doesn't it?
People often say that they would do anything to change places, wouldn't they? And they're, you know, I've certainly been in that position where I would, you know, just to give them some relief, just for a day even. My wife's developed quite a nasty chronic condition over the last year during her second pregnancy, and she's still sort of suffering a great deal with it now. And I've, you know, tried my best to be positive and do what I can, but I think I know now, sort of firsthand, as it were, the impact that illness has in a family. I think that's the most distressing thing to witness.
I think you lost a lot of blood this time, just in your experience.
No, not half as much. I've had 4 pints. I thought it was a goner. All I could see was white clouds. And that was it. And I just laid there. And it all went quiet. It was lovely. And then all of a sudden, all I heard, dog, 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 dog.
Was that at home?
That was round here.
You probably can't stitch it or anything, can you?
No.
It's way too delicate, isn't it?
No.
They say that they can't operate because if they open his head up, they won't be able to stop the blood, so he'll just bleed to death. I do wish I could fix him, even to stop the pain. If he wasn't in pain, that would help. He says, I love you, and I say, I love you too, and he makes sure that he says it every night because he don't know if he's going to wake up the next morning. I don't know what it'd be like without him. But I know there's a lot of love there.
Was that how you do that? Yeah, it takes like 2 minutes. Ponytail, bun, shake it, wrap it round.
It's like a pile cushion.
What?
A pile cushion.
Please don't sit on my head. I'll take my crisp. Thank you.
After an hour, staff have stemmed the bleed from Doug's head.
I don't know, am I allowed to drink or?
It's better if you are sort of starved until we know exactly what's underneath, I suppose.
Normally I just have like I don't know, Twix.
In the evening?
You know what I mean? Yeah.
You're the same as me, mate. You got a sweet tooth.
My wife, she knows it all, but I don't.
Has she come up?
No, because she's got the little 12-year-old.
We were together 3 years before I fell pregnant. And when we went to see his neurosurgeon, and I said, would the baby have it? And they said they can't pinpoint why some people get it and some people don't. It's not hereditary, and he always wanted to be a dad. And I don't think he thought he ever would.
Seems to be, touch wood, holding its own.
He was there all through the labour. He stayed with me. He didn't leave the room. He was holding my hand all the way through. And he's been really good since we've had him. He said he wouldn't be alive now if it wasn't for me and our son, because he wouldn't fight, because he wouldn't be able to cope, he wouldn't be here now.
MaxFax Registrar Claire will examine the wound and attempt to close it.
Can you see it?
Can you see it? Yeah, we've got it. So I can see it's one vessel that it's coming from.
It's astounding sometimes how some people do manage and live with their illness rather than die from it, as it were.
Sorry.
Even at those difficult times when he is in hospital, you do not catch him feeling sorry for himself, you know.
How's that feel?
Yeah. I'm sorry, but...
Can't imagine what it's like, mate.
Oh. Anyway, thank you very much.
It's nice to meet you, and perhaps...
I hope I don't have to see you.
Yeah, that's it. I hope so. All right.
Thanks a lot, mate.
It is incredible, really, how you can, you know, muster a smile and a joke when, you know, your life is threatened.
If I can have a drink, then.
Yeah, what do you want? Scotch.
No, not really.
Single or double malt? What would you like?
It's always inspiring to be around it when people are strong, you know, in the face of real adversity.
Doug will be monitored on a ward overnight.
It don't matter what you look like, just get on with life. Doug feels sorry more for other people than himself. He thinks there's people worse off than him in the world, because he's remarkable now, because he walks around and he pushes himself and he won't give up. And I've never known anyone as brave as him for what he goes through.
You can't go through something like that and still then carry on how you was before. I mean, since the accident, like, we talk more. I suppose they say everything happens for a reason, and I suppose this was the reason.
It's strange when something like that happens. It does bring everybody together. Family will be there regardless of whatever happens, whatever's happened in the past, whatever happened in the future. Your family are the ones you can count on.
Have you still got the car?
I have still got the car, yes. It went to the body shop and it's been repaired. So I think it's time to have it advertised and sell it.
How long have you and Rosemary been together?
14 years now. She was very quiet, but now she don't shut up. We do occasionally nag at each other, but She'd do anything for me. I love her.
After I did it, I was like, oh my God.
It's truly disgusting. Have you got an idea of how you're doing it yet?
Yes.
I've got a screwdriver here if you want it.
Pediatric priority, 5 minutes.
If a child is not breathing properly, there's not enough oxygen getting into your blood, that's going to kill you before anything else.
Nobody wakes up in the morning thinking, I'm going to go to A&E today. Nobody knows. Nobody knows who it's going to be.
Pediatric trauma call, 15 minutes.
Code red, Helipad response.
You're having a heart attack.
We want to be in and out of scan in the next 10 minutes.
I can't feel any pulse.
A&E reception, can I help you? Yeah, 24 hours, 7 days a week.
I love that question. What's your opening hours?
St George's, London, one of the busiest and most advanced A&E departments in the world.
Beautiful. It's as if we've done it before.
We are there when awful things happen to pick up the pieces.
We have a 2-year-old who's kicked like a horse.
We see the unpredictableness of what happens in life, and we're suddenly having to explain why it's gone wrong.
I can't feel my left leg.
You'll be okay.
A place where life
A&E selfie! Down below. Too slow.
love
Such a big boy. So proud of you.
and loss
I'm still here.
unfold every single day.
So we don't shake hands at this hospital, we fist bump. Can I have a fist bump?
All the patients you're about to see were treated in just one 24-hour period.
Hello, darling.
You genuinely do see the best of people in this job. You'll see strangers rushing to the aid of someone they've never met. You just see things that make you realise just how important the people in your life are and the people around you are.
Morning, Vera.
Morning.
Morning. Yeah, they start early, don't worry.
A&E.
Was it a shock? I mean, yeah, at first it was a shock. I was like, oh my God. Then I remembered positive attitude. I remember I have first aid.
No, I don't want it to be stitched. Anything but stitching.
You don't need stitches, it's fine, it's not open.
I don't want stitches. Ow.
Hello, it's Simon in resus. Can I possibly move the lady in bed 3 out?
Emergency care nurse Simon has just begun a 12-hour shift in resus.
Yeah, I've got a trauma coming in, and I've just put somebody in bed 2. My whole life really has orientated around hospital. My dad was a pharmacist, my mum is a nurse. Consultant, yeah, he's busy with a patient at the moment. Can I help at all? I'm the nurse in charge. I wanted to do that classic thing at 18 and be done with school. Do I want to go travelling? What do I want to do? My parents were having none of it, and they said I was not clever enough to be a doctor and not pretty enough to do nothing, so I was going to become a nurse. Could Dr. Karina come to resus, please? It's quite a privilege to do the same thing that my mum did. Bed 5, Sophie and I will be able to get up to the ward shortly once we've popped a Miami J on, which I've got there. Having your loved ones with you when you're going through the worst time in your life, it's a godsend, really. As doctors and nurses, we put science and numbers towards illness. But then love is the one process that we can't put a number or science to. And it's a wonder drug.
Hello, St George's Resus. So rest rate of 32, yep. Pediatric priority, 5 minutes.
A 5-year-old girl is being rushed to St George's with breathing difficulties.
5-year-old female, DIB.
If a child is not breathing properly, it's very scary. I'll bring it over now. If you're not breathing properly, there's not enough oxygen getting into your blood, then that's going to kill you before anything else.
We've got a 5-year-old, difficulty in breathing, low sats off oxygen.
Going to go into bed 7 when it's ready, and I'm putting trauma in there.
Let me get it off, Livy.
This young lady is Kayla. She's 5 years old. Her initial sats were 86 on there. Pulse rate was about 110. Her saturation, like I said, on oxygen, in the region of about 36. And the temperature was 37.1.
Kayla's mum, Rachel, travelled with her in the ambulance.
My mum called me at work and she said, Kayla is not breathing properly. She wasn't in a good way at all. I could see her whole chest heaving. She was really, really struggling to breathe. It was really bad.
Okay, just sit forward. Hi, I'm Carrie, I'm one of the doctors. Mum's just here.
When a child starts to deteriorate, it's an emergency situation.
It's going to take a picture of your chest, all right?
Doctors need to give Kayla an emergency X-ray to help identify what might be causing her breathing difficulties.
As a mother, you want to protect your child and you want to make sure that they're okay.
Coming when Miss is behind you, okay?
I needed to be brave for her.
X-ray, Resus 6. Deep breath in, Kayla. Hold your breath. Breathe normally.
Gareth.
Thank you.
Sorry about the wait.
Oh, no worries, mate. It's one of them things, isn't it?
Here it is. How did it happen?
I was putting a magnetic lock on a gate, drilling, and obviously...
Just slipped and went?
No, it's not slipped, it's actually snapped. I thought I'd slipped.
Oh, really?
The screws snapped, so...
And then you put the rest of it in that?
Yeah.
Great. Can you move your wrist at all or not?
It's very uncomfortable.
All right, OK. Nevertheless, I'll have a quick chat to the plastics doctors because I think they are the ones that are probably the best people to pull this thing out for you. Just give me a few minutes, OK?
Olivia, hello. Are you able to walk on that poorly leg?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we want to go to that cubicle over there.
12-year-old Olivia has come into A&E with her 14-year-old sister Maddie and their au pair after cutting her leg at school.
It's a bit high, isn't it? Shall we see if we can... So what happened today?
I did a handstand and I smashed into a radiator.
That sounds painful.
I caught the edge of the radiator and it dug deep into my thing, so it's quite deep.
Right, so we need to have a look at it.
I'm not going to look at anything. I'm not going to look at anything. I've already seen it.
It's not that bad, can I just say? But it is disgusting.
My deputy headmistress says, Olivia's had an accident.
Yeah, don't look if you don't want to. I don't know what they're doing with this.
Warning you, it's really bad. And at this point, I'm like, oh God, what's going to happen? I walk in and Olivia's tears rolling down her face, but the biggest smile. She's like, hi, Madeline.
Ooh, you have got a bit of a chunk out, haven't you?
I'm not going to let...
Oh, my goodness.
Olivia, I have to say I'm very impressed. It's quite a gash.
Yeah.
It's okay. You okay?
Yeah.
You promise?
Yeah.
Yeah, if it's too painful, you must let me know, okay?
I have to say, I felt quite maternal because she's my little sister. I felt I have a duty here to look after her. I have to make her feel comfortable, have to make sure she's okay. We might have little scraps over literally nothing, like who ate the most Nutella and little silly things like that. But we're sisters, and I love her beyond belief.
Will I get stitches?
Yeah, I think you will. You're excited about having stitches?
Not really, no.
Hi, the paediatric one has just been requested.
It's been less than 10 minutes since 5-year-old Kayla was brought to resus with her mum, Rachel. Registrar Nadia has been called from paediatrics to try and stabilise her breathing.
It's okay, sweetheart. What's happening? I'm not doing anything. Just relax.
Children can deteriorate very quickly. And we have to be very vigilant. We have to pick up the slightest clue.
It's okay. Shall we check the temperature, please?
If a child deteriorates, it's very difficult to get them round, and that's the biggest worry.
Her x-rays show no obstruction to her airway, so she's being given medication to relax the muscles in her lungs in an attempt to control her breathing.
We're going to put a mask on, which will help you breathing, all right? Let's take this one.
This should make you feel a lot better, okay?
From the day she was born, my life changed, and it changed for the better. She's my only child. Kayla was a very active little girl. She started walking by herself from about 10 months. She was walking, running, jumping. She was very, very loud and strong right from the start.
She's on time for Has this been in
My mum helps a lot for the days that I'm at work. She was 1 and a little bit, and my mum took her to the museum, and she wouldn't get out of her pushchair at all. We took her into hospital. We got rushed to Great Ormond Street. Her temperature skyrocketed. She was having fits in the night. I was scared. And it was there that she first got diagnosed with juvenile arthritis. She got diagnosed age 2, so since she'd been being treated, it hasn't happened. We didn't leave hospital from June till about September. It was bad. She stopped walking and she stopped talking. She went from my happy, jumping around little girl to just doing nothing. I remember sitting in the hospital and thinking she should be outside and enjoying life and enjoying the sun, and we're stuck in here. I just tried to make it as normal as I could for her. I'd take her down to see the fish in the fish pond, and she'd put on her little sunglasses and her little sun hat, and we'd take the hospital pushchair into the gardens with the pond, and we'd look for the fish down there. I was aware that we were stuck, and until we could manage it, we weren't going anywhere. That was home for months.
And I'm just going to get you to sit forward for me. Good. Mummy can help you.
You okay?
Juvenile arthritis, it's a life-changing diagnosis. You can have high temperatures with it, and they can have joint pain, joint swelling. It is a disabling condition, and they need quite close monitoring.
Given her existing juvenile arthritis, doctors can't rule out infection as a possible cause of her symptoms.
There are many things that we have to watch out for in her condition. She can't have any vaccinations. Chickenpox could be life-threatening because she's on a treatment that suppresses her immune system, which is why she gets sick quite often.
She's got quite a lot of wheeze. Whether she's got an infection as well, I don't
Oh.
It's all right. It's all right.
Uh-oh.
That's fine. You can do it. We'll change over.
So this is the second vomit for the day. But she's not really eaten, so... She's had a lot to deal with in a very short amount of time. I'm so sorry, Kayla.
Now, here we go. Again. Julie, I've made my dog an Instagram. How cute is he?
Made your dog an Instagram? What does that mean?
He's so beautiful that I just need the world to see him.
You know when they gave me the shot of morphine and I kept apologising to you because I just kept drifting off because it was lovely.
Well, he's just got it up on the screen. It looks mad. Looks mad. I know. And do you know what though? I'm not.
Oh, nice. Which one is that one?
Yeah, the screw snapped, so I've not slipped off it, so I feel a bit better about myself now.
Okay, I can beat your score.
Can you?
Mm-hmm. Boom. Mum's not going to be happy.
Hi.
Hi, Mum. Is she here?
Okay.
What do you think she's going to be like?
You poor baby. My darling Olivia.
You're such a silly girl, Olivia.
Oh, Trumpet.
I'm fine.
I know, I'm probably less fine than you are.
Don't look at it because it's really disgusting.
I don't really want to look at it.
This is quite big.
Bit alone. I'm Emily, I'm one of the doctors. So she's got quite a deep cut to the front of her leg. It's gone down to the muscle layer, but not beyond it. Concern is whether it'll come together nicely.
Oh, blimey. What on earth were you doing?
So a little bit gruesome, but we're just going to wash this out now. So Sarah's going to do that job.
That's really cold.
Oh my God, it reminds me of Game of Thrones.
You could see right down to the bone. I wasn't really expecting that. I just don't understand how you managed to rip quite so much out of it.
Me either. I just thought it would be like a really bad graze.
I mean, Madeline's had a couple of accidents, but Olivia just is possibly slightly more clumsy or more adventurous.
Did it hurt?
It just felt like I scraped a bit of skin off. And when I looked down, I was like, OK, that's not what I thought it would be.
That is truly disgusting.
I know.
She's very gung-ho, which translates brilliantly into sport. And in fact, Jim was the reason that she had the accident. Because what I wasn't told, of course, that she had actually been doing a handstand in order to see if she could hit a button to open a door. So yeah, that's just pretty much a typical Olivia accident, really.
Sorry, Mummy. I love you.
Medical trauma? Go ahead. Yeah. Cheers, bye. 83-year-old male, just collapsed. Adult priority call, ETA 10 minutes.
An 83-year-old man is being rushed to St George's after collapsing in the street and is now showing signs of confusion.
His rest rate at 18, pulse is irregular between 110 to 130.
Paramedics suspect the fall may be the result of an underlying condition and have conducted an emergency heart tracing.
Unfortunately, the elderly will never come in with one problem. Their hearts, like them, are old. Heart problems, respiratory problems, you know, they're very frequent. It's very concerning and very worrying.
This is Derek. He is 83, about 4 o'clock this afternoon. Like, he had a fall. He had no idea what had gone on. He slowly regained his memory, but then at about 9:15, you notice he couldn't find words. He was trying to speak, but almost like he's slurring something, but he's still very confused as to what's gone on.
Derek went out for a short walk, which he usually does each day, and he came home and he'd obviously fallen over because his nose was bleeding and his chin was bashed. Patched him up and I spoke to him and he started giving me answers that didn't gel with the questions. All he could say was, "I'm confused." It was scary because everything goes through your head. You don't know quite what's going to happen.
Doctors hope that Derek's heart tracing may give them a clue as to why he fell.
We've done his ECG, and it's very strange. It looks like atrial flutter.
Atrial flutter is where your heart beats very, very rapidly. And the problem with a heart that beats in such a way is that blood isn't ejected from the heart effectively, and you can develop clots, leading to life-threatening problems. Hello, my name's Simon. I'm one of the nurses here at St George's. And this is Dr. Bales.
Hello there.
What we're going to do is pop you onto our cardiac monitor, have a look at this heart rhythm, and we're going to take some bloods as well, try and figure out what's been going on.
Do you remember falling now?
Yeah, vaguely. I don't know whether I tripped or something else. I don't know that I went unconscious, whether I just overbalanced.
OK. Can you say this address after me? 42 West Street.
42 West Street.
Now, I'd like you to remember that. What year are we in?
2003. Oh. No.
No, so what year are we in now?
2013, I think.
Trying to figure out what is wrong with someone of his age with sort of this confusion is a real minefield. He's an 80-year-old gentleman who, at 4 o'clock today, went out for a walk and came back confused, dishevelled, and looked like he'd fallen. Talking to a patient, you can pick up real sort of subtle nuances. Sometimes, you know, the tiniest little thing, you can tell there is a bigger problem.
And can you tell me that address I told you to remember?
It wasn't my home address, was it? No.
Don't worry, that's fine.
He's still in the same state he was when he came in, so...
Oh, they're ready. Fantastic.
83-year-old Derek has an irregular heartbeat and has been showing signs of confusion after falling in the street earlier today. Doctors are concerned that he may have had a stroke and are taking him for a CT scan.
We would think in someone of his age, especially knowing that he had atrial flutter, that a mini stroke is a likely cause for his problems.
His wife Gwyneth has arrived in A&E.
I was 39 and he was 62. I just walked into this church one day and he was playing the organ. It was so beautiful. And I walked up to him at the end and said how much I enjoyed his playing. And we had a little chat. We just clicked and it progressed from there. It was his brown eyes that I really liked when I first saw him. I just a sucker for brown eyes. So your blood pressure's not too bad.
What is it, 98.5?
98.5, that's a radio programme. That's what you tune in on the digital radio. We've got a lot of things in common. We just both find the same things funny, and sometimes we can laugh so much we can't talk for ages.
Would you like another cup of tea?
Oh, I'd love one, yes,
Yeah.
please. Thank you. It's nice tea. Do you make it?
Oh, yeah. Welsh tea. We make good cups of tea.
Yeah, you do.
Gwyneth, are you Welsh?
My father's family were from Cardiff.
Oh, lovely.
People think she's my daughter at times.
To be fair, I had a double take when I first met you.
Oh, wait, there is a bit of a difference between us.
Yes.
The age difference is 22/3 years. We've had many funny moments, sort of in a really stuffy gentleman's outfitters when he was buying a raincoat in Bournemouth one day. And this sort of very upright, proper gentleman said, "Oh, what does your daughter think of that raincoat?" And he just sort of answered politely. But when we got outside, we just fell about laughing because people just assume, and they shouldn't really. These days, anything goes.
Have you got an idea of how you're doing it yet?
Yes. Yeah.
I've got a screwdriver here if you want it.
No.
So, are you expecting this to bleed out now?
A little bit, yeah. Not a lot, but don't worry. Ready?
Yeah.
Oh. There you go.
Wow.
Okay.
Been quite lucky, really, haven't I?
Yeah.
Can I keep that?
Yeah, of course. Keep your wound dry, and if there's any problem, either you present to your local hospital. If you're in London, come here.
Yeah,
okay, we're happy to see you.
I'll be local.
Yeah.
Right, thank you. Thanks again, Craig. Thank you, mate. See you later. Bye-bye. Came out. Yeah. Literally screwed it out with a pair of tweezers. I know, crazy, innit?
Doctors are concerned that 5-year-old Kayla's breathing difficulty may be the result of an infection because she suffers from a rare form of juvenile arthritis.
How are you feeling, Kayla?
She was breaking my heart. When Kayla was first diagnosed, we were in the hospital. They'd set up a little bed for me and all the lights were off and it was very dark and quiet and all you could hear was like the hospital machines beeping and stuff. And I was just laying there and I wasn't asleep. She waited till we were on our own. And I don't know why, but she called me and she said, "Mum, I'm okay, you know." Sorry. She didn't say it in the day. She didn't say it in front of people. She waited. That was hard. Yeah. Okay, poor girl.
Wipe your face. They're waiting for the painkillers to kick in. Then you won't feel it.
Yes, I will. After I did it, I was like, oh my God.
Were you bleeding quite a lot?
Yeah, I kept it like cupping it so the blood went into my hands.
All right.
12-year-old Olivia is with her mum Ruth and sister Maddie. She's waiting to have stitches after cutting her leg doing a handstand at school.
Madeline, if you can get over your slight sort of disgust, it's actually really interesting to, if you want a view for your biology, that's fat, that's muscle, that's whatever. It's really educational. Okay. There we go. Right.
I think that big book's more for your mum than for you.
Yes, it is, actually.
She told me she's getting ice cream later, is that right?
Oh, I would imagine so.
When I was younger, people wouldn't think I was particularly maternal.
So this might feel a little bit cold when it goes in.
I'm not looking.
Right.
Nice, Richie.
That was a bad bit. Did you feel it?
Yeah, just a little.
A little bit.
My husband and I decided pretty much straight away, once we'd been married, that we wanted to have children. Delighted to have 2 girls. Would have been nice to have some more, but 2, I think, at the end is just fantastic.
And I'm going to keep reading, and I'm going to look over here, because I can't look. Right. Right. An enormous fireplace in an old black cooking range took up one end. A kettle stood on the hearth, and a single large lodge hissed and crackled.
As soon as you have your own children, you become very protective. You want to be there, want to say it's all right, it's going to get better. And you want to teach your children to be a caring, decent human being to the extent they can be.
The drinks kept coming. I think that's what you probably need if you were old enough, darling. But anyway, the atmosphere in the pub thawed steadily.
Is this James Herriot?
Yes, it is.
I used to read James Herriot when I was younger.
Always looking amazing.
You're doing really well. Yeah?
Olivia was incredibly brave.
That's a good girl. Here, hold my hand. Hold my hand. There we go.
But I think Madeline did a fantastic job. And I was just so proud of her for doing that. It was just what you would want a big sister to do.
It's all right, sweet pea. This seriously is the worst bit. Sorry, the least worst bit, OK? You've had the worst bit, so you're doing brilliantly, all right? Just concentrate on my words and listen to the story, OK?
Now, before you go, old man, I'm going to tell thee something no one knows but me.
Is it done?
Yes. Oh, I feel awful now.
Thank you very much.
No, that's okay. Well done.
No offense, but it actually seems like I've just had a baby or something.
Oh, what a drama. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
That seems like hours. Can I just get something from Mary?
I'll show you where the toilets are.
It's been just over an hour since 83-year-old Derek arrived in resus after collapsing in the street. The results of his CT scan show no signs of a stroke, so doctors need more information to determine the cause of his confusion.
Are you Mr. Smith's
Wife.
wife? Nice to meet you. I'm John. I'm one of the doctors
hello.
here
I'm
in
sorry,
A&E.
he's just gone to the loo.
That's okay. I was actually hoping to talk to you to get your version of events of what happened, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure. I said, do you want a cup of tea? And he was talking just gibberish.
Okay.
And I says, what's your name? And he couldn't remember his name. I said, how old are you? And he says, 10:15. So then the paramedics came and then they decided to bring him here. Also recently, he's been prescribed Aricept for dementia. I'm not sure how much of the memory problem is the dementia.
To do with the dementia and how much is whether it's due to something else going on. OK, that's useful to know.
He can't remember things that have immediately happened, and he doesn't like it, and nor do I, for his sake.
This episode is obviously not normal, so we have to try and find an answer. We've done some blood tests. The blood tests are still awaiting. All right.
Thank you. He's retreated back to the house because when he goes out to meet people, he can't handle the fact that he might not remember something. Oh, you've got your sample, have you?
Yeah. Thank you very much.
But I say to him, people don't mind. If you say, I'm sorry, I can't remember your name, I can't remember people's names, but he finds that quite difficult to handle. OK, now you've got to shuffle back. And a bit more. That's it, brilliant. Now they can plug you in again.
All right.
If they want to. Is that better?
Yeah.
He hates the name Alzheimer's. It's got such a connotation. So we don't call it Alzheimer's, we call it memory problems or something like that. That sounds gentler. And if it can be gentler for Derek, then I'd like to think that we can handle it in that way for him, so that he wakes up every day happy rather than thinking, oh, I've got this awful disease, life isn't worth living, because that's not good.
I was away for 2 months earlier in the year, January to March, in New Zealand.
Oh, were you? What were you doing there?
Learning to fly.
Really?
Seriously.
Very good. Why did you have to go to New Zealand?
Because I have a brother there.
OK. Does he teach you?
Yes, he's 82.
And he's teaching you to fly?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Can you fly?
No, because he fell off the perch, so we only got a couple of lessons in. But I'll go back and we'll do it.
Fantastic. Good
We'll do it.
Five-year-old Kayla suffers from juvenile arthritis and was brought to resus with severe respiratory problems. Her breathing has begun to stabilise, but doctors are still monitoring her condition.
Right, can I check your temperature? Is that all right? I'm going to pop a little stick under your arm, but it might tickle, that's all. All right?
There you go. Tickly bit coming.
It's all right, it doesn't hurt, I promise.
You can't take your eyes off them. You've got to monitor the sick child. You just have to hope that by working quickly and effectively at the start, you're going to stop that child from deteriorating.
She'll always have the juvenile arthritis. It will always be there. You okay? Okay, love. It's an everyday struggle for me. But she knows we're a team. It's me and her. And anything that she's doing that she finds a struggle or she's scared to do, I always tell her that she's okay and that I'm there. For her, I'll go outside of my comfort zone. Because you're a VIP, Kayla.
Now that Kayla's breathing is under control, she'll be taken to a paediatric ward for further observation.
See if I can not crash this thing. Be a miracle. Oh, someone's smiling. I like it when you smile.
She is a VIP. Whenever she goes to hospital, yeah, it makes her feel good. It makes her feel like it's not so bad.
Beep, beep. Let's run her down.
Are my varifocals gone?
No, you've lost those, sweetheart.
Oh, gosh, yes, I thought I had. Where can they be?
You just have to accept sometimes we lose things.
83-year-old Derek is awaiting the results of a blood test to determine whether his irregular heartbeat and confusion have been brought on by an infection.
I've probably asked you this question before, but my glasses.
The ones you've lost?
Yeah. We don't know where they are.
No, they're lost. He gets really frustrated, so I try and talk to him to try and jog maybe a memory, talk to him in a different way, ask different questions. We could play I Spy.
Does that mean that your role has changed?
Yes. It's certainly not an even partnership any longer. Although we're husband and wife, I'm now carer for him. It's like another job. It's a tough job. I do find it difficult at times.
You want to go home now?
I'm going to go home till I know what's happening to you. When we got together, we were both young and healthy, but there was always going to be a point where we were going to get older and there was possibility of health problems. But my view on that is you never know when your life is going to finish, so make the most of what you've got. Is he determined to come up? Can you lean forward? Love means wanting to be with someone, to protect them, to look after them, to care for them. And when you get married, it's in sickness and in health. And that's very important.
She's going to Richmond.
Maybe
So blood tests have come back. It does show that there might be an infection somewhere. But because you had this prolonged episode of atrial flutter, especially with the heart and the head, I've referred you to the medical team. I think what they'll say is that they'll just keep you in overnight, all right?
Okay.
Many years ago, 14 years ago, I was really ill. I caught a virus, and Derek had to look after me. And he did. He looked after me really well. Didn't enjoy doing any cooking, mind, but the rest of it he enjoyed.
Okay, they can pop you in this chair here.
It's about love, and it's also about respect. And it is a two-way thing. I think respect and love Those are the two main things that we have for each other. I love him dearly.
Derek is being taken to a ward for overnight observation.
The radiator is currently taped up with duct tape from the skin that nobody wants to remove.
She continues to do handstands. I think she's just a little bit more careful at the location.
Sometimes you have to be brave. In the hospital, sometimes they have to give you injections and different kind of medicines because then I can be better and I could go back to school and have lots of fun with my friends.
He's very intelligent, very kind. Time is limited, so you have to make the most of every day. You never know what's going to happen.
Well, it means everything to have somebody in your life that you can love, who understands your shortcomings and general attitude to things. It's great.
Would you like to add anything to that?
No, I don't think so. That covers it.
Easy. Who's a smart cookie?
God, I'm hot. Yeah. No, it's because you're hungover.
Adult male trauma call. His foot's going to be dead by the time he gets here.
The motorcyclists coming in, they tend to suffer some very severe and significant injuries.
When you get a phone call like that, everything stops. I just wanted to be there with him.
Nobody wakes up in the morning thinking, I'm going to go to A&E today. Nobody knows. Nobody knows who it's going to be.
Pediatric trauma call, 15 minutes.
Code red, Helipad response.
You're having a heart attack.
We want to be in and out of scan in the next 10 minutes.
I can't feel any pulse.
A&E reception, can I help you? Yeah, 24 hours, 7 days a week.
I love that question. What's your opening hours?
St George's, London, one of the busiest and most advanced A&E departments in the world.
Beautiful. It's as if we've done it before.
We are there when awful things happen to pick up the pieces.
We have a 2-year-old who's kicked like a horse.
We see the unpredictableness of what happens in life, and we're suddenly having to explain why it's gone wrong.
I can't feel my left leg. You'll be okay.
A place where life
A&E selfie! Down below. Too slow.
love
Such a good boy. So proud of you.
and loss
I'm still here.
unfold every single day.
So we don't shake hands at this hospital, we fist bump. Can I have a fist bump?
All the patients you're about to see were treated in just one 24-hour period.
Hello, darling.
You genuinely do see the best of people in this job. You'll see
strangers rushing to the aid of someone they've never met. You just see things that make you realise just how important the people in your life are and the people around you are.
Emergency department, can I help?
Can I get you anything while you're waiting? Would you like a drink at all? Cup of tea?
I wouldn't mind a cup of tea.
Cup of tea? Yeah. I'll just get that for you, all right.
I like the Spitfire. It's quite a nice beer. Oh, is it really? Or I have a pint. Pint is nice, and I only drink to enjoy.
Oh, indeed. Perfect, that's 2. Hello, sweetie. Hi, can you squeeze my hand? My name is Maya, I'm one of the doctors.
Registrar Maya has been at St George's for the last 10 months.
Do you have pain anywhere? Where is it? Is it your legs?
Today, she's one of the most senior doctors in resus.
You get unexpected things and people survive something you wouldn't think anyone ever survived.
Your folks have taken the damage.
Shit. That's what I did to the Henry Hoover pole.
Look at that.
There's a pilot from World War II who survived jumping from 7,000 meters and survived. So, you know, it's bizarre, but it happens. But for some, it's bad news. Within 2 minutes, your world can be turned upside down. Every day is different. It's very unpredictable. You can't prepare for it. And that's what makes it beautiful.
Do you know what I really fancy? Like once I calmed down a bit. It's Nando's.
So this one just underneath your tongue. And just check your temperature. Okay. Hello, A&E St George's. The hems. Yep. Right hand, yeah. Male, falling from height.
A 51-year-old man is being rushed to A&E after falling 18 feet from scaffolding onto concrete.
Can we go straight to CT if you're happy? Yeah, cool. All right, bye. Adult male trauma call in 8 minutes. Adult male trauma call in 8 minutes.
Doctors and paramedics treated the man at the scene. His injuries are so severe, he'll be taken straight for a CT scan.
If a patient falls from height onto the concrete, then you start getting a bit nervous. The biggest fear I have is they may be paralyzed.
Sorry guys, coming through. Cheers.
So this is Rod, 51, he's a building worker. He was working on scaffolding at roof height when the scaffolding boards gave way. Fell through the scaffolding, landing on concrete. My injury diagnoses are rib fractures posteriorly on the right, pneumothorax with an ongoing air leak, possibly spinal fractures.
Okay, thank you, thanks Tom. Okay, we'll take his head right to the top and bottom, we'll get off the round scoop.
He has a head injury as well. In that minute, their lives just changed from doing their job, being with their family, or play with their kids, just to being completely different. There's all the things they're not going to be able to do anymore.
Breathe in and hold your breath.
Hi, I'm at St George's Hospital. Rod's fallen off scaffolding and he's fallen from the roof.
Rod's wife, Nikki, has come straight to A&E from the school where she works as a PE teacher.
I was on break duty, chivying people through to get their croissants and fruit and bits and pieces in the conservatory at break time. And then one of my colleagues was signalling to me to come and speak to him. And he looked really shaken. He then said, I've taken a phone call from Doug. And I was like, Doug? And he said, your brother-in-law Doug? Doug told me that Rod had a fall. He'd fallen from the roof of a house, and I panicked at that point. I just went into a tunnel and just went, got to get to the hospital, got to get to the hospital.
Rod's brother Doug was at the scene of the accident. They've worked together for 7 years.
Was it?
He's always rocking his head.
Breathing. Oh, God. Rod and Doug are very, very close. There's only 15 months between them, so they've grown up together all their lives. It's Doug that has all the memory of seeing his brother fall, and I think that's horrific.
Look for his pulse, for the
The initial impact of the fall was horrific. And when Doug got to him and he wasn't breathing, there was no other thought process other than he's dead.
It's been 20 minutes since 51-year-old builder Rod was brought into A&E after falling 18 feet from scaffolding onto concrete.
Any pain anywhere in your chest? Is this side painful? Left-sided chest pain.
Rod's wife Nikki is waiting in the relatives' room.
How are you doing?
All I know is that he's fallen from the
Scaffolding, yeah. We've just taken him to scan. We scanned sort of head to pelvis. There's few injuries so far we've identified. Yeah. So that few rib fractures. There's a bit of blood in his head and breaks along the lateral side of his vertebrae.
Right.
Vertebrae. That's what we know so far.
Okay.
He's just being examined at the moment. Okay. So we'll call you through as soon as we are ready.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Doctors are examining Rod to assess whether he has any other underlying injuries.
Here. He's got a tender painful left shoulder.
When they said he's broken his back, I had thoughts of this affecting him and being a different person. Frustrated or like an angry person.
Hello.
Hi.
You must be partner.
I am.
All right.
Right.
No.
Not as much as I knew. We first met through my first head of department, bit of a blind date. She tried to say that there was a number of friends going out for dinner. It turned out to be her, Rod, and myself. Yeah, and that was that. I don't like you going to sleep. Please don't go to sleep. Please don't go to sleep.
Is that Taylor Swift? Taylor Swift? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Taylor Swift, oh my god. Oh, Taylor made. Is that our house? No way. I'm gonna have to move in. I'm gonna have to move in, love.
St. George's Emergency Department. Is that trauma? Cool. So 10 minutes away, yeah? Yeah, thank you. Bye. Adult male trauma call ETA 10 minutes.
86-year-old John is being brought to St George's after falling off a wall and cutting his head open.
The outcome or the severity of injuries depends on the age of the patient. The elderly patient will have completely different injuries from the healthy adult. Even the simple fracture can be life-changing.
John's wife, Barbara, accompanied him in the ambulance.
And we were going out, and we were in a hurry. I'd left him outside, and I looked out of the window. He wasn't there. He'd fallen off the wall into the house next door, and we couldn't get him out. I was very worried.
Hi, my name is Ma. I'm one of the doctors. How are you feeling? Can you lift your arms up in the air? Both of them? Both of your arms? All right, push down on me. All right, push me up. Push up. No, push up. No, John, listen to me. Push me up. Push up on my arms.
Push up.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, John, how many fingers can you see here?
2.
Yeah, and how many fingers?
4. Oh, God.
Okay, we'll get you some painkillers in a second, so you're going to feel a bit more comfortable. The overriding feeling for people who are just visiting into emergency department, into resus, is just fear, confusion, and shock. And we do our best to try to reassure people.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Don't go away, I might need you.
Oh, come here. Don't worry, it's okay.
Oh, thank you.
You're going to be fine.
Thank you.
I'm taking good care of Barbara for you.
You what?
I'm taking good care of Barbara for you.
You're gonna take me what?
He's not really deaf, you know.
Isn't he? I'm going to take good care of Barbara for you.
Gonna what?
Say it again, Sam.
You can hear me. You're playing with me, aren't you?
What's my relationship to you?
To you? You're my wife.
Oh, yes, I forgot that. Yes, that's true, yes.
And she's lovely.
Yes, I am.
And I love her.
Yes, you do.
John will be taken to CT so doctors can assess the injuries to his back, neck and head.
When I first met John, he wouldn't go away until I agreed to go out with him the next day. And I didn't want to, but I had to agree because he wouldn't go away.
Steady, slowly.
The next day, I asked my boss if I could go early. I know it was horrible, but I wanted to avoid John.
John, it's time to keep still now, because we're going to scan your head and your neck.
I went to the tube station, and guess what? He was there. And it's the first time, I think, in his life he'd ever been early. We got ourselves into the cinema, and when we sat down, he took his cap off, and I saw he had hair, and he looked really nice. And so from that moment, I quite liked him.
How long have you and John been married?
65 years. And it don't seem a day too much.
Doctors will examine John's scans to assess the severity of his injuries.
I recognise that person. Do you come here often?
Sorry about that, John. Okay. The scan has shown you have broken your neck. Yeah.
I've broken something.
You have broken your neck. I'm just going to do a little bit more detailed neurological examination. Then we're going to close this wound at the back of your head.
I was very worried. I was wondering how he was going to be.
Oh, God. Oh, Mom, I'm such a bloody pain in the arse.
It's all right. It'll all be all right. It'll all be all right.
It's been 2 hours since 51-year-old Rod fell 18 feet from scaffolding onto concrete. Preliminary scans show multiple broken bones.
So far we've got broken ribs, punctured lung, broken vertebrae in your back, bashed your head. Stay with me. Don't go to sleep. He was desperate to have children. I was desperate to get married and then have children, so there was a bit of a standoff for a while. It was about 9 years after we started seeing each other that we had Toby, and a year later we got married. Hello, Toby.
Rod and Nikki's 2 sons, 13-year-old Toby and 10-year-old Harry, are still unaware that their dad has been in an accident.
Right, Toby, is Harry with you? Right, listen very carefully. I don't want you to worry and you're not to panic at all, but Daddy's had an accident today. All right, he's absolutely fine, but he does need to be in hospital, all right? He's all right, he's just fallen. Darling, it's okay now, you need to listen to Mummy carefully. He just slipped and fell, darling, that's all. All right? But you mustn't panic and you mustn't worry. They absolutely adore him. Whether it's schoolwork or sporting successes, they love to please him. They'd be lost without him. All your cricket stuff is in the tumble dryer, and you need to fill up water bottles for both you and Harry, and you need to have something to eat, the pair of you. There's strawberries in the fridge, all right? But you mustn't worry, you must really go and enjoy your cricket match, because that's what will make Daddy feel better, is to know that all the boys are playing a really good cricket match. All right? Okay. I maybe didn't know how I felt about it all, so I was just protecting them.
Sorry, Rod, just going to have a quick look at your legs now.
Doctors need to carry out further tests, as they still don't know if Rod's injuries are life-changing.
Any pain?
I wanted to be with them when I gave them all the information. So, but I wanted to be able to explain to them that he might not be able to play cricket in the garden, get out of the chair. I promise you, Toby, everything's fine, okay? Okay. I love you. All right then, darling. Okay?
It's the start of the evening shift, and consultant Manny is working in resus.
Number 6 is going, number 5 is gone.
Yeah.
I'm going to put the trauma here.
Yeah.
And there's a patient coming from triage into number 5.
Okay.
I've been a consultant at St George's for 10 months now. Very fortunate to have worked here twice as a trainee. To come back as a consultant back into the department that it initially influenced me and starting my medical career, it's definitely an honour.
So if we run it so that we use one for this new trauma coming in, and then if we get a third free, if you're happy to use it for a quick turnover.
It's an interesting step up being a consultant from being a registrar. There's definitely that sense of ownership. You have overview and responsibility for everything that goes on in that department.
Primary assessment, we've got an occipital condyle fracture, we've got pulmonary contusions, and we've got a left transverse process fracture of C1.
Even the very difficult days, I go home with a smile on my face because I like to think I've made a difference.
Right. Let's have a catch-up and a plan.
Is it medical trauma? What body? GCS? Yeah. Thank you, bye. Adult male trauma, ETA 15 minutes.
A 19-year-old cyclist has been involved in a collision with a Porsche near his home in Hounslow. He has injuries to his head and a dislocated shoulder.
What's coming?
Cyclist versus car.
His family have been contacted, but his dad is out of the country.
I was on a trip in the United States. I didn't have much contact on the mobile phone. And I got the message from his brother that Mac had been hit by a car.
Okay, come on, to move on 3, 1, 2, 3.
He wasn't wearing his helmet. And that's the first I knew that there was something that had happened.
So this is 19-year-old Mac, cyclist hit by a car. Injuries-wise, he's got a lac to the left side of his head. He has a query fracture dislocation of his right shoulder, other long bones intact. We've given him 12.5 of morphine, 1 gram of IV paracetamol, nisantaminox, and 4 megs of ordanzatron.
As a father, I was concerned that Mac was on his own. I mean, his brother works, his mother's out of the country, so I knew that he was in the hospital by himself. And that was very worrying for me because he is still a young man.
Hello, sir. I'm Manny, one of the docs.
Hello.
Just relax, we're going to examine you. Can I just try moving your arm a little bit?
No!
Okay, where's that hurting? In the shoulder or the elbow?
Yeah, shoulder.
Sarah, if you want to pull the scoop, I'll grab his arm. That up, yeah.
There you go.
Doctors must first deal with Mac's dislocated shoulder.
Ow, my arm.
Sorry.
Oh, shit.
The biggest difficulty with patients who have dislocation is that they're in a massive amount of pain.
So, Mac?
I'm not in a position to talk, mate. Please put me in. Just put me out, please.
Okay, so that's the ketamine there. Perfect. Nice.
Medication.
The longer you leave it, the more swelling there's going to be and the more damage there is going to be to the surrounding structures.
We're gonna get a quick X-ray of this shoulder, okay?
And if there is, then it becomes a medical emergency. You really do have to move or relocate that part of the body very, very quickly.
Let's have a quick look at the X-ray. He's fractured something.
He's fractured there.
They still need to pull, basically, yeah. I'm just going to try and tuck this up.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Ow! Stop!
It's definitely quite frustrating when you can't get a joint back into position. And while we do lots of joint reductions, there are times where we might need to call for help.
Doctors will need orthopedic specialists to try and relocate Mac's shoulder.
I'll go, tell them to give me a few minutes and I'll come and speak to them.
Excuse me, can I get a drink, please?
You want a drink? Yeah.
Yes, if that's all right.
I'm sure you can at least wet your mouth. I'm not sure you'll be able to have a drink, but I'm sure you can at least wet your mouth. I'll check.
I'm so uncomfortable.
What is it that's uncomfortable?
My chest,
Your chest.
back of my head.
Earlier today, 51-year-old builder Rod fell 18 feet from scaffolding. He has broken several bones, including parts of his spine.
Rod is very thoughtful, very caring, very much wanting to help other people all the time. Very family orientated.
Use this to wet your lips. Just suck on it.
I help, all right? And well, at some point I'll go and buy some straws. All right, bendy straws. Yeah, a little bit more. Yes. Rod's a bit of a perfectionist, whether it's the boys holding their pencil correctly or anything he does, whether it's cutting a hedge, whether it's coaching cricket, he wants everyone to do it correctly.
Thank you.
Where's he going?
For an X-ray.
Doctors are concerned his spinal injuries could be life-changing and have ordered further X-rays.
If you can hold that there for just a second, we'll just take an image there.
I worried about his broken back. He wasn't going to be able to move. He's always been really cautious on doing things to protect the fact that he needs to be able to work. In the back of his mind, he would say, well, if I can't work, that's, I don't get paid. It's simple as that.
Registrar Maya now has the full report on the severity of his injuries.
Rod, just to let you know about the back injury, didn't he? You have broken one of the vertebrae in the middle of the back. You've broken a few of them, but on the side. One of them sort of broken in the middle. So we're gonna get you a brace. Until then, we're gonna keep you flat like this, okay?
He had a moment then and thought, what might happen here? Were people going to have to care for him, and he might have to be totally dependent on them all the time? That was what he was worried about.
What to be sorry about? Stop thinking about it, all right?
Rod's spinal fractures are worse than previously thought. He will need surgery to reduce the possibility of permanent damage.
Just think about lying still.
Roll over.
You want to roll over? You can't. Yeah, you can't.
He does so much. Yeah, it would be, the family unit would be broken.
I'm going on The Voice, by the way. I thought I'd let you know, yes.
You excited?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really excited.
Don't ask her to sing,
I'm gonna
please.
No,
I'm not going to sing.
I'm going to do Adele. Adele?
No, she ain't doing that.
Dare you to let me be you.
Sherry, please.
You're one and only.
Oh. You've got a very firm handshake, John. Yeah, it's very strong.
It's been 2 hours since 86-year-old John fell off a wall, damaging his head and neck.
Oh, it's nice like making a friend. Oh.
Scans reveal he has 2 broken bones in his neck and will need to wear a collar to prevent further damage.
What did you used to do, John?
I was a policeman.
You're a policeman, fantastic. What department were you in?
I was on the wireless cars
Ah.
for 27 years.
I used to be on what they call a Q car, which was a plainclothes car, a 3.5 Rover, which was a gorgeous car. I've seen so many things in the police. You know, the Grosvenor Square riots, Brixton riots, and of course the IRA.
Okay, so keep your head nice and still. We'll get this collar off. Put the other collar on you, okay?
One time, we had a call to a bomb.
I'm sorry to be a pain in the neck.
Pain in the neck.
There was a big canister, and we could hear it tick, 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 tick like this. And we took the lid off it, and then was an alarm clock. In the 60s and 70s, I was in what they call the dirty squad. And I dealt with some nasty men that used to interfere with girls. I arrested a chap for flashing. The lady that was flashed, she grabbed it and held it.
That's so nice.
Okay, so I'm just going to sit you up a little bit to start with. Sorry. Get used to that a bit. We'll get you comfortable, and then we'll sit you up a little more so they can have a look at the back of your head, all right?
Now John has been fitted with a new collar to support his broken neck. Doctors can treat his head injury.
John, I'm trying to put some staples in the back of your head. Just stay as you are, stay as you are.
I was always at home with the 2 boys and the dog, and he was always at work. After I'd given birth, I was just anxiously waiting for John to come and see me and the baby, and he'd come off night duty and he went home to sleep.
Ready? Steady? Go.
That's it, well done.
There we go. You're doing great.
I never forgive him for that, never.
We'll hold it for now. So sorry.
That's your head, I know, sweetie. I just need to clean it a bit to see what's going on there, and then I'm going to give you some local anesthetic.
Oh, he was a good father when we saw him. But work came first to him till he'd retired.
I'm sorry.
You're going to lie down in a sec, sweetie.
You're all right, lovey. You okay? You're being well looked after, aren't you, eh?
She says now sometimes, you know, I should have left you because we never saw you. You're a complete stranger.
Where am I going?
I'm lucky because she stuck with me. There's no doubt whatsoever is without her, I could never have done my job.
You're very nice.
Thank you.
And thank you for all your help.
Cheers, sir. Thank you.
Don't say sir. My name is John.
Nanny.
Thanks, John.
It's very difficult to balance family life and spending time with your family when you are working nights. I have a lovely 2-year-old daughter, and we have another child on the way. And my wife asked her the other day, she goes, "What does Daddy do?" My daughter said, "Daddy's Spider-Man." And I think she always sees me out at night time, working odd hours. It's one of the great difficulties in modern life, I guess, is to work hard and provide a good lifestyle for your family. But equally, you don't want to miss all those moments that make it worthwhile having a family.
Oh, you are strong.
It's been half an hour since 19-year-old cyclist Mac arrived in resus after colliding with a Porsche.
I'm just wondering if that's inside the joint. Is that possibly stopping it from going back in?
It could be a problem, yeah.
Are you happy to give it a pull?
Doctors have had to call down the orthopedic specialist to help pull Mac's dislocated shoulder into place.
Hello, sir. I'm Dimos. I'm one of the orthopedic doctors. You're doing very well. Thanks for your patience. Let me see where the... Can you feel the head?
Yes,
here?
there.
Oh, it's down here. Would you like to take the seat from that side like this?
Yeah.
A good technique is sometimes
to push the head.
To push the head back.
Yeah. Yeah.
Looks promising.
Feels in, you know. Can't feel the head at all.
Promising again.
I think that's in.
Let's get him to CT when he can.
We always knew we couldn't have natural children. So moving to this country, after a few years, we decided to start searching. There aren't too many people in this country willing to adopt not only 2 children, but 2 boys and school-age boys. And so the councils came after us. And in the end, of course, we did choose Mac and his brother.
Are you back with us? We think your shoulder's back in the right place.
Okay.
Because of the impact with the car and the amount of damage you've done to the car yourself, what we'd like to do is just scan the rest of your body and make sure there are no other injuries apart from this shoulder. Okay. All right? Let's get around to CT.
We didn't meet them for many months. We were looking at photos of them that we were given, and we were just staring at those photos for weeks and weeks and months on end. And I think by the time Mac and his brother came to meet us and then live with us, we'd already fallen in love with them. Cheeky chappies, thrilled to death to be in a new home, really happy to try to be part of a family. And started calling us Mom and Dad from the very beginning.
You'll feel a bit out of it, 'cause we gave you a lot of drugs to try and get that shoulder back into place.
Yeah, I know. Appreciate it, mate.
You didn't at the time, though.
Have you ever had it done to you?
No.
No? It's the worst thing ever, mate. Please. It's horrendous. Whew.
Neither boy had learned how to ride a bike when they came to us. And as a dad, I was very happy to go out there and teach them to ride. And Mac learned so quickly how to ride his bike. He just flew and flew and flew on that bike. And I remember the bike being very important to him. Of course, not everything has been roses, but at the end of the day, he knows I love him. And whether I'm his adopted father or if I had been his natural father, I will always be here for him.
You have an injury at the back of your head, which we need to close as well.
Earlier today, Rod fell 18 feet from scaffolding, resulting in serious fractures to his spine.
Maya, it's quite a big...
Yeah, I've seen it. It's that big.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of... needs to be quite close together, I think.
Staff must now treat his head injury before he's admitted onto a ward.
I'm going to support your head, and then if we bend the mattress... So I'm going to start stapling.
I just felt he was broken everywhere. But I just couldn't allow myself to think other than positive.
You pressing?
Yeah.
Okay, how many do we have?
17 staples.
I'm sure you've never had that before.
I don't think I've had a staple.
Now you look like John McEnroe or somebody. You look cleaner in the face, though.
I think you might be in hospital for a while.
I knew it was going to be a long road with a broken back. But I just had in my mind, he's broken and everything will mend. And that will be fine. It will take some time, but that doesn't matter.
Rod will be kept in hospital until surgeons can operate on his back.
Oh my God. I got hit by a car.
An hour ago, 19-year-old cyclist Mac was brought in after colliding with a Porsche and dislocating his shoulder. Doctors now have the full results of his CT scans.
Hi again.
Hello.
So far, we know that this shoulder, it's now back in joint, it's not dislocated anymore.
Yeah.
All right. Then there is a fracture there as well.
Thank you, mate.
No worries.
Oh, it hurts really bad.
Just having a little look at your veins.
Hey, are you from Scotland, lass?
What makes you think that?
Your accent is very nice.
Yours is particularly good.
My dad's from Glasgow.
Is he?
Yeah, but he gave me up for adoption when I was a kid and that, so yeah.
I was about 3, my brother was 5. We were living with our birth dad. Obviously, he was in charge of us and he wasn't capable of taking care of us. It's not like we were abused. You know, we had food on the table and we had each other. It's just our parents had major issues which, you know, prevented them from being good parents.
Is there anyone you want us to call?
Yeah, my brother.
Your brother?
Yeah.
When I was adopted, I was 4 years old, and my brother was 6. I think because of what we've been through, you know, we were in and out of foster care together, and it's made our bond really close.
Yo, bro. Yeah, man.
How the fuck have you managed that?
Being an idiot, like you said, mate.
You could have died, bro. You know that?
Literally, bro. Could have died.
When I think about my birth mum, the only memories I have of her is going to see her at a contact centre. And then after a few visits, she stopped coming to see us. It's a strange feeling, because I know that she's out there, and I probably will never know her.
Yeah, it's bad, man.
Oh, mate, I'm sorry to hear that, man. You've never been hit by a car, mate. You need to be more careful, man.
But my birth dad, I saw him about twice a year, up until about 16, 17. And then we had a bit of a fallout, so I haven't seen him since. Jim and Lynn, who are the people who adopted me, you know, I think of them as my parents. They treated us as if we were special and we were worth something. It was like the best times. We loved staying with them. We really wanted to live with them forever, you know, which happened, yeah.
Yeah, we're all right. His wound in his head needs dealing with.
Is it as big as...
I don't think it's gluable.
No.
Is it bad? I can't even feel
Maybe
it.
come back down. Another treat for someone. It will only be 2 stitches, I think, having looked at it. So it will hurt a little bit, but given how much pain you're in with that shoulder, this should not feel anywhere near as bad as that.
The kind of dad I've hoped I've been with Mac is one that shows him what it's like to be a young man and then now to be an adult.
All right, so we're going to get you up to the ward so you can get some sleep and stuff. All right?
I would like to be a dad, yeah. I want to raise kids how my dad has done, you know. It's just about the love, you know. It doesn't matter what food's on the table or what holiday you go on or where you live, you know. It's all about the relationship you have with your parents, and because at the end of the day, that's all that matters.
Kiss me, honey, honey, kiss me. There's only one girl for me. That's my Barbara. Very nice legs.
I will not be buying Mac a new bike anytime soon. Sorry, Mac.
My wife's the most remarkable lady. She has been there every minute of the day. This has been 24 hours a day nursing, a process that I could never, ever have imagined doing without her. And eventually, we'll see the same old dad back again. Well, that's the plan, anyway. That's the plan.
What are we saying, 3-0? Come on, baby, please.
a sudden onset of frontal headache.
This is that white, that's bleeding into the brain.
Just want you to be strong, Joe. I couldn't cope without you. I feel cold all over.
Nanny's in hospital and she don't look very well. Well, you ought to get your mother up and get down here.
Thank you.